How y'all doing? Chilling in the dungeon. Hello, Pat, Robert, Nicholas. Bird. Yeah, we're just in a little bit of a string of quakes for a while now, huh? Bell's been ringing and then it rings some more. Hi, Gary. Yeah, we've been catching a lot of quakes. The harmonic resonance is way up. Not the Schumann, but the fucking harmonics and the fucking helioplots. They're just fucking, it is what it is. They're more than they were last fucking week. I'll tell you that. Hi, Bruce. I hope it's warm where you guys gals is. It's freaking cold here. It's supposed to be warming up though to like 60, I think tomorrow or the next day. I'm uncertain. Let me check. Temperature La Junta.
It's 35 degrees in La Junta.
Yeah, I know it's cold today. I'll see tomorrow. It's 50. It's supposed to be 50 tomorrow. 60 on Wednesday. I'm liking it. I ain't complaining about Wednesday. The rest of the week, they keep that shit fucking cold. Goes back down into the 40s again. Yeah, we are rocking and rolling. What's up, Glenn? Rocking and rolling, ringing and dinging. I ain't even checked to see if we ring and dinged on that last 6-7, but I'm pretty sure we fucking did in Mongolia. That was a good one. I was thinking about doing an update, and I was like, nah. Yeah, we rang the bell on that one. All over the fucking, every one of them. Spiked. Huge. That's a good quake. Yeah, whole globe responded to that, didn't it? But look at the harmonic tremor right before it, too, globally. That's what I was looking at before it even hit. And I was all like, man, that's ramping up just a bit. What's up, Freeman? How you doing? That's a good little upgrade, Freeman. I'm waiting to hear from Pollyanna about the bears hibernating. Her and her animal doctor was supposed to go out there and check it out. I don't think they are. Shit, I just blew fucking fire everywhere. What's up, hillbilly? Them sixes just keep creeping up in magnitude, don't they? Closer and closer to the sevens. We're going to be having sevens a day, every day soon. I wonder if people will classify that as normal. The Inuits did. That's a funny thing, Johnny. The Inuits went to them, and a lot of these climate change people, they'll take, because the Inuits even made a video for you and I to watch, and they took it down. I've got some clips of it in a video, but so do all these environmentalists. And they got this Eskimo out there talking about, oh, it's horrible, everything's melting and this and that and everything. And in the original version, he's like, because the earth is tilted, but everybody else's version, they just cut it off right there and start talking their words about how global warming's working us over and shit. I'm all like, what the fuck? I did that video just to show that, you really have to go to source before you can believe anyone's word on anything, because even though they were telling us our earth tilted, somebody took those same words and used them to completely cover for the fact that we have tilted and blame your cow's farts for what's going on. Even if you don't have a cow, you ate one in your lifetime. What's up, John? How you doing? Hey, Paul. Yeah, well, yeah, they know because they actually started getting lost at night, and that is very hazardous to their health. They actually require the sky to be right for their livelihood. Hey, what's up, cuz? Is that yeah? They've had to cut their hunting window down to like 4 hours a day now. They can't come home at night. Because I've tried, and with us doing this, it and the whole on our side thing, tracking the sky is virtually impossible. Because we are continually at this point rocking and rolling. Look at the polar vortex. That's because it's another magnet, and it's way bigger than our pole storm. It's like 4 times its size now. It's like, oh my god. He said the polar vortex this year. I almost shit myself. I was like, what the fuck? It's fucking big. Seems your compass is on point now. Good. Keep an eye on it. I expect it might fluctuate. Yeah, the winds have changed too. The whole, well, of course that has. I mean, everything's changed. We've noticed that too. Well, some of us have. Some of us have. I have. The corn notice the seeds is fucked up. It grew to 2 foot tall this year. I'm still fucking bowled over by that shit. That just ain't even right. And then every time I say it, it's from Dallas to Denver, somebody says, well, it was like that here too. And yeah, it's the GMO crops, but I mean, that's what feeds our animals. Yeah, Nicholas. Just the polar vortex alone shows that we have one and the other one going the other way. They're kind of interlocked with each other. That alone is enough to tell you something really fucked up is going on, and it's not hard. I've made a few videos about that too, and then I'll get people talking about, oh, a high pressure system circulates the opposite way, and I'm all like, does that look like a high pressure circulation? Does that look like a high pressure system? It's a fucking storm. And it's going the wrong way. I've been pointing that out for a while. And yeah, well, I'm just saying, ain't nobody paying attention. Even they put it on mainstream news right there, big picture of it. He said, "Look, there's a polar vortex," and I'm looking at it like, "Yeah, look at that huge fucking counter opposing fucking clockwise fucking and counterclockwise huge fucking difference right there. And in size and rotation and everything, completely boggling how they can literally put that on mainstream news and nobody gets it. Yeah, everybody's worried about whose elections getting stolen and shit. It's now they got Trump implicated in the violence, of course, because he told them to open the doors. This is getting crazy. I told you it was going to get crazy. What's up, Jelly? Dr. D. Fucking Dr. J in the house, man. He was Pink D yesterday. We was wondering what happened, Jelly. They kidnapped his ass. Where the hell's John's fucking wrench then? They fixed old Jelly. They didn't fix John. See, Jelly was in Facebook or not Facebook. We're on YouTube. YouTube hell. Yesterday they took his birthday away, and he had no name. Mm, damn, that's some good hash. I don't even know what flavor that shit is. Indie. It's some kind of indica, I imagine. But that's the. I don't think this actually has the name on it. It just gives the THC contents. 84%. No wonder it tickles my nose. It's real good though. See, they got the important part on there. How potent is this shit? And their name. see, see, Jelly, we were theorizing that's probably what got you in trouble in the first place. You was flinging the dingly cobra around, and people took great offense to it. I have had this happen. Yeah, we're hoping not to see boots hit the ground. It looks like we may be hitting the ground soon, though, because this whole fuckery apparently is taking point at China with the election. Which I was wondering how they were going to tie in and get us invaded and civil war all at the same time. I think I'm seeing a plot develop with China. Of course, they're in place already. That's what I've been saying for a while. But I mean, I don't know how they were going to get the people to believe this is actually what they want us to believe it. What, right now? Yeah, this was been a mess all day. I mean, a magnetic fucking mess. It's the charges are everywhere. The polarity is everywhere. And we are uh, fuck, we're probably gonna keep having big quakes. With every tick, if that keeps up. It's every hour or two, we should have a good 5 to 7. And there's a 4-9. Down there, just about Tonga. See, Tonga's wanting to scream at me right now. He's like, ah, damn. I don't think that's the big one it's gonna have tonight. And right after I signed off, Tonga hit. Like I was like, fuck. But we had the 5-pointer up in the Aleutians. Like I said, it probably would be. That was the first one to hit. But Tonga did hit last night. But the Illusions, right after I fucking logged off, is the ones that fucking hit. I said it's going to be over 5. 5, 6. And as far as I can tell, that's the one that really started this whole fucking mess over here that's continuing to go on from the 7 all the way, from there to all through the morning. Yeah, 6.7. A 6.7. Like I said yesterday, they're getting bigger. They're not just sixes every day. They're hitting 6.4s, 6.5s, 6.7s. Sevens are going to come, like I said, faster than the sixes did every day. And the sixes have been happening a little bit before Shepard released the Shackled video. And I said on that Shackled video, what? We're going to have sixes every day, as if they hadn't happened yet. Well, sevens are coming. The sevens would come shortly after, and here they come. We're in the quickening, folks, because it took a couple years for the fucking fives to start happening every day. But I said they would. We're definitely in an escalation of events. Anybody that's been here for any amount of time should, or seen any amount of my videos, should be able to tell you that yourself. Tell you to, I mean, you've watched it with me. You've watched it with me. All, fucking pretty much all of you. It is what it is. It really is. It is what it is. And they're going to escalate their shit as it goes along, too. You can count on that. Yeah, I didn't just say it in Shepard's film. I'm just saying that's easy to find. I said a little bit before that. I've been saying it. I'm saying it. Nah, they're all well. Get me on C-SPAN. Get me on C-SPAN. I've tried. I've tried all of them. They do not want to speak to a seated senator's ex-top investigator that stood down because of a plot to fucking thin the herd by 3/4. I thought it would be, or the moon. None of it. I thought it would be important information, and I have been across the board, fucking from mainstream to so-called truther channels, completely blocked out of the fucking picture until Shepard came along. Really, which surprised me. Like I said, I ain't got nothing against the man. It's just I kind of had to separate myself from that Mr. Marshall. So, because he's fucking one of them that I've had trouble with throughout the years. So I just really kind of felt dirty with it. I don't even know what to say, man. It is what it is. I love Shepard. I've still shared his video. I still promote it, but I don't want it on my channel. It's not part of the information that should be there. It's just not. It's not part of it. It's COVID. It's a distraction. People should understand by now. COVID's a small part of the distraction. I don't even know how people are even falling for this shit at all. And yes, I've noticed my beard is fucking exponentially getting longer. I'm all like, what the fuck? I've had a lot of people say, man, your whiskers grow fast. So I'm thinking to myself, they do. It's fucking crazy when I have to shave. And I've been thinking about shaving because my fucking whole face tickles. Because my whiskers are everywhere, up my nose and on my fucking cheeks. And trust me, ladies, never try to grow a beard. It's just, but once it gets past a certain point, then it's okay. But then it starts to get like hot, like a sock on your face in the summer. So I don't know. I don't know about this whole beard thing. I've got a new razor. I, funny, Virginia, we're probably all going to look like Duck Dynasty boys here pretty soon without our electricities. Just saying. That's one reason I haven't shaved it. I'm all like, you probably would have to go through all that shit again here in just a few months. Being realistic with myself. I still have to agree with Mr. McClellan. By 2024, I expect this to be finished and the sun's going on their own ways. Whichever one we be, or wherever we be, whatever, whoever, it'll be 3,600 more years or so till we see this trinary event again. Now, like I said, man, of course, it makes sense that, okay, well, we've got three of them, but I'm sure they do a perihelia dance without each other all the time. So two of them are always fucking dancing with each other at some point. So that's probably why we see it every few hundred years in history. And this big one is when all three of them come together and we get the God frequency. Three suns singing a chord, man. It's one frequency, a sun. All three suns converging. We're going to get a chord that ain't been heard for 3,600 years. And they're talking about our creator coming back, holding and doing all kinds of shit. And I'm like, I'm starting to see where this could be possible. where all kinds of things would happen. What? I don't know. That'd be speculation because I have never seen it. I'm just saying I'm reading in their script, and it's obvious that they've seen this before. So I don't even know where to begin. We got a lot coming. Jelly and the leotards again. Yeah, I used to be adorable too. Now I look like a hairy Yoda. I used to have hair like my kid. Straight up, where he got his hair from my head. I'm telling you right now, this shit is pain in the ass to take care of too. Because if you don't fucking condition it and brush it and comb it every single day, there is a dreadlock in your fucking head, man. I'm telling you right now, that poor kid's gonna miss hot water. You know, Doc, it helps me when I squint too, especially when y'all's print's so tiny. And they got me on real low res over here, so it's kind of fuzzy too. What up, Beggars? I can read y'all's names fine, but to read some of the words you're typing, I actually have to get up on it and be like, what is what? Because they look like they run together almost. Some words, they don't have quite the split that other ones do, and it's like, what? If you've ever done a live show, you know the resonance on this feed is really shitty because they use most of, I guess, the bandwidth for you guys, so you get a good, clear YouTube picture of it. I don't know how that works. I'm guessing as to why my resolution is so low over here on my side. Oh yeah, I got hair everywhere. How's life going? Pretty good. Pretty good. How about for you, beggars? My kiln's been working extra. I had to fix it today. It fixed it nice though, man. It's airtight up in there. I had a gap in it last night. The brick dropped because one of my pegs fell out. It's ceramic brick, so that over time, lifting that fucking lid, it'll work with the little metal peg. I gotta find another hole or make one, but you can't put no molly in that. That shit'll melt. I'm at 1180 right now. They even got them aluminum ones. That shit ain't gonna handle my kiln. No hairy backs. That's the funny thing about me. I don't have hair hardly anywhere else on my body except for my head. I said hardly. But I mean, I've still got the boyish chest. I ain't kidding, man. I ain't got. I'm 52 years old. I still got like 6 hairs on my chest. I'm waiting for them to come in. How you doing? How you doing? Oh, what we got? Rooted Rebel. How you doing? Your boyfriend's hair blowing off his back in the wind. That's funny. Impatient and wanting to move. Well, you know, I did too. It took me about a year to get out of California when I saw the moon doing its little "Hi, I'm upside the fuck down" trick. But Jerry, Jesus, jelly. Yes, you know. That's I don't need to know about it. She does. This is some funny shit. Oh man, he's funny to listen to, man. I like listening to that guy. Just he roasts all kinds of people. Sometimes he had me laughing the other day. Some some preacher was on there, just killing it. I was like, oh my god, dude. It wasn't even Gina. Oh, you like, I know it's fake, but it reminds me of the Bible, so it's real. I was like, yeah, that, geez, it didn't. I mean, thank goodness logic took over because my head shut down. I had no words. I had just been walked in a total crack circle. And I was like, oh fuck. About 30 seconds of that guy's video, I would have turned it off. But no, no, logic tore into it. He's a brave man. Oh my God, that's some funny stuff. Let's dance. See, I'm pretty sure I haven't seen any of that footage. I was just listening to it. I don't know if that came up yesterday when we was listening. So, or the crazy spider thing. That was I. Well, see, that's the problem. See, yeah, I don't care how she dances. She ain't got nothing on the jiggy white boy. Damn it. That's right. I'm dancing with molten magma. That bitch ain't holding no torch on me. She just, she just a cheesy ripoff, if anything. Sat damn straight. How else you gonna stretch a glass and make it get funky? You got to pull some disco out your ass, Doc. What's up, Shunka? How you doing? There you go. Gina dancing with hot air. I got the magma. Ain't no comparison. I'm telling you, it's. No, Jesus Christ, Doc. No. See, that wouldn't work. I wouldn't smile too much with her in the room. I might laugh at her. Oh, but I might be looking for bullets too coming at me. Fuck. Man, that lady's in the CIA so deep, it's not even funny. Look in her eyes. She ain't that crazy. She knows. Listen to her and watch her body language, man. That bitch is on a script, and I think she wrote it because she's connected with other people that are holy mother of fucking pearl. Who is that? Are you kidding me? Kind of people. So I don't know what else to say about that. I ain't getting into it. You be there to smoke with me? Now that's cool. You hold my hand, Jelly. Now I'm worried. Jelly got my hand and Gina in the room. See, now you got me sweating, Doc. I did not. I just took off my red hoodie. You guys made it dirty. Jelly made it dirty. I remember who made it dirty. It was Jelly. I wasn't even looking. You guys were telling me about it the next day. They're bad over here. They're bad in my chat. Dirty jelly fingers. How you doing, Loki? I wasn't even watching. I was blowing glass. They're over here just talking. I didn't even see it. I was blowing glass. Like I'm going to be blowing glass now. I'm working on the inset bubblers and rigs today. I did two last night, and then my brick fell out. That was tragic. Oh yeah, bets on my height. Who won that shit? Because now you know. Private playlist. Cat's got 3 hours and 31 minutes on fucking replay, screen captured on wallpaper. I know it. That's quite a good look on my face. Oh my god. We say, how long have you been trying that with everything that's in your hands right now? Well, my physique is quite well, thank you. I'm gonna fucking change your channel, dude. He's killing me with his fat people over here on the, and he's doing a jump on his magazine. It's like, come on, guy. He's like 20, telling me about my abs. How long have you been working on just with what's in your hands? I'm like, well, quite some time, youngster. Well, longer than he's been alive, I guarantee you that shit. But another 6.8, Glenn, or what hour or so ago? We're about due for another. I don't know. I'm saying those big ones might just keep up for the rest of the day. Who knows? Oh, there's freshies all over. 5.0 in Mongolia just now, 20 minutes ago, right after the sea. It's now we're just having a bunch of fives. Like, where are we? All right, 3. All right, so I think we just hit pop or a precursor to a pop. We're within an hour. The Aleutians look so hot. It's quiet. I'm telling you, Tom's singing to me, talking about, I want to have a 6 also. That's Tonga, not me. It's Tonga saying. AFK nap. Cool jelly. I'm gonna be here till the oxygen's gone. We'll be doing um, some home ec cooking with catfish here at some point. Frying some chicken and doing the baked potato kind of stuffing meal thing with biscuits. Yeah, Cat, you gotta watch Doc. He likes to fuck with me. He's got jelly fingers. You never know where they end up or what they're gonna be doing. They just bouncing around, like jelly. I'm gonna show you some jelly fingers here in a minute. I'm gonna juggle some jelly in between my fingers. It's about 3,200 degrees and try not to burn myself. Mm. And I've got the Who playlist on. It said it's only like 9 songs long. And they do a
Grammarly is your personal writing assistant for clear
nice
emails,
remix
confident messages,
of some Metallicas. And I'm not gonna let you hear it until I start blowing glass because it's a cool remix. I would like to listen to it whilst blowing glass. And my butthole's just tight because I already know as soon as I pop on that torch, we're gonna have another section. It's just gonna ding. Mama's showing a lot of crunch. The backfill's coming in. We're primed for it and we're hitting. I'm thinking that's a precursor. I don't know. Maybe. Maybe. It's off right now. I mean, we're hitting every few minutes. We're fine. It has been for 3 hours, 2 hours before the big one there. That was only 118 minutes ago. And it's saying 6-7 on this map, which I'm looking at the plots, man. It was quite a significant quake. It dinged the entire globe simultaneously. I was like, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Didn't take long to make it around the globe. That whole fucking ring and bell situation. Yes, the oxygen is going. And my points are to temperature. I can make some stuff. I'm wanting another suck on this hash before we get going good. I was doing a little bit of course before I got going on this thing. I work better when it's quiet, getting set up. You know what I mean? First, getting the shot. Like, fuck, I made a mess yesterday. Hi, Sam. How you doing? What's up, Remnant? How you doing? You haven't missed much, man. Lots of quakes. Uh, they'll fill you in. I'm fixing to get busy. I want to take one more look. But yeah, it was hooked up with some action going on. We just had another 5.0 right at the same spot we had the 6.7. They're in Mongolia. And yes, it is a country. I've had people tell me, Mongolia is not a country. I'm like, yes, it is. It's a beautiful country. When are you going to die? That I can't answer. I can't help you there, brother. That's between you and the creator. 6.7, Loki. They're creeping up a little bit towards the sevens. We've been having sixes every day, all day now. Few every day. Anyway, not all day. I mean, two or three a day in average for some time. Uh, it's normal though. Yeah, I'm hoping it's not in a populated area because they got a lot of mountains too. That's a big quake though, and they're going to be sevens soon. They're just going to be. If it's in a populated area, which I haven't even looked at, I just they're getting tore back. Either way, Doc, we all benefit. We get to go home. Mama gets to go home with her daddy. So do we. Some of us. Some of us got to stay behind and protect Mama because that's what we're made for. She can't live without us. That's symbiotic. I mean, look, big picture. They. We should listen to that today. You want to listen to it? Let's listen to that. Let's listen to what they do to us. Would you like to? Because that's not the creator. Let's listen to it. Let's listen to what they do to us in their own writing. We've listened to it before. Y'all are very familiar with it. We will be read to by Josh Reeves.
Toth, back some 36,000 years BC. The writer is Toth, an Atlantean priest king who founded a colony in ancient Egypt after the sinking of the mother country. He was the builder of the Great Pyramid of Giza, erroneously attributed to Cheops. In it, he incorporated his knowledge of the ancient wisdom and all.
So we're going to hear about the electromagnetic machine that they have in the halls of the Menente that recycle our souls instead of us going back to Creator. See, that's what Creator's really kind of pissed off about, that they didn't kind of want us to know. And that's what Toth is letting us know. And that's what I'm deriving out of all this fucking cuneiform that I've read. And the Creator's been bugging the fuck out of the leaders, talking about, look, motherfuckers, Earth needs to be given back to the stewards. Well, he knows that the whole creation here could lose Earth if over what they've done. And this is kind of our chance to wake up. And Creator's like had enough, and it just, we're creation. We're son's creation, and the mom and daughters of creation, and like it or not, we're the kids. We're the kids, and he's coming back to get mama and put her back with her dad, Ra. He ain't no God. He's her father's son. He's her original son. That's why you have body parts that look like his magnetic signature, because we were born on that sun originally, and your DNA screams it. It doesn't work on this low energy reverse polarity sun from what we were. Huge amounts of energy on a reverse polarity sun. Totally makes sense what we were writing. And the more I discovered, the more of the native tribes that I spoke with confirmed. That's, yeah, okay. Yep, blue was our original sun. So that would be Ra. We have him correlated with staff, t-shirt, and the fucking whole pantheon's line. It is swap. And it's not NASA fucking doing it for our entertainment. People are like, do they manipulate? I don't, I'm not gonna fucking know. Not when I can actually literally call out these quakes like I do. And not saying I get 100% of them, but 9 out of 10, they're within like a fucking 100 miles of where I say it's gonna happen, magnitude and time. It's not a guess. It's because I'm correlating it with this wall, what it's doing, and it usually updates before the quake map. It's on. If I couldn't do that, I would. Well, sometimes I can't, because like right now we're just off. I can kind of see them. I'm taking a 90% educated guess that we're on this tick, and I'm calling for a double tick because it just called for that 5 hit. But I don't. I think it's not inducing. But it's consistent, is what I'm trying to say. It's ISWAP, and I've taught y'all. I've made tutorials. John teach you. Once you learn what that actually is, it's not a gravity well. It's just the reactivity of a magnet. You'll start to be able to completely do the same thing. I I had never looked at Egypt or any. I had read the Bible to the point that it made me repulsed by the whole area. I had traced back the origins to basically the Vatican on both books that because I had tried to go to the Quran, read it, and I realized, fuck. And I hadn't even found canon yet, so I had just given up. And then when I found canon, that kind of reinforced the giving up. And I had just decided in my heart that if there is a creator, then that tree that they made those books out of knew creator better than the preachers reading out of that book. And I had nothing to back my ass with, so I just, went with it. And then one day the moon was upside down. I'm like, fuck. So, and then I found the creator in every atom, and then all this. I you want to talk about somebody that was surprised? I keep sending people to WSO, the Eye of Ra on Go's interview. I lost it right there. There was like 20,000 people and shit watching that shit. And Steve cut like 20 minutes of my tears out of it. I broke down. I was freaking out. I was kind of vibrating and shit. I didn't know what the fuck. It freaked me out. And then you can see, like, what, a year later or so, I put out like raw map and started, because I had been in Facebook hunting down these linguist people that I had always shunned, the ones that decode stuff. And I found a few of them and made a video. Because I didn't want to go out there and just, I'd never looked at this shit. I could be totally off the chart wrong. And then like later, John come up with the plate and everything, and we got it all nailed down pretty much. I at some point I just had to accept that it was we were on the right track and started looking at other ones, and they started making just as much sense. And so I'm looking at like trying to get somebody that's seen these so we can teach them how to do it, because they could help us a lot more than I can, because I've never looked at these things. And that's why I've been trying to teach everybody how to do it, because I know that person's out there. They're just ignoring me. Yeah, this whole subject deserves its own documentary. I've got to tell, and it's standalone. It really is, Dr. Jelly. I had to leave it that way. Um, how many times you heard me scream at people about it's not fucking Neberu? That's the lie. That's the lie I've been trying to beat down. That's the lie that the Catholic Church holds up to protect their religions. That's the whole key to this, is the misreading. And I don't believe it's misreading at all. It's the misscripting of the cuneiform that we're going to listen to. We listened to Sitchin's, all his versions. None of it reads that Nibiru is by itself. And it reads about another sun that it does travel with that makes our axis tilt and makes the sky roll. And all these truthers have been fucking throwing hardballs at me because I've been trying to tell them, look, our sky's rolling. Who's truthing? They can't even talk about the moon. That's what kills me. And the whole fucking time I've been fighting against that. I can't have that on my channel. I can share it on my Facebook, let people know that this is actual truth. That here's like I shared on my Facebook the other day and said, I called these sixes out every day. I said, get ready for the sevens, and I called them out right here in public, not just my channel. I'm I did a fucking unprecedented and it's a daily thing. It ain't no Dutch or nobody come out in public and said, "All right, these sixes are coming and they're going to be sustained and this and that and everything." Ain't none of these guru YouTube fucking people. None of them. None of them. None of your world newses or your mainstreams or nobody. NASA be coming out saying this our quakes are going to get bigger because our rotation's getting slower, but we don't know why. It might be the moon. See, they make it mysterious, and it might be the moon. We all know good and fucking well it's not the moon. But that's the kind of shit I've been working against. And yeah, thank you, Creator. I found I could read these walls. We'd still all be lost, Joey. We were writing letters to ourselves because we knew as soon as we saw this shit, we'd know what the fuck we were trying to tell ourselves. Dingly fucking Cobra, bro. Everywhere. We saw it in Peru in that statue. It's 3D. Got the Dingley Cobra 3D in Peru. They built that shit on a totem pole, and they got his planets and shit laid out, tableted. I'm all like, man, that's fucking crazy. And you can correlate it with what they were doing in Egypt. Egypt is just the more technical version. Peru is the more artsy version, but it's still so fucking good. You can see exactly what the hell they're depicting. He's got the same clothing, except it's in a different spot, but it's long and short. It's the same crosshatch. He's got his eyes, Dingley Cobra. He's got all of his magnet signatures in his fucking plume that holds these planets. And I'm all like, oh my God, that's raw. And I'm not the one that found it. It's for another viewer, friend. Somebody does their homework. That's why I stress you guys really need to do your homework because I'm such an infant at all of this. And a lot of people don't understand to what degree I'm a fucktard. I keep saying I'm king of fucktards, man. Don't feel special. I just get in. I get. You know what upsets me is indignance, like completely undignified denial of anything without even observing. I live by scientific method because I sound fucking insane when I talk. I'm not asking anyone to believe me. I'm saying go look at your moon. The damn thing's rising like this in a variant of, and then it will roll 180 degrees and set in a variant of wherever you are on the planet. Wax and wane, that shouldn't happen every night. That's a calendar thing. I'm telling dates all of a sudden going by. Time's flying, right? Time's flying, all right. We're seeing fucking 15 days fly every night. Bam, on the calendar in my sky. Because I should be able to tell my date. I should be able to tell just about time of night. And especially my position on the planet due to that tilt up and down, not this way, but up and down. That's why we could traverse north to south and east to west is the hard one, they say. It's not really that hard. I'm sure they did it a long fucking time ago. The stars haven't changed. I used to be able to do it until that moon started fucking doing that. The Inuits used to depend on that. They would hunt all day and then they'd come home at night. Well, then they started getting lost and dying out in the tundra at night. And they decided, uh-oh, maybe we should shorten our hunting window to 4 hours so we make it home before it starts, or at least within the campsite lights, and etc. You know, it's real. It's not just me out here trying to sound crazy. 52. I don't know where people even think I would like. I don't even have a donate button anywhere. I don't have any PayPal. I don't know what people would think would motivate me to be lying to people and trying to sound crazy because once you do look, what happens? All of a sudden, I don't sound so crazy. I do get that every day. Man, I thought you were fucking nuts, but I'm looking and looking and looking, and I'm like, I know. Thank you, though. Thank you. And then I'm getting your neighbors are starting to notice, and um, that honestly, God, that's my donate button. That's my motivation here. This is humanity, and I'm part of it. My son's part of it, and without each other, we're gonna fucking be toast. That's my motivation. Fuck money. Fuck fame. I don't give a fuck if anybody knows my name, and I've said that. Just get the truth out there as the truth has been given. Don't twist it. I think it's pretty awesome, but it's because it's been given to us. I'd be a fucking monster if I kept it to myself. I can't use this by myself. That's the whole point of this information. We can't be great without each other and mother and love for each other. It's impossible. Can't get that right frequency, can't stack the magnets, can't bio less with mother like we do plant farts. She needs us like we need her, and we need each other. That's just the fuck way it is. No, Senator didn't. No, had nowhere near the information that we do. I'm the investigator. He's just a puppet. He's been offered a ticket, and he thought that I could be quiet, and his sister apparently thought I could be quiet. She's the one that blew the whistle. I had worked with her very closely. Kay Davis is her name, for years, and I'd grown to really appreciate the lady, and she kind of blew my mind that day. No, she didn't give me a date. She told me it was supposed to happen later that year. It didn't. She only knew about one sun, too. She didn't know about the blue sun. I didn't know about it. And I found it by accident. Well, I can't even blame it on accident. Now, we monitored its magnetosphere for 3.5 years. That's why it was embedded in my brain when I saw it on Ra's shirt. It was like looking at a familiar sock, I guess. You know what I mean? That's how they drew it. It was so brilliant of them to draw it like that. As it just, that's why I could read it. I'd seen it before, a long time, and I'd monitored and spoke about Horace's box, and I had no idea what it was. I had just said, "Look at the big diamond behind our little diamond. That is another magnetosphere because you're looking at it in an MRI camera." No, and then over time, the fucking holes started showing up, and it got bigger, and I realized, I was like, "Oh my god, those are fucking planets." And I started telling people these are planet represent the holes in the big diamond. I added to it. The holes in the big diamond are representing planets that are bigger than Jupiter because they're actually interfering and affecting the magnetosphere around the sun. And it looks just, if you look at it and then go over old scientific Lee and look at his multiple fucking, you can see right there in that fucking fisheye, in that MRI equipped camera, you can see a Hallback array. right behind our sun. And that is what is moving into the system. That's red. That's red. Blue is over here, relatively. And they're kind of getting closer in the sky. You can see it. So I know we're on short time, and cry many sakes, man. We're in the sixes. Time, it tells you right there. No, man, I'm a man, and I keep. I'll say it again. Mother Earth hasn't got the time yet. This is creators game. So when she knows, you can bet you'll know. She has your alpha wave in your hearts, and so does Creator. And Creator's never at. So I've given it up to them, and I've gotten the message of just guard the truth, and that's why I took Marshall off my page. I didn't take Shepard off my page. I took fucking Marshall off my page. I fought against his Nibiru lies for too fucking long. That's it. I still love Shepard, but I don't want to. Also, at the same time, don't want to be getting in his fucking chat screaming at people because that fuck up Shepard's thing he's got going on. That's my thing. I don't want to, and I know they're fucking waylaying people, and I don't need to be. I know how outlandish it sounds, and so do you guys and gals. You know how outlandish it sounds when I start fucking talking. I should expect, and I do expect pushback, but it still just disgusts me. Like, why won't you just look before you fucking open your mouth? That's my only real question. And then when I ask it, everybody thinks I'm being a fucking dick. But I'm asking it honestly, why don't you just look? You've read about this shit and fucking this and that. You've seen the fucking symptoms. Why can't you just look at the fucking moon? Then you can talk because you're in a room full of people that have fucking looked and you're just looking like an idiot. Then next thing you know, oh, it's normal. And it's like somebody steps on that trigger. I have already beat the fuck out of field rotation. And I got Dazza the cameraman hanging up there, motherfucking in permanent effigy of it. He hung it himself. He hung it. I didn't even do it. He did it. I just filmed it. I filmed him hanging field rotation and made a funny out of it. Because it was better than any wet dream I've ever had in my entire existence. I woke up one day and Dazza had stabbed field rotation right in the eye, shot it in the fucking temple, turned around, hung himself, and shot himself in the foot. And I was like, holy fuck, what just happened? I have to record this. That's all I ever wanted, was him to tell me it's impossible for me to see Tycho Crater at the top of my fucking moon. That's all I ever wanted. He just kept going on. And then, oh my God, what can I say, man? I'm ready to fight if somebody starts talking about it's normal for Tycho Crater to be. No, Dazza gave his life for that and his job. He's done. He's done. He's in the unemployment line. Done. Stand up for Dazza. He's a truther, man. Fucking help kill fucking field rotation so hard. It's like running into a brick wall for a new noob. They're like, here, it's like a funny about around the cooler, the water cooler. For the new guy, it's like, here, give him field rotation. It's done. Mm. You know, first day on CIA lie duty, whatever the fuck they call it. Yeah, you're handing out assignments. You get field rotation. Fuck. You're pulling overtime. Oh God. And they say hell's not on earth. What dreams are different for you, Jelly? I'm sorry. Like I said, I'm a monk. I get off on my mental dreams like that, not my I forget I have a dingly cobra. Oh, I'm in La Junta, Cow Patty Central. It is within the borders, though, so I get my recreational marijuanas at a local dispenser. And they even come certified by the state to be 84%. This one does 84% THC, so it has an effect of calming on me, which helps my creepy crawly back, which does a little bit more than creepy crawly. It makes me creepy crawly. Oh, fuck. Ouch. Easy now. Don't talk about no hard dingly cobra. The dingo cobra just got hard. I'm scared now. Texas THC. You know, I was in Texas fighting for Texas THC, and they used to call it devil's lettuce down there in Galveston. And I was blowing glass in my buddy's art gallery, and it was a legit art gallery, but it had pipes. I was blowing really nice pipes for it, and extravagant shits because I had a big scissor top, big. I could lay down in. That's free go when I got a torch. I'm telling you, it's all the limitation of the kiln. Don't tell mine. She's just little. Size doesn't matter. It's the quality of the kiln. And mine is top notch. I love my kiln. So you can't be talking about other women in the shop. And I almost broke the rules with my droolings. She looking at me like, I see you eyeballing that scut. Because that's the name of it. It ain't even a play on words. It just came out that way. Kill the scut, kill. Beautiful. It's okay, baby. Don't serve those sparks. Damn it. I'm gonna get cut later. Oh my god. It's getting out of control in the glass shop. Yeah, I like it. Well, people see a pipe, they go in the shop because they see the glass and shit, but they come around the corner and they'd see a pipe and they'd usher their kids out the door talking about marijuanas. And I was all like, oh, fuck. I'm here to fight for your little seizure kids so they don't have seizures and die at the age of 7 on their couch, never having left it unless they fell off from one of their seizures. That kind of sucks for a kid. And THC could end it. And their legislature was all about, well, CBD's legal. And I was like, well, see, here's the funny thing about that. It's legal because of me. Hi, I'm Eric Brew. However, it is a human right violation to keep this life-saving medicine of a small dose of THC without any side effects whatsoever measurable, even in the high of a child, to end these fucking THC or the fucking vaccine-induced fucking seizures that's killing them. A human right violation takes them out of the office and puts them in the fucking court as a human right violation. So guess what bill passed? Only there was 13 bills for medical THC. That's right. When I walked out of Texas, it was legal for minor children only. Not one adult and for any medical reason whatsoever could fucking treat with THC. Only children in the state of Texas. And I came here to Colorado, dropped my fucking mic, and watched 6 to 8 states next year go fucking medical. They were like, fuck, Texas is giving it to their kids. That's how it's legal in Texas. And they had no choice but to expand their medical to include you. And that's all I did. I wrote a nasty letter to them. You know why? Because your legislature votes on bills, not you. Remember, that's how your legislature works. See, I didn't know that until I got there, and then I knew I was on vacation. I was like, watch. A couple of my friends, like Zach and that, they signed a petition, but I only had like 10 people sign up to fucking change things in Texas. People were mad at me, really mad, because I didn't push for cancer patients and adults and shit. I was like, you're adults. You are a fucking adult. Push for it. Bye. Jesus. Have your children aren't dying of seizures on their couch anymore. They're up playing ball, being able to speak. But I'm the bad guy because I didn't include. I was like, no, it was the fucking most powerful statement I could have fucking possibly made about marijuana. It's good. Texas, the last state to ever going to be fucking medical marijuana, is giving it to their children. For God's sake, it didn't get muddied by medical marijuana. It was a child anti-seizure bill passed. Period. Everybody knew it as that, and everybody dropped their fucking jaw. They were like, oops. So, yeah, don't be mad at me because I didn't include it. You guys got it anyways. A couple years later. And they did. They had to fight for it. Texas, they still fucking were acting like dickheads, their legislature. Were they not? Your legislature's dickheads, man. They look at it as fucking devil's lettuce. Yeah, well, we've depicted it all over the walls in Giza too. It's the herb that brings you closer to God, as they refer to it in Deep Hebrew and all that too. Yeah, they had to have a reason for war, and dependency on oil was it, because we were literally pouring gasoline in the ocean as waste because we were running our cars and everything on hemp oil that runs better than ethanol ever thought of, or gasoline in your gasoline engine. And it doesn't produce as much carbon as it sucks out of the air. So you're literally cleaning the air as you're burning it in your fucking tank. And we could, plane, train, automobile, electric generating plant, everything could be run on that renewable energy so much more efficiently than gas. And we knew that. And they had to take on the alcohol and prohibition and make it illegal. They legalized the alcohol because it wasn't the drinking alcohol they wanted illegal, it was the marijuana alcohol. They had to re-legalize it when? In World War II for the fucking jet engines because they didn't have a lubricant that was equivalent to the viscosities of the uh, synthetics today, which still don't quite match hemp viscosity ratings. Here's the thing. Crown Vatican DC Corporation. We signed in 1871 and we began this whole fucking thing and oppression. We had to have a reason to go to war. Are we going to tell them that we need to establish 182 UK central banks with our children and lies? Or are we going to make it dependent and or fucking patriotic to need something to keep the nation going? That one seemed to work better in test groups, so that's what they went with. They made hemp illegal. I'm the one that legalized it. Keep this in mind when I speak of it. And I did it by accident. I swear to God, not to this day, but to like about 6 months ago, I looked at it as a personal defeat because I had gone there with the intent of legalizing medical for my friend Angel and ended up getting the first state sanctioned hemp in North Carolina since tax act, CBD everywhere. So, but it was an accident. I threw all that in there because I mean, how can they say no to medical? And they did, but they legalized industrial. And I was like, well, fuck, what are you gonna do? And then I realized I kind of shook the world gently when I did that because now dogs and people themselves can benefit from CBD. People aren't afraid of it. They wrote about me doing that. I was like, well, that's kind of fucked up. Specifically before I woke up and read these walls and started shaking y'all's world, they wrote about it. So they wrote about that. And I was like, how? This is Inky's and the Hopi and Mayan, all that. That's a part. I can explain all this prophecy of biblical. I've pointed out all these verses that correlate to these ones coming out of Giza and the Mayan and shit. They're just kind of creepy. So I mean, there's no accident you guys are here in this weirdness. Welcome to the new world. This is just what it looks like in the beginning. We're gonna go through some fucking birthing pains. Yeah. I'm seriously hoping that this isn't getting reactive over populations over here in Mongolia. And we did skip our next dot, so we're due. We didn't get a double strike. So we're about 20 minutes out. We're into the next window. So you can do some magnitude. Oh, geez. God. Up in the air over California. A lot of pressure. Yeah, this is getting irritating. fucking up my pattern over here, cow farts. And it's every day now. They're just happening. And it does. It fucks with the pattern. I think the magnitude might go back down. At one, it's about 50, 55. It's just reacting. The other one. You see, it's all IMF work. Every bit of it behind. Anyway. Interesting show there. If I was you, I'd be looking at this one. Very interesting. New feed. Hey, Prepper, how you doing? Cow farts, yes, we're having a cow fart event. Not a big one, just minor cow farts. Actually, it's IMF line cow farts, so it's technically not us. It's one big one's behind us. They're about 55 back. Is showing IMF-ery. Lots of it. No one knows what you're talking about. But I'm telling you, man, give them my public service announcement, or I could have made $1 billion from this, but I give it to you. That's a good one. Captain fucking Obvious isn't bad. I show the moon rolling and tell them what it is. I even give them homebrewed there. They hear his soothing. This is it, moving like a clock. This is what I'm talking about. It makes you feel all good about looking at the moon. So better than look at the fucking moon. Fucking look at the fucking moon. It's fucking fuckity fucked. See, homebrew talking about, nah, man, your moon is turning like a clock. People want to look at the moon. Oh shit, there's John right now. People want to look at the moon. Yeah, like, wow, it's moving like a clock. People are always giving me suggestions on how to reach more people. I finally told one of them the other day. I said, haven't you got the picture? I'd much rather poke somebody in the eye that wouldn't want to look. What can I say? It's just my nature. I'm not going to fight it. But I'm not going to hide from it. That's for sure. I'm just going to fucking meet it face on and be very forward about it, because that's me. I'm going to burn down any kind of bush that I see in the way of a direct conversation. You have seen it, see, and that is a reason to be a prepper girl. Is it not? That's a pretty good, convincing argument right there. Because we have always had war, we've had pestilence, famine, fucking whispers of war, all that good shit. But the moon ain't never fucking done no damn cartwheels like that. I ain't never seen it till, October 2010, and it's been bugging me ever since. What's up, Johnny? You too, huh? See, we had a strange night like that last night, and then it cleared up. So I'm not sure, but I could still see on the horizon that there were bright spots that didn't belong there. I'm still in my light dome, though. It was way too fucking cold to go back out. The burning bush. Yeah, watch me burn a bush. It ain't nothing like that. I'm going to consume that motherfucker and get it out of the way. See, that bush was the one that it didn't consume. The fire didn't consume the bush. See, I got a flamethrower. Fuck that bush. It's gone. That bush can get out of the way. Fuck your flaming bush. That's what I say. Florida's supposed to get cold, huh? Yeah, it's cold here. Tomorrow it's supposed to be the 50, and then Wednesday it's supposed to get in at 60, and then we'll go down to 40s again. That's right. I was going. No, I'm not token anymore. I gotta make stuff and play cool music. No, wait a minute. We're not playing cool music. What are we listening to? We're listening to the inner workings of Toth telling us shit they didn't want us knowing, and it clued me in on to what creators pissed off about. Real good. I was like, oh, so you are recycling our fucking souls. And they tell us how. It's electromagnetic deep in the earth, and they fucking set it up in the chambers, and Toth has a look in it. You know, this is what it's physical. Look at my mouth water. I've seen this place. Just put it this way. I'll walk through the ruins of it if need be. This might get interesting. Let's listen.
Also, secreted records and instruments of ancient Atlantis.
He fucks that up every time.
For some 16,000 years, he ruled the ancient race of Egypt from approximately 52,000 BC to 36,000 BC. At that time, the ancient barbarous race among which he and his followers had settled,
I see, Chad,
had been raised to a high degree of civilization. Toth was an immortal, that is, he had conquered death, passing only when he willed, and even then, not through death.
Toth is a planet. Hermes Trismegistus is the cat he's talking about.
In South and Central America.
He assumed the personification of Toth.
Also Quetzalcoatl,
as they said in the cuneiform. I think Josh got that.
Built Aslan, which is the rock wall, which Aslan also means Atlantis. God, it just makes sense why a Council for National Policy member would have a 3.5-ton granite stone with hieroglyphs on it
Gonna get cold
in his house. It came from the ancient rock wall Texas. Huh. Yeah. Man, oh man. Now you see why I'm onto all this stuff now, don't you? My goodness, folks. Never thought those two things would intersect. Well, I was wrong about that. When it came time for him to leave Egypt, he erected the Great Pyramid over the entrance to the Great Halls of Amenti. He placed in it his records and appointed guards for his secrets among the highest of his people. In later times, the descendants of these guards became the pyramid priests, by which Toth was deified as the god of wisdom. The recorder, by those in the age of darkness which followed in his passing, in legend the halls of Amenti became the underworld, the halls of the gods where the soul passed after the death for judgment. During later ages, the ego of Toth passed into the bodies of men in the manner described in the tablets. As such, he incarnated 3 times in his last being known as Hermes, the thrice-born, Hermes Trismegistus, yeah. In this incarnation, he left the writings known to modern occultists as the Emerald Tablets, a later and far lesser exposition of the ancient mysteries. The tablets translated in this work are 10 which were left in the Great Pyramid in the custody of the pyramid priests. The 10 are divided into 13 parts for the sake of convenience. The last two are so great and far-reaching in their import that at present it is forbidden to release them to the world at large.
Mm-hmm.
Really? Now, I didn't know that. The last two tablets, let me get this straight. The last two emerald tablets of Toth are so great and far-reaching in their import that at present it is forbidden to release them to the world at large?
You don't remember that from last time you read this?
I'd like to have you release them to me then, please. Let me decide if I can handle it or not. Let me decide if,
Okay, Josh.
It's too big for me to wrap my mind around. Please, challenge me. Blow my mind.
I try to, Josh. You don't
Let me see what you got. Give me those last two tablets. Let me decide for myself if you're going to blow my mind. I think not. Go ahead and let me have it. However, in those contained herein are secrets which will prove of inestimable value to the serious students. They should be read not once but 100 times.
Yeah, it took me about 6
for only
to get
thus
the
can the
gist
true
of it.
meaning be revealed.
Then
A
I was like,
casual
wait a
reading
minute.
will give glimpses of beauty, but more intensive study will open avenues of wisdom to the seeker.
Yeah, it did.
But now, a word to how these
I got a
mighty secrets came
homing
to be
device
revealed to modern man after being hidden so long. Some 1,300 years BC, Egypt, the ancient Chem, was in turmoil, and many delegations of priests were sent to other parts of the world.
Mm-hmm.
Among these were some of the pyramid priests, who carried with them the emerald tablets as a talisman by which they could exercise authority over the less advanced priestcraft of races descended from other Atlantean colonies. The tablets were understood from legend to give the bearer authority from Toth. The particular group of priests bearing the tablets immigrated to South America, where they found a flourishing race, the Mayans, who remembered much of the ancient wisdom. Among these, the priests settled and remained. In the 10th century, the Mayas had thoroughly settled the Yucatan, and the tablets were placed beneath the altar of one of the great temples of the sun god. After the conquest of the Mayans by the Spaniards, the cities were abandoned and the treasures of the temples were forgotten. It should be understood that the Great Pyramid of Egypt has been and is still a temple of initiation into the mysteries. Jesus, Solomon, Apollonius, and others were initiated here. The writer, who has a connection with the Great White Lodge, also works through the pyramid priesthood, was instructed to recover and return to the Great Pyramid the ancient tablets. This, after adventures which need not be detailed here, was accomplished. Before returning them, he was given permission to translate and retain a copy of the wisdom engraved on the tablets. This was done in 1925, and only now has permission been given for it to be, in part, published. It is expected that many will scoff, yet the true student will read between the lines and gain wisdom. If the light is in you, that's a very powerful statement.
Only now because they know what time.
The light which is engraved in these tablets will respond to you. Wow, I like the sound of that.
It does.
Now a word as to the material aspect of the tablets.
Listen to it. Enough. It's like, oh.
They consist of 12 tablets of emerald green, formed from a substance created through alchemical transmutation.
Crazy.
They are imperishable, resistant to all elements and substances, and in effect, the atomic and cellular structure is fixed, no change ever taking place. In this respect, they violate the material law of ionization. Upon them are engraved characters in the ancient Atlantean language, characters which respond to attuned thought waves, releasing the associated mental vibration in the mind of the reader. The tablets are fastened together with hoops of golden-colored alloy suspended from a rod of the same material. The wisdom contained therein is the foundation of the ancient mysteries. And for the one who reads with open eyes and open mind, his wisdom shall be increased 100-fold. Read, believe or not, but read. And the vibration found therein will awaken a response in your soul. In the following pages, I will reveal some of the mysteries which has as yet only been touched upon lightly either by myself or by other teachers or the students of truth. Man's search for understanding of the laws which regulate his life has been unending, yet always just beyond the veil which shields the higher plane from the material man's vision. The truth has exited, ready to be assimilated by those who enlarge their vision by turning inward or outward, not outward, in their search. In the silence of material senses lies the key to the unveiling of wisdom. He who talks does not know, he who knows does not talk. The highest knowledge is unutterable, for it exists as an entity in lanes which transcend all material words or symbols. All symbols are but keys to doors leading to truths, and many times the door is not opened because the key seems so great that the things which are beyond it are not visible. If we can understand that all keys, all material symbols are manifestations and are but extensions of a great law and truth, we will begin to develop the vision which will enable us to penetrate beyond the veil. All things in all universes move according to law, and the law which regulates the movement of the planets is no more immutable than the law which regulates the material expressions of man. One of the greatest of all cosmic laws is that which is responsible for the formation of man as a material being. The great aim of the mystery schools of all ages has been to reveal the workings of the law which connect man and the material and the spiritual. The connecting link between the material man and the spiritual man is the intellectual man, for the mind partakes of both the material and immaterial qualities. The aspirant for higher knowledge must develop the intellectual side of his nature and so strengthen his will that it is able to concentrate all powers of his being on and in the plane he desires. The great search for life, life, and love only begins on the material plane, carried to its ultimate, its final goal of complete oneness with the universal consciousness. The foundation in the material is the first step. Then comes the higher goal of spiritual attainment. In the following pages, I will give an interpretation of the Emerald Tablets and their secret, hidden, esoteric meanings. Concealed in the words of Toth are many meanings that do not appear on the surface. Light of knowledge brought to bear upon the tablets will open many new fields of thought. Read and be wise, but only if the light of your own consciousness awakens the deep-seated understanding, which is an inherent quality of the soul. Heavy stuff there.
Just keep reading, John.
Yowza. So that's the preface of the Emerald Tablets of Toth.
Vicious. We got some kind of Horus glow in the dark red or
I'm Toth, the Atlantean master of mysteries,
we got
keeper of records,
both of them with a little bit of
mighty
earth in
king
between.
magician living from a generation to generation, being about to pass into the halls of Impending. Set down for the guidance of those that are to come after these records of the mighty wisdom of the great Atlantis.
It glows. Use my blue glow.
In the great city of Kior on the island of Undal,
Glass.
in a time far past, I began this incarnation. Not as the little men of the present age did, the mighty ones of Atlantis live and die, but rather from aeon to aeon did they renew their life in the halls of Impending, where river of life flowed eternally onward. 100 times 10 have I descended the dark way that led into life. As many times as I have ascended from the darkness into light, my strength and power has been renewed. Now for a time I descend, and the men of Chem is alchemy in ancient Egypt, and the men of Chem shall now me no more, or shall know me no more. But in a time yet unborn I will rise again, mighty and potent, requiring an accounting of those left behind me. Then beware, O men of alchemy. If ye have falsely betrayed my teaching, for I shall cast you down from your high estate into the darkness of Hades from whence you came. Betray not my secrets to the men of the north or the men of the south, lest my curse fall upon you. Remember and heed my word, for surely I will return again and require of thee that which ye guard. I, even from beyond time and from beyond death, I will return, rewarding or punishing you as you have requited your trust. You sound familiar here? He's coming back. He's going to come back. You already got to do the bill. He's going to kill you. Sound familiar? And God's going to set themselves up, telling everybody that they're, the all-powerful, they need to be, they can worship him. Great were my people in the ancient days, great beyond the conception of the little people now around me. These humans are little people. Knowing the wisdom of old, seeking far within the heart of infinity, knowledge that belonged to earth's youth. Wise were we with the wisdom of the children of light who dwelt among us. Strong were we with the power drawn from the eternal fire.
We were.
In all of these, greatest among the children of men was my father. Thought me, keeper of the great temple, linked between the children of light who dwelt within the temple and the races of men who inhabited the 10 islands. Mouthpiece, after the three of the dweller of the all, speaking to the kings with a voice that must be obeyed. Grew I there from childhood into manhood, being taught by my father the elder mysteries, until in time there grew within the fire of wisdom, until it burst into a consuming flame. Not desired I, but the attainment of wisdom, until on a great day the command came from the dweller of the temple that I be brought before him. Few there were among the children of men who had looked upon that mighty face and lived. For not as the sons of men are the children of light when they are not incarnate in a physical body. So when they're not in a physical body, they're just light beings. Sounds like Pleiadians. By the way, we're referencing that movie Knowing a couple of times in the broadcast. That's what comes down and is taking the kids to see life on another planet, Pleiadians. When they start showing up, it's really not good news for your planet. I've heard people saying they can see in Pleiadians, in their dreams. I'm like, that's not good news. These guys only show up when a planet's about to be completely fucking destroyed. Chosen was I from the sons of men, taught by the dwellers, so that his purposes might be fulfilled. Purposes yet unborn in the womb of time. Long ages I dwelt in the temple, learning ever and yet ever more wisdom, until I too approached the light emitted from the great fire. Taught me, he did, the path to Amente, the underworld where the great king sits upon his throne of might. Deep I bowed in homage before the lords of life and the lords of death, receiving as my gift the key of life. Free was I from the halls of Amenti, bound not by death to the circle of life. Far to the stars I journeyed until space and time became as naught. So this is he's gaining immortality here. Transcending the death of the physical body. That's the real secret of the secret societies, Freemasonry and the rest of it. It's how to gain immortality by being conscious of of how you reincarnate through the learning of these teachings. That's really what it's all about. And the Anunnaki talked about how they had, they did not give man the gift of long life, but they could. And we have that in us today. It's, all you have to do is turn on a chromosome. And boom, you got immortality. Interesting, there was an article I didn't cover here tonight, synchronistically, yet again. Just been synchronicity after synchronicity the past couple of weeks, Wednesday. Article from the Daily Mail says, who wants to live forever? Computer models predict that if humans became immortal, it might actually be bad news. A lot of this has been in the news lately, and it seems that they're starting to figure this out. I think they're starting to figure out this key to immortality thing that the ancients knew. Because again, as I've stated many times, we have a context for what these, the advanced technologies that these ancient texts were talking about 50 years ago, we didn't, 100 years ago, we didn't. Then, having drunk deep into the cup of wisdom, I looked into the hearts of men, and there I found greater mysteries, and was glad. For only in the search for truth could my soul be stilled and the flame within be quenched. I'm going to get a tattoo of that. Yeah, that's my credo right there. Wow. For only in the search for truth could my soul be stilled and the flame within be quenched. Down through the ages I lived, seeing those around me taste of the cup of death and return again in the light of life. Gradually from the kingdoms of Atlantis passed waves of consciousness that had been one with me, only to be replaced by a spawn of a lower star. That's heavy. That's heavy. Man. Gradually from the kingdom of Atlantis passed waves of consciousness that had been one with me, only to be replaced by the spawn of a lower star. This is an interesting statement. That's like, one collective consciousness, and everyone in a community or a planet or a world or whatever having the same consciousness, and then that going away and then being replaced with something of much lower quality. That's incredible. In obedience to the law, the word of the master grew into flower. Downward into the darkness turned the thoughts of the Atlanteans until at last, in this wrath arose from his great Agwanti, the dweller. This word has no English equivalent. It means a state of detachment. Speaking the word, calling the power. Deep in the earth's heart, the sons of the making heard are hearing and directing the changing of the flower of fire that burns eternally, changing and shifting using the logos until that great fire changed its direction. Now, what are they talking about here? They're talking, deep in the earth, in the heart of the earth. They're talking about the changing the core, the direction of the core, the way the core of the earth spins.
Yes.
That's interesting. Over the world then broke the great waters, drowning and sinking, changing earth's balance until only the temple of light was left. Standing on the great mountain of Indal, still rising out of the water, some there were who were living, saved from the rush of the fountains. Called to me then the master, saying, gather ye my people, take them by the arts ye have learned of far across the waters, until you reach the land of the hairy barbarians, dwelling in caves of the deserts. Follow there the plan that you know of. I gathered my people and entered the great ship of the master. Upward we rose into the morning. Dark beneath us lay the temple. Suddenly over it rose the waters. Vanished from earth until the time appointed was the great temple. Fast we fled toward the sun of the morning, until beneath us lay the land of the children of Chem. Raging, they came with cudgels and spears, lifted in anger, seeking to slay and utterly destroy the sons of Atlantis. Well, you gotta watch that movie, 10,000 BC. If you haven't seen that, it ties right in with that. Pretty interesting. I don't want to ruin it so you haven't seen it, but then I raised my staff and directed a ray of vibration, striking them in their tracks as fragments of the stone of the mountain. I love this. What do you guys have to say about this now? Here's more translations of ancient texts. These not done by Zechariah 6, and here we have the same stuff verbatim that's in Sumerian text. Break free of your religious priest-class programming and understand that this stuff is what they don't want you to know about. If you understand this stuff, then religion has no place. So that's why there's so many disinfo clowns and haters and all that stuff out there. I then raised my staff and directed a ray of vibration striking them still in their tracks as fragments of stone of the mountain. Then I spoke to them in words calm and peaceful, telling them of the might of Atlantis, saying we were children of the sun and its messengers. I cowed them by my display of magic science, until at my feet they groveled and I released them. Long dwelt with me in the land of Kim, long and yet long again, until obeying the commands of the Master, who while sleeping yet lives eternally, I sent from me the sons of Atlantis, sent them in many directions, that from the womb of time wisdom they might rise again in her children. For a long time I dwelt in the land of Kim, doing great works by the wisdom within me. Upward I grew into the light of knowledge. The children of Kim were watered by the rains of my wisdom. Blasted I then a path to Amente so that I might retain my powers, living from age to age as a son of Atlantis, keeping the wisdom, preserving the records. Great grew the sons of Kim, conquering the people around them, growing slowly upwards in soul force. Growing slowly upwards in soul force. That's interesting. As if their souls and their energy gets higher. You know, the vibration higher, the more that they conquer and gets higher and higher. Now for a time I go from among them into the dark halls of Amenti, deep into the halls of the earth, before the lands of the powers, face to face once again with the dweller. That's funny, we have one of the new demigod songs we have called Earth Dweller. We always call it the Dweller for short, and I've seen that twice here, the Dweller. Raised high over the entrance, a doorway, a gateway leading down to Amenti. Few there would be with courage to dare enter it, and few pass the portal to dark Amenti. I raised over the passage a mighty pyramid, using the power that overcomes Earth's force, gravity. Deep and yet deeper, I placed a fourth house or a chamber, and I carved from it a circular passage reaching almost to the great summit.
Not gravity.
In the apex, I set the crystal, sending the ray into the time-space, drawing the force from out of the ether, concentrating upon the gateway of Amenti. Other chambers I built and left vacant to all, seeming yet hidden within them are the keys to Amenti. Oh, really? Remember what I talked about last week? I gotta find that video again. Just a second here. Great Pyramid, a strange sacred door at the top of the half in the Queen's Chamber. I'm going to drop this in the chat room. If you get time, watch this. Watch this video. I believe that what you see in that green picture there in that still video, when you watch it, that's exactly what Toth's talking about here. And if you watch that video, we'll show you exactly what he just mentioned there, which is a map on keys of the way to enter Amenti. Well, that's it right there. There's videographic evidence of it. They set a camera in 1992. Nobody knew what the fuck it was. But that's what it was. Unbelievable stuff. It's right in front of us, and we're not being allowed to see it. That's how you enter
right in front
Amenti.
of us.
It's all built into the pyramid. They're gonna destroy the motherfucker before it's over with. They're not going to let us have that information. I guarantee you they're going to go destroy the great. We've already hinted about it. Remember Transformers 2? They're not going to let us have the knowledge in there, folks. We've got to get our hands on this stuff before it's too late. The other chambers I built and left vacant to all seeming yet hidden within them are the keys to Amenti. That's it right there. He who in courage would dare the dark realms, let him be purified first by long fasting. Lie in the sarcophagus of stone in my chamber. Then I will reveal to him the great mysteries. Soon he shall follow me to where I shall meet him. Even in the darkness of earth, I shall meet him. I, Toth, Lord of wisdom, meet him and hold him and dwell with him always. Builded I the great pyramid, patterned after the pyramid of earth's force, burning eternally so that it too might remain through the ages. In it I builded my knowledge of magic science, so that I might be here when again I return from Impending. Yes, while I sleep in the halls of Impending, my soul will incarnate, roaming free, and will dwell among me in men in this form or another, Hermes thrice born. Emissary on earth, I am of the dweller, fulfilling his commands so many might be lifted. Now I return to the halls of Impending, leaving behind me some of my wisdom. Preserve ye and keep ye the command of the dweller. Lift ever upwards your eyes toward the light. Surely in time ye are one with the master. Surely by right you are one with the master. Surely by right yet are one with the all. Now I depart from you. Know my commandments, keep them and be them, and I will be with you, helping and guiding you into the light. Now before me opens the portal. I go down into the darkness of night. Well, that's the end of tablet 1 there. Moving on to tablet 2. Tablet number 2, the Emerald Tablet of Toth here. Deep in Earth's heart lie the halls of Impending. Far beneath the islands of sunken Atlantis, halls of the dead and halls of the living, bathed in fire of the infinite all. Far in a past time lost in the space-time, the children of light look down on the world, seeing the children of men in their bondage, bound by the force that came from beyond. Knew they that only by freedom from bondage could man ever rise from the earth to the sun. Down they descended in created bodies, taking the semblance of men as their own. The masters of everything said after their forming, we are they who were formed from the space dust, partaking of life from the infinite all, living in the world as children of men, like and yet unlike the children of men. Then for a dwelling place, far beneath the earth's crust, blasted great spaces by their power, spaces apart from the children of men, and surrounded them by forces and power, and shielded them from harm, they, the halls of the dead. Built it underground in the earth. Side by side then placed they other spaces, filled them with life and with light from above. They then builded the halls of Impending, that they might eventually dwell there, living with life to eternity's end. 32 were there of the children, sons of light who had come among men, seeking to be free from the bondage of darkness, those who were bounded by the force from beyond. Deep in the halls of life grew a flower, flaming, expanding, driving backward towards the night. Placed in the center a ray of great potency, life-giving, light-giving, feeling its power all who came near it. Placed they around its throne, 2 and 30, places for each of the children of the night. Places so that they were bathed in the radiance, filled with the life from the eternal life. There, time after time, they placed their first created bodies, so that they might be filled with the spirit of life. 100 years out of each 1,000 must the life-giving light flame forth on their bodies, quickening, awakening the spirit of life. There in the circle from aeon to aeon sits the great master, living a life not known among men. There in the halls of life they lie sleeping. Free flows their soul through the bodies of men.
Oh, you did not.
Time after time, while their bodies like sleeping incarnate, aren't incarnate they into the bodies of men, teaching and guiding onward and upward, out of the darkness into the light. There in the hall of life, filled with their wisdom, known not to the races of man, living forever neath the cold. Fire of life with the children of light. Times there are when they awaken, and they come from the depths to the light to be among men. Infinite they among the finite can find. He who by progress has grown from the darkness, lifting himself from the night into light, free he is made at the halls of the empty, free of the flower of light full of light. Guided he then by wisdom and knowledge, passes from men to the master of life. Sounds like a song, it's a rhythm up on that. Everybody who's already doing knowledge, so if you're maybe going to do a lot, to take that thing here, this is hard to get together. You get the stuff that music and the frequencies and genius and open the fucking portal, the halls of empty, I don't know what to do. There he may dwell as one with the master, free from the bonds of the darkness of life, seated between the flower of radiance, 7 years in the space time of bubble, helping and guiding with infinite wisdom, the path of the time of the kingdom of men. Mighty and strange, they bear with their power, silent, all-knowing, drawing the life force. Different yet one with the children of men, and different yet one with the children of light. Custodians and watchers of the force of man's body bring to news when the light has been reached. First and most mighty sits the veiled presence of the veiled presence, Lord of lords, the infinite not. Over the others repeats the Lord of disciples. 3, 4, 5, and 6, 7, 8, each with his mission, each with his powers, guiding, directing the destiny of man.
Got it in there.
There they sit, mighty and potent, free of all time and space.
Nice and clean.
Not of this world they are, yet
15.
akin to it. Elder brothers they, of the children of men, judging and weighing.
I'll let that sit for a
They,
moment.
with their wisdom, watching of the progress of light among men. There before them, I was led by the dweller, watched him blend with one from above. Then from he came forth a voice, saying, Great art thou, Toth,
Right.
among children of men.
Let's get
Free
this
henceforth
fucking
of the
party
halls of
started.
Amenti,
So we're
master
starting to
of
hear the
life
good
among
shit.
children of men.
See, he has distinguished between two different peaks going on down there. Two different things, two different processes. Kind of like what's going on here. As above is below. Then it's trapped. See? So, yeah, you guessed it. Cooking with fucking catfish has begun. Quiet up here. Don't start it, please. She'll realize I'm up there soon enough. I'm sure she already does. Good, really sleep. She already be freaking out. Oh dear, don't use it without her working right. I'm working like some fried chicken, baked taters. Turning the oven to the magic number. So 20. Infinite heat. Yes. Oh shit. Just made noise and dropped the cap. I'm fucked. Sleep or not, she's waking up now. That should be sufficient for the 2 pieces of chicken. She heard that, didn't she? Mm-hmm. Oh, shit. Angry. She's awake now. She knows I'm trying to be quiet. She is angry. She is. I don't even know what I'm fighting with this bag. She's very upset. I can hear her voice. What's wrong with you, dog? What are you upset about? Our chicken's still frozen. You want to grow to the upset club? Join in. I'm dealing with frozen chicken that I was fixing to fry here. And now I'm at a dilemma. You're gonna start with it. She's upset. She's upset my chicken's frozen too. Oh, fudge. I gotta hang out. Look, the chicken's frozen, boy. Don't start with me. Frozen chicken. Oh, fuck. I gotta go to the store, too. No chicken for you. No fried chicken for you. Those of you who've been here before should be used to this. I gotta go to the store. Damn, my chicken's frozen. No fried chicken. I've had it out all day. It's just cold. What do you do? What do you do, Loki? My motherfucking chicken. Oh, yeah, I got a big dog. A couple of them. Miss Patches and Mr. Chico. I don't know where Chico is. He's probably getting love somewhere. Getting love, not Miss Patches. No love for Patches. Who's cow dog? See, she's a mixture cow. Come here. Don't arf me. Don't arf me. You're just a little baby. You're just a baby. You're just a baby. You sit. You have a seat. Have a seat. Have a sit. Have a sit on your butt. Have a sit on your butt. On your butt. She said, rub my butt. Rub my butt. Rub my butt. Where's Chico? She rolled her eyes. What do you want? He's like, I heard my name. I heard my name. What do you want? What do you want? You're too fucking mean. Look at you. You're vicious. You got her scared to come over here and get love. No, don't hug me. Take him out. Good idea. I'm going to have to go to the store, dude. Unless you want to go to the store, you're 16. Damn it. We need milk, though. I will hug Patrick. We need something else, don't we? Patches hugs. Oh, yeah. We need milk. We need Patches hugs. Foot in the butt. Yeah, Patches. Foot in the ass. Alright, we're having fried chicken. Frozen or not. I mean, it's like still got ice on the chicken. Damn it. You know, I know a trick. I was just gonna fry it. I like it fried, just fried. But I could do it like that too. Let me see. Oh shit, you're gonna get a treat. Patches is laying down. You guys laying down again? Oh, she's standing up on the couch. It doesn't sound like she's laying down again. Sounds like Seamus got her excited again. overlaying down because she's like that. That's what it sounds like. All right. So you're going to get a special treat tonight and get to see me make some amazing shit. But the oil is too quick. This is a 3-process chicken. You got to boil it. And then take all the meat off the fucking bones. You got to get it cold again. Because I'll tell you what, it's hot. Then you batter it, deep fry that shit like little chicken strips. And then you take it out of the deep fryer. Or not deep, oh. And then I'm going to put it on a pan, put some fucking barbecue sauce on that shit, and throw it in here with the baked potatoes. So I'm not doing fried chicken. I'm doing that kind of chicken. The homemade chicken strip chicken, I guess you can call it, process. But I gotta go to the fucking store where my chicken boils. I'm out of milk, and we go through it. If I didn't have milk, I wouldn't have any fat intake. I chug that shit. Yep, you guys get to see the whole process. I gotta go kill my oxygen too. I forgot I had to get milk. I might as well get a couple of things while I'm there real quick. It's only right down the street. You know that. Like I said, if you've been here before, you know I'll be back. Enjoy the dogs. They will bark the whole time. And if you don't like barking dogs, you're in the wrong fucking channel. You're in the wrong corner because we got Patches and Chico and me. I will let you watch Chico and Patches prance around over here and get you a full view of the boiling pot. Don't watch it. Don't watch it. It won't boil. All right. Let's see. Can you hear tablets? Because I've heard them. I think you can.
Taste not of death except as thou wilt. Well, that sounds like Crowley. Taste not of death except as thou wilt. Drink thou of life to eternity's end. Henceforth forever is life. Thine is for the taking.
Is that too loud?
Henceforth is death at the call of thy hand. Dwell here or leave here when thou desire it. Free is a mintage.
You never know what I'm
going
to do with Catfish's Corner.
Take thou
I'll be right
life
back.
in what form thou desireth. Child of the light that has grown among men, choose thou thy work, for all should must labor. Never be free from the pathway of light. One step thou hast gained of the long pathway upward, infinite now is the mountain of light. Each step thou taketh but heightens the mountain. All of thy progress but lengthens the goal. Approach ye ever the infinite wisdom. Ever before thee recedes the goal. Free are ye made now of the halls of Amenti. To walk hand in hand with the lords of the world. One in one purpose, working together to bring light to the children of men. Then from his throne came one of the masters, taking my hand and leading me onward through the halls of the deep hidden land. He led me through the halls of Amenti, showing me the mysteries that are known not to man. Through the dark passage, downward he led me into the hall, where sight the dark death, where sit the dark death. Vast as space lay the great hall before me, walled by darkness, yet filled with light.
I got the chicken over
Before me
here.
arose a great throne
I
of
got the
darkness.
oven on
Veiled on
standby,
it
so
sat a
it's
figure of the night. Darker than darkness sat the figure, dark with the darkness not of the night. Before it then paused the master, speaking the word that brings about life, saying, O master of darkness, guide of the way from life unto life, before thee I bring a son of the morning. Touch him not ever with the power of night. Call not his flame to the darkness of night. Know him and see him, one of our brothers, lifted from darkness into the light. Release thou his flame from its bondage. Free let it flame through the darkness of night. Raised then the hand of the figure. Forth came a flame that grew clear and bright, and rolled back swiftly the curtain of darkness, and unveiled the hall from the darkness of night. Then grew in the great space before me flame after flame from the veil of the night. Uncounted millions leaped before me, some flaming forth as flowers of fire. Others there were there that shed a dim radiance, flowing but faintly from out of the light. Some there were that faded swiftly, others that grew from a small spark of light, each surrounded by its dim veil of darkness, yet flaming with light that could never be quenched. Coming and going like fireflies in the springtime, filled they the space with light and life. This is a bunch of souls, like the Hall of Souls. Then spoke a voice mighty and solemn, saying, These are lights that are souls among men. Yep, I was right. Growing and fading, existing forever, changing yet living through death into life. When they have bloomed into flower, reached the zenith of growth in their life, swiftly then said, I send my veil of darkness, shrouding and changing to new forms of life. Steadily upward throughout the ages, growing and expanding into yet another flame, lighting the darkness with yet greater power, quenched yet unquenched by the veil of the night. So grows the soul of man ever upward, quenched yet unquenched by the darkness of night. I, death, come, and yet I remain not, for life eternal exists in the all. Only an obstacle I am in the pathway, quick to be conquered by the infinite light. Awaken, O flame that burns ever inward, flame forth and conquer the veil of night. Then in the midst of the flames and the darkness grew there one that drove forth the night, flaming, expanding even brighter, until at last was nothing but light. Then spoke my guide, the voice of the Master. See your own soul as it grows in the light, free now forever from the Lord of the night. Forward he led me through many great spaces filled with the mysteries of the children of light, mysteries that man may never know, yet of he too is of a son of the light. Backward then he led me into the light of the hall of the light. I knelt then before the great masters, lords of all from the cycles above. Spoke he then with words of great power, saying, Thou hast been made free of the halls of Amenti. Choose thou thy work among the children of men. Then spoke I, O great master, let me be a teacher of men, leading them onward and upward until they too are lights among men, freed from the veil of the night that surrounds them, flaming with light that shall shine among men. Then the voice spoke to me, Go as ye will, so it be decreed. Master are ye of your destiny, free to take or reject it at will. Take ye the power, take ye the wisdom, shine as a light among the children of men. Then upward the dweller led me. I dwelt again among the children of men, teaching and showing some of my wisdom. Son of the light, a fire among them. Now again I tread the path downward, seeking the light in the darkness of night. Hold ye and keep ye, preserve my record. Guide it, it shall be to the children of men. So that's the end of tablet number 2. telleth thee the key of wisdom. I, Toth the Atlantean, give my wisdom, give my knowledge, give my power. Freely I give to the children of men. Give that they too might have wisdom, to shine through the world from the veil of the night. Wisdom is power, and power is wisdom, one with each other, perfecting the whole. Be thou not proud, O man, in thy wisdom. Discourse with the ignorant as well as with the wise. If one comes to thee full of knowledge, listen and heed, for wisdom is all. Keep thou not silent when evil is spoken for truth. Like the sunlight, it shines above all. He who oversteppeth the law shall be punished, for only through law comes the freedom of men. Cause thou not fear, for fear is a bondage, a fetter that binds the darkness to men. Follow thine heart during the lifetime. Do more than is commanded of thee. When thou hast gained riches, follow thine heart, for all these are of no avail if thy heart be weary. Diminish thou not the time of following the heart. It is abhorred of the soul. They that are guided go not astray, but they that are lost cannot find a straight path. If you go among men, make for thyself love, the beginning and end of the heart. If one cometh unto thee for counsel, let him speak freely, that the thing for which he hath come to thee may be done. If he hesitates to open his heart to thee, it is because thou, the judge, doeth wrong. Repeat thou not extravagant speech, neither listen to it, for it is the utterance of one not in equilibrium. Speak thou not of it, so that he before thee may know wisdom. Silence is of great profit. An abundance of speech profiteth nothing. Exalt not thine heart above the children of men, lest it be brought lower than the dust. If thou be great among men, be honored for knowledge and gentleness. If thou seekest to know the nature of a friend, ask not his companion, but pass a time alone with him, debate with him, testing his heart by his words and his bearing. That which goeth into the storehouse must come forth, and the things that are thine must be shared with a friend. Thine or yours. Knowledge is regarded by the fool as ignorance, and the things that are profitable are to him hurtful. He liveth in death, it is therefore his food. That's an interesting statement, as I've talked about many before, feeding on the negative energy. The wise man lets his heart overflow, but keeps his mouth. O man, listen to the voice of wisdom. Listen to the voice of light. Mysteries there are in the cosmos that unveiled fill the world with their light. Let he who would be free from the bonds of darkness first divine the material from the immaterial, the fire from the earth. For know ye that as earth descends to earth, so also fire ascends into fire and becomes one with the fire. He who knows the fire that is within himself shall ascend unto the eternal fire and dwell in it eternally. Fire, the inner fire, is the most potent force of all, for it overcometh all things and penetrates to all things of the earth. Man supports himself only on that which resists, so earth must resist man, else he exists not. All eyes do not see with the same vision, for to one an object appears of one form and color, and to a different eye of another. So also the infinite fire, changing from color to color, is never the same from day to day. Thus speak I, Toth, of my wisdom. For man is a fire burning bright through the night. Never is quenched in the veil of darkness. Never is quenched by the veil of the night. Into men's hearts I looked by my wisdom, found them not free from the bondage of strife, or free from the toils. Thy fire, O my brother, lest it be buried in the shadow of night. Hark ye, O man, and listen to this wisdom. Where do name and form cease? Only in consciousness, invisible and infinite force of radiance bright. The forms that ye create by brightening thy vision and truly effects that follow thy cause. Cause and effect, the law of attraction. Man is a star bound to a body. That's a profound statement. I know that, what's her name? Alice Bailey gets into that a lot. That's why they're so obsessed with Sirius, you know. Sirius is supposedly another dimension of reality that the souls can exist in. I mean, Alice Bailey talks about in her book, Initiation, Human and Solar, that once you reach the tip top of the degrees of initiations of Freemasonry on Earth, you can go to the other degrees at which you're only an adept, a beginner, and that takes place on a lodge that is located on Sirius that you can only get to after death. Yeah. Man is a star bound to a body. Until in the end he is freed through his strife, only by struggle and toiling, thy utmost shall the star within thee bloom out into a new life. He who knows the commencement of all things, free is his star from the realm of night. Remember, O man, that all which exists is only another form of that which exists not. Parallel universes. Everything that has being is passing into yet another being, and thou thyself are not an exception. Consider the law, for all is law. Seek not that which is not of the law, for such exists only in the illusions of the senses. Wisdom cometh to all her children, even as they cometh unto wisdom. All through the ages the light has been hidden. Awake, O man, and be wise. Deep in the mysteries of life I have traveled, seeking and searching for that which is hidden. List ye, O man, and be wise, far neath the earth's crust, in the halls of Mente. Mysteries I saw that are hidden from men. Oft have I journeyed the deep hidden passage, looked on the light that is life among men. There, neath the flowers of life ever living, I searched the hearts and the secrets of men. Found I that man is but living in darkness. Light of the great fire is hidden within. We're living in a darkness we don't know we're living in. So we haven't been allowed to know how to make our light radiate and shine in the proper way. Before the lords of hidden Amenti, learned I the wisdom I give unto men. Masters are they of the great secret wisdom, brought from the future of infinity's end. 7 are they, the lords of Amenti. Overlords, they, of the children of morning, sons of the cycles, masters of wisdom. Formed are not they as children of men. 3, 4, 5, and 6, 7, 8, 9 are the titles of the masters of men. Far from the future, formless yet forming, came they as teachers for the children of men. Live they forever, yet not of the living, bound not to life, and yet free from death. Rule they forever with infinite wisdom, bound yet not bound to the dark halls of death. Life they have in them, but yet life that is not life. Free from all are the lords of the all. Forth from them came forth the Logos, instruments, they of the power over all. Vast is their countenance, yet hidden in smallness, formed by a forming, known yet unknown. Is that where the known, unknown things comes from fucking Rumsfeld? You've been hitting the sauce, reading the Emerald Tablets of Toth. Somebody needs to put that in a song. Hitting the sauce, reading the Emerald Tablets of Toth. 4 is he who loses the power, Lord, key of life to the children of men. Light is his body, flame is his countenance, freer of souls to the children of men. 5 is the master, the Lord of all magic, key to the word that resounds among men. 5 magics. 6 is the Lord of light, the hidden pathway, path of the souls of the children of men. 7 is he who is the Lord of the vastness, master of space and the key of the times. 8 is he who orders the progress, weighs and balances the journey of men. 9 is the Father, vast he of countenance, forming and changing from out of the formless. Meditate on the symbols I give thee. Keys are they, though hidden from men. Reach ever upward, O soul of the morning. Turn thy thoughts upward to light and to light. Find in the keys of the numbers I bring thee, light on the pathway from life unto life. Seek ye with wisdom, turn thy thoughts inward. Close not thy mind to the flower of light. Place in the body a thought-formed picture. Think of the numbers that lead thee to light. Clear is the pathway to he who has wisdom. Open the door to the kingdom of light. Pour forth thy flame as a sun of the morning. Shut out the darkness and live in the day. Take thee, O man, as part of thy being, the 7 who are but not as they seem. Opened, O man, have I my wisdom. Follow the path in the way that I have led. Masters of wisdom, son of the morning light and life to the children of men. So that's the end of tablet 3 there. Wow, just more interesting stuff from the Emerald Tablets of Toth. Another one of these things, when you start reading, you're like, I can really start to see why they don't really want us to read this stuff, or certainly probably don't like the fact that some Yahoo like me's up here reading it over the airwaves either. But you know what? We're here to do a job. We're here to get information out. We're here to hopefully try and get you to have a newer understanding of this stuff. And I think that only comes with new information and looking at new stuff a different way, and maybe looking at things you hadn't looked at before, or looking at things you did look at before, but with new eyes and new context. That's the important thing, is always stay on top of just because you read something 10 years ago doesn't mean that you're going to feel the same way about it now. Same way with movies or music or anything. Let's go back and revisit those things after you've grown, and it can sometimes be a yardstick for just how far you've come and how much farther you need to go. Tablet number 4, the Spaceborn. Listen ye, O man, to the voice of wisdom. Listen to the voice of Toth, the Atlantean. Freely I give to thee my wisdom, gathered from the time and space of this cycle.
How's our chicken doing?
Master of mystery, son of the morning, living forever a child of the light. Shining with brightness, star of the morning, Toth, the teacher of men is of all. Long time ago, I in my childhood lay near the stars on long buried Atlantis, dreaming of mysteries for above men, far above men.
She's excited.
Then in my heart grew there a great longing to conquer the pathway that led to the stars. Year after year I sought their wisdom, seeking new knowledge, following the way, until at last my soul in great travail broke from its bondage and bounded away. Free I was from the bondage of earthmen. Free from the body, I flashed through the night. Unlocked at last for me was the star space. Free was I from the bondage of night. Now to the end of space sought I wisdom, far beyond knowledge of finite man. Far into space my soul traveled freely, into infinity's circle of light. Strange beyond knowledge were some of the planets, great and gigantic beyond dreams of men. Yet found I law in all of its beauty, working through and among them as here among men. Flashed forth my soul through an infinity's beauty, far through space I flew with my thoughts. Rested I there on a planet of beauty, strains of harmony filled all the air. Shapes there were, moving in order, great and majestic as stars in the night. Mounting in harmony, ordered equilibrium, symbols of the cosmic like unto law. Many the stars I passed in my journey, many the races of men on their worlds, some reaching high as the stars of the morning, some falling low in the blackness of night.
Look,
Each and all of them struggling upward, gaining the heights and plumbing the depths, moving at times in realms of brightness, living through darkness, gaining the light. Know, man, that light is thy heritage. Know that darkness is only a veil. Sealed in time, heart is brightness eternal.
Stuck under the bed now.
Waiting the moment of freedom to conquer, waiting to rend the veil of night. Some I found that conquered the ether.
Yes, Patrick, you will, Jug.
While yet they were men.
Alright, so the
Using
chicken
the
is
force that is the foundation of all things,
so to speak.
far in a space
Still got
constructed
some ways
they
to go.
a planet. This sounds like Star Wars. I mean, the beginning of this was like in a galaxy a long time ago, far, far away. Then it's talking about using the force. I mean, in fact, there's all kinds of stuff that's in the occult literature of Star Wars. There's just stuff behind it. I mean, this is pretty blatant right here, guys. I mean, a long time ago, galaxy far, far away, using the force that is the foundation of all things. Far in space, they constructed a planet, the Death Star, drawn by the force that flows through all, condensing, coalescing into ether, into forms they grew as they willed. I mean, that sounds like the fucking Emperor, doesn't it? Outstripping in science, they, all of the races, mighty in wisdom, sons of the stars, long time I paused, watching their wisdom. Saw them create from out of the ether cities, gigantic of rose and gold, formed forth from the primal element, base of all matter, the ether, far flung. Far in the paths they had conquered the ether, freed themselves from the bondage of toil. That means they freed themselves from, because that's what the Anunnaki, remember? Just like our listener pointed out, a lot of similarities here. With these translations of these tablets. From the Lost Book of Enki, Sumerian tablets, this. Very similar writing here. But the bondage of the toil was the bondage of, that's what they talked about, humanity, the toil and bondage for eternity on behalf for the Anunnaki. They formed in mind only a picture and swiftly created, it grew. For then my soul sped throughout the cosmos, seeing ever new things and old, learning that man is truly space-born, a son of the sun, a child of the stars. Know ye, O man, wherever from ye inhabit, surely it is one with the stars. Thy bodies are nothing but planets, revolving around their central sun.
Start with me, boy. I'll give you
Or
better.
heart. When ye have gained the light of all wisdom, free shall ye be to shine in the ether.
She says she sure
One of the
likes
suns
that.
that light outer darkness. One of the spaceborn grown into light. Just as the stars in time lose their brilliance, light passing from them into the great source, so, O man, the soul passes onward,
You don't want it, Patsy.
leaving behind the darkness of night. Formed forth ye from the primal ether, filled with the
Somebody's
brilliance that flows from the
misunderstanding her or
source.
something.
Bound by the ether, coalesced around, yet ever in flames until at last it is free. Lift up your flame from out of the darkness. Fly from the night, and ye shall be free. Travel I through space and time, knowing my soul at last was set free. Knowing that now I might pursue wisdom, until at last I pass to a plane, hidden from knowledge, not known to wisdom, extension beyond all that we ye know.
Sure as hell ain't doing much other than that.
Now, oh man, when I had this knowing, happy my soul grew, for now I was free.
Too short, Chico.
Listen, ye spaceborn, listen to my wisdom. Know ye not ye the two will be free. Know ye not that ye two will be free. Listen ye again, oh man, to my wisdom, that hearing ye too might live and be free. Not of the earth are you, earthy, but child of the infinite cosmic light. I like that. Not of the earth are ye, earthy. Ye earthy. No, you're not of the earth, human. You're a child of the infinite cosmic light. You've been lied to and told that you're a child of the earth and you're from the no. You're a child of the infinite cosmic light. Boy, talk about something they don't want you to know right there.
Uh-oh.
Know ye not your heritage? Know ye not that you are truly the light? Son of the great sun when ye gain wisdom?
Everywhere.
Truly aware of your kinship with the light? Notice how that?
Yes!
You're the son of the great sun when you gain wisdom. Kept in ignorance, you're nothing.
You know,
That's in a nutshell, isn't it, folks?
I was like, uh-oh.
Son of the great sun, when ye gain wisdom, truly aware of your kinship with light. Now to ye I give knowledge.
Oh my God.
Freedom to walk in the path I have trod. Showing ye truly how by my striving I trod the path that leads to the stars.
Try that again.
Follow ye ever the path of wisdom. Only by this can ye rise from below.
You're making milkshakes from
Every
now
man's
on.
destiny leads him
Where'd I put
onward
the lid? I
into
probably
the
threw it on the
curves
ground.
of
I did.
infinity's all.
God.
Know ye, old man, that all space is ordered. Only by order are ye one with the all. Order and balance are the law of the cosmos.
That's right.
Follow and ye shall be one with the all.
I'm throwing it on the ground, Patches.
He who would follow the pathway of wisdom, open must he be to the flower of life,
You don't want any of this milkshake?
extending his consciousness
You do.
out of the darkness, flowing through time and space
You should.
into the all.
It's too delicious
Deep
for
in
children.
the silence first ye must linger, until at last you are free from desire, free from the longing to speak in the silence, conquered by silence the bondage of words,
She said so.
abstaining from eating until we have conquered desire for food, that is the bondage of soul. Then lie ye down in the darkness, close your eyes from the rays of the light, center the soul force in the place of your consciousness, shaking it free from the bonds of the night. Place in your mind the image that you desire. Place the picture that you desire to see and vibrate back and forth with your power. Loosen the soul from out of its night.
Where are you going with my
Fiercely must
shake?
thou shake with all of thy
I
power,
told you it's too delicious
so at
for
last
children.
your soul shall be free. Mighty beyond words is the flame of the cosmic hanging in planes, unknown to man, mighty and balanced, moving in order, music of harmonies, far beyond man. Speaking with music, singing with color, flame from the beginning of eternity's all, spark of the flame thou art.
My hell
O my children, burning with color and living with music, list to the voice, and thou shalt be free.
Hear that, Chico?
Consciousness
he's
free
free.
is
Uncle
fused
Pat's
with the
is good.
cosmic, one with the order and law of the all. Knew ye not, man, that out of the darkness light shall flame forth, a symbol of all.
All right. I'm ready to
Pray
strip
ye
some
this
chicken.
prayer for attaining of wisdom. Pray for the coming of light
I
to
don't
the
think
all.
chicken's ready for me to strip it, though.
Mighty spirit of
Not
light
yet.
that shines through the cosmos, draw my flame closer in harmony to
Close.
thee. Lift up my fire from out of the darkness, magnet of fire that is one with the all. Lift up my soul, thou mighty and potent, child of the light, turn not away. Draw me in power to melt in thy furnace, one with all things and all things in one. Fire of the life stream and one with the brain. When ye have freed thy soul from its bondage, know that for ye the darkness is gone, even though space ye may seek wisdom, bound not by the fetters forged in the flesh. Onward and upward into the morning, free flash, O soul, to the realms of light. Move thou in order, move thou in harmony. Freely shalt move with the children of light.
Okay.
Seek ye and know ye my key of wisdom, thus, O man.
I don't have permits, so I gotta have some chocolate for some extra thought power. I know.
Powerful stuff there. Powerful stuff there. Tablet number 4. Man, the more I read this stuff, it's unbelievable. I mean, you can really see where somebody who had access to this information could totally turn this into all the major world religions and into a total system of control.
Totally.
That's unbelievable. Unbelievable stuff. Very interesting read. Know ye, O man, the harlot, the master, was never one with the children of men. Out of the ether he called the substance and molded it by the power of Etolan into the forms he built with his mind. Mile upon mile it covered the island. Space upon space it grew in its might. Black yet not black, but dark like the space of time. Deep in its heart the essence of light. Swiftly the temple grew into being, molded and shaped by the world of the dweller. Called from the formless into a form. Builded he then within it great chambers. Filled them with forms called forth from the ether.
Excuse me.
This sounds like it's funny that he's making this sound like this is. I mean, okay. I read some a news report from the Rockwall Success newspaper where two of these guys had went down into one of the subterranean chambers. I think underneath where the Rockwall, the old Rockwall courthouse is in downtown Rockwall. And there was this report where they found these two black marble pillars inside of this chamber that shone and shined like something from the Orient. Like black granite sparkling. But it's funny they reference that here. Black yet not black, but yet black by the dark of space-time. I mean, it seems interesting. In these different rooms that he built, well, that's what the rock wall has found to have been. They found within the perimeter of the wall itself, they found room after room of different chambers and temple rooms and all of this stuff, all been covered up. And one of the pictures I saw of Quetzalcoatl, supposedly what Aslan was, what Quetzalcoatl created, which was Aslan means Atlantis, was that same exact type of structure. And of course, Quetzalcoatl and Toth are supposed to be the same person, as well as Hermes Trismegistus, the thrice-born Toth, Hermes Trismegistus, and Quetzalcoatl. Now again, Quetzalcoatl was master of two things: crystal working and metallurgy, alchemy. Well, two things have been found that relate to that with the rock wall. Number one, crystals, geopolymer crystals, 3 different types of crystals that don't exist around this area, brought together and made into a polymer that seals and holds the rocks of the wall together. Number two, an alloy wheel, a small alloy wheel was made of copper, aluminum, tin, 4 or 5 different metals. I held it in my hand. Was embedded into the wall. And
that's cool.
just with that report, I remember reading that report of him seeing these black pillars. It just caught my attention there for a minute. I'll continue. But this is talking about building this, and I don't know why flashes as he's talking about building this temple using ethereal energy in the ether to great. I don't know why. Just flashes of rock walls started coming in my head like this is connecting. This is connecting. This is connected to this. I'm going to try to follow those those little flashes when they come to you, because, I mean, believe me, man, I used to ignore them, but now 99% of the time they're right. Swiftly the temple grew into being, molded and shaped by the word of the dweller. Called from the formless into a form, builded he then within it great chambers. Filled them with forms called forth from the ether, filled them with wisdom called forth from his mind. Formless was he within its temple, yet he was formed in the image of men. Dwelling among them, yet not of them, strange and far different was he of the children of men. Chose he then from among the people 3 who became his gateway. So he chose 3 people to incarnate into. Choose he the 3 from the highest to become his links with Atlantis. Messengers, they who carried his counsel to the kings of the children of men. Brought he forth others and taught them wisdom. Teachers, they to the children of men. Placed he them on the island of Undal to stand as teachers of light to men. Each of those who were thus chosen taught must he be for years 5 and 10. Only thus could he have understanding to bring light to the children of men. Thus there came into being the temple, a dwelling place for the master of men. I, Toth, have ever sought wisdom, searching in darkness and searching in light. Long in my youth I traveled the pathway, seeking ever new knowledge to gain, until after much striving, one of the 3 to me brought the light. Brought he to me the commands of the dweller, called me from the darkness into the light. Brought he me before the dweller, deep in the temple before the great fire. There on the great throne beheld I the dweller, clothed with light and flashing with fire. Down I knelt before that great wisdom, feeling the light flowing through me in waves. Sounds like he meant the light bringer, doesn't it? What else could it be? Heard I then the voice of the dweller, O darkness, come into the light. Long have ye sought the pathway to light. Each soul on earth that loosens its fetters shall soon be made free from the bondage of night. Forth from the darkness have ye risen. Closer approach the light of your goal. Here ye shall dwell as one of my children, keeper of records gathered by wisdom, instrument through of the light from beyond. Ready by thou made to do what is needed. Preserver of wisdom through the ages of darkness that shall come fast on the children of men. Live thee here and drink of all wisdom. Secrets and mysteries unto thee shall unveil. Then answered I, the master of cycles, saying, O light that descended to men, give thou to me of thy wisdom, that I might be a teacher of men. Give thou of thy light, that I may be free. Spoke again then to me the master. Age after age shall ye live through your wisdom. I win o'er Atlantis, the ocean's wave roll, holding the light through hidden in darkness, ready to come whenever thou shalt call. I love how it talks about Atlantis as being something that it was not just exist one time. The way they talk about that, and the reference that they refer to that as there being multiple Atlantis. One of our listeners a couple weeks ago was referencing, that movie 2012 as being about the fall of Atlantis, a symbolic allegory for the fall of Atlantis, and I sort of agree with that. That very well could be
when the Anunnaki came through.
what they're talking about here, because
They're like the children of men, but not the children of men.
John D, his whole Enochian magic system, Enochian language system, was based on these tablets. That's a fact.
Yep.
So, it does stand very well to reach. I mean, John D was telling Francis Bacon about America being the new Atlantis, all that whole deal.
Yep.
But right there, they reference, because this is supposed to be this
New Babylon.
stuff that we're reading here is supposed to be after the fall of Atlantis anyway. So he's referencing Atlantis as being this thing where, it's something that periodically is built and then falls and then rebuilt again. It starts all over again.
Exactly, and becomes the new Atlantis. Here.
When over Atlantis, the ocean waves roll, holding the light, though hidden in darkness, ready to come whenever thou shalt call. Go thee now and learn greater wisdom. Go thou through light to infinity's all. Long then dwelt I in the temple of the dweller, until at last I was one with the light. Followed I then the path to the star plains. Followed I then the pathway to light. Deep into earth's heart I followed the pathway, learning the secrets below as above, learning the pathway to the halls of Amenti, learning the law that balances the world.
My God.
To earth's hidden chambers pierced I by my wisdom, deep through the earth's crust into the pathway hidden for ages from the children of men. Unveiled before me ever more wisdom until I reached a new knowledge, found that all is part of an all, great and yet greater than all that we know. You had that in the news tonight, didn't we?
We gotta turn that down.
Searched I
The new
infinity's
hot
heart
water heater's
through all
hot.
the ages. Deeper and yet deeper more mysteries I found. Now, as I look back through the ages, know I that wisdom is boundless, ever grown greater throughout the ages, one with infinities greater than all.
Mm-hmm.
Light there was in ancient Atlantis, yet darkness too was hidden in all. Fell from the light into the darkness some who had risen to heights among men. Proud they became because of their knowledge. Proud were they of their place among men. Deep delved they into the forbidden, and opened the gateway that led to below. Sought they to gain ever more knowledge, but seeking to bring it up from below. He who descends below must have balance, else he is bound by lack of our light. Opened they then by their knowledge pathways forbidden to man. Built in his temple, all-seeing the dweller lay in his aguante, while through Atlantis his soul roamed free. Saw he the Atlanteans by their magic, opening the gateway that would bring to earth a great. There we are talking about opening this gateway, opening up a portal.
The big one.
Fast fled his soul then back to his body. Up he arose from his aguante. Called he the three mighty messengers. Gave the commands that shattered the world. Deep neath earth's crust to the halls of Amenti, swiftly descended the dweller. Called he then on the powers of the seven lords, wielded, and changed the earth's balance.
Gotta hear what you.
Sounds like a pole shift. Down sank Atlantis beneath the dark waves, shattered the gateway that had been opened, shattered the doorway that led down below. All of the islands were shattered except Unal, and part of the island of the sons of the dweller. Preserved he them to be the teachers, lights on the path for those to come after, lights for the lesser children of men.
Sweet baby Ray.
Called he then I Toth
Baby Ray.
before him, gave me commands for all I should do, saying, Take thou, O Toth, all of your wisdom. Take all of your records, take all of your magic. Go thou forth as a teacher of men.
Step 3.
Go thou forth reserving the records until in time light grows among men. Light shall thou be all through the ages, hidden yet found by enlightened men. Over all earth give we ye power. Free thou to give it or to take it away. Gather thou now the sons of Atlantis. Take them and flee to the people of the rock caves. Fly to the land of the children of Chem. Then gathered I the sons of Atlantis. Into the spaceship I brought all my records. I brought the records of sunken Atlantis. Gathered I all of my powers and instruments, many of mighty magic. Up then we rose on wings of the morning. High we arose above the temple.
Yeah.
Leaving
Yeah,
behind the
yeah.
dwellers and the halls neath the temple. Closing the pathway to the lords of the cycles. Yet ever to him who has knowing, open shall be the path to Amenti. Fast fled we then on the wings of the morning, fled to the land of the children of Cam. There by my power I conquered and ruled them. Raised I to light the children of Cam, deep beneath their rocks I buried my spaceship, waiting the time when man might be free. Over the spaceship erected a marker in the form of a lion, yet unto a man. There, neath the image, rests yet my spaceship, forth to be brought when the need shall arise. So his spaceship is underneath the Sphinx. Well, that's great. I'm glad we know that now. Know ye, O man, that far in the future invaders shall come from out of the deep. Oh, really? Far in the future, invaders shall come from out of the deep. Then awake, ye who have wisdom. Bring forth my ship and conquer with ease. Deep neath the image lies my secret. Search and find in the pyramid I built. We will do that, sir. Each to the other is the keystone, each the gateway that leads into life. Follow the key I leave behind me. Seek, and the doorway to life shall be thine. Seek thou in my pyramid, deep in the passage that ends in a wall. Seek thou in my pyramid, deep in a passage that ends in a wall. That's that video I was telling you about. Seek it, and the doorway of life shall be thine. That was that video I told you guys about last week. You can find that again. Yeah, Great Pyramid, a strange sacred door at the top half in the Queen's chamber. I saw that referenced last week in some of the tablets that we were reading from. And I'm going to drop it in the chat room again for you there. It's that green video. You have to watch it, Nancy. That's exactly what he's talking about there.
Yep.
Let me read that for you again.
Sounds like it, Josh. I know what you're talking about. They had a little robot went up in there.
Know ye, O man, that far in the future invaders shall come from out of the deep. Then awake ye who have wisdom. Bring forth my ship and conquer with ease. Deep beneath the image lies my secret. Search and find in the pyramid I built. Each to the other is the keystone, each the gateway that leads into life. Follow the key I leave behind me. Seek, and the doorway to life shall be thine. Seek thou in my pyramid, deep in the passage that ends in a wall. That in that video you will see that's the passageway that ends in a wall. They sent a robot in there with a camera. And you can see it. It's a star chart. That's what he's talking about here. It's there. And we're just ignoring it?
Yep. Completely ignoring it, Josh. See, I put the biscuits in with these because
I want to figure this out. I want to make all this happen. How do we do that? Anybody got any ideas? Use thou the key of the seven, and open to thee the pathway will fall. Now unto thee I have given my wisdom. Now unto thee I have given my way. Follow the pathway, solve thou my secrets.
You guys already had chicken.
Unto thee I have shown the way.
Dog food galore.
So that's the end of tablet number 5.
Look out, homies.
The Key of Magic. The Emerald Tablets of Toth. Tablet number 6. Hark ye, O man, to the wisdom of magic. Hark the knowledge of powers forgotten.
I can't help you.
Long ago, in the days of the first man, warfare began between darkness and light. Men then as now were filled with both darkness and light, the duality. And while in some darkness held sway, in other light filled the soul. Age-old in this warfare, the eternal struggle between darkness and light, fiercely is it fought all through the ages using strange powers hidden to men. Again, I read this stuff, man. I'm going, George Lucas was all over this stuff before he wrote Star Wars. There's just no way he wasn't. Adepts has there been, filled with the blackness, struggling always against the light. But others there are who, filled with brightness,
for my rolls,
have ever conquered the darkness of night. Wherever ye may be in all ages and plain, surely know that ye shall know of the battle with night.
I gotta have a little bit of green butter for my tater.
Long ages ago, the sons, S-U-N-S, the sons of the morning,
purposely green,
descending found the world filled with night.
Called marijuana.
There in that past began the struggle, the age-old battle of darkness and light.
It was good.
Many in the time were so filled with darkness that only feebly flamed the light from the night.
It's good, buddy.
Some there were masters of darkness who sought to fill all with their darkness, and sought to draw others into their night.
Fear not, I've done this before.
Fiercely withstood they, the masters of brightness. Fiercely fought
fear, boy.
they from the darkness of night. They sought ever to tighten the fetters, the chains that bind men to the darkness of night. Used they always the dark magic,
Baked potatoes are
brought into men by the power of darkness. Magic then shrouded man's soul with darkness.
Come here, kid.
Banded together as in order brothers of darkness they through the ages, antagonists they to the children of men, walked they always secret and hidden, found yet not found by the children of men. Forever they walked and worked in darkness, hiding from the light in the darkness of night. Silently, secretly used they their power, enslaving and binding the souls of men. Unseen they come and unseen they go. Man in his ignorance calls them from below. Dark is the way of the dark brothers. They travel dark, of the darkness, not of the light. Traveling over the earth, they walk through man's dreams. Power they have gained from the darkness around them to call other dwellers from out of their plane in ways that are dark and unseen by man. Into man's mind space reach the dark brothers.
Thanks, sir.
Around it, they close the veil of their night. There, through its lifetime, that soul dwells
This is
in
taking a
bondage,
little longer to cook
bound
than
by the fetters of the
what I
veil
had planned
of
on
the
cooking.
night. Mighty are they
But
in
it's
the
going to
forbidden
be
knowledge,
fucking delicious.
because it is one with the night. Hark ye, old man, and
Look at
listen
Chico,
to
he
my
can
warning.
tell.
Be ye free from the bondage
He's
of
really
night.
upset right now.
Surrender not your soul to the brothers of darkness. Keep
He
thy
knows he ain't
face
getting
ever
shit,
turned
Chico.
towards the light.
I'm getting none of that. Look at that. Ain't done chicken over there.
Know ye not, O man, that your sorrow only has come
Ain't
through the
done
veil
left.
of the
You guys
night.
already had all yours. I promise.
Aye, man, heed ye my warning. Strive ever upward. Turn your soul toward the light.
I know I'm not. I'm gonna lock
The brothers
myself
of
in the
darkness
basement.
seek for their
You'll
brothers,
never see me
those who
again.
travel the pathway of light.
Ever.
Well know they that those who have traveled far towards the sun in their pathway of light have yet another greater power
Who knows what time it is?
to bind with darkness the children of light. Listen ye, O man, to he who comes to you, but weigh in the balance if his words be of light, because there are many who walk in dark brightness, and yet they are not children of the light. Easy it is to follow their pathway. And so, again, stuff's written by Yoda. Easy it is to follow their pathway. Easy to follow the path that they lead. But yet, oh man, heed ye my warning. Once light comes to him who strives. Hard is the pathway that leads to wisdom. Hard is the pathway that leads to the light. Many shall find ye the stones in your pathway, many the mountains to climb
Fucking good
towards the
milkshake.
light.
See,
Yet
I not
know
only
ye, O
blow
man,
glass,
to
I
him
give
that
recipes.
overcometh, free will he be of the pathway of light. For ye know, O man, in the end light must conquer, and darkness
That's my
and
secret
night
chicken
be
strip.
banished from light.
Catfish chicken strip. What the hell you
Listen, O
want?
man, and heed ye this wisdom.
He's tiny.
Even as darkness, so is the light. When darkness is banished and all veils
What do
are
you
rended, out there shall flash from the darkness
What
the
she
light.
want? What does she want?
Even as exist among men the dark brothers, so there exists the brothers of light. Antagonists, they are of the brothers of darkness, seeking to free men from the night. Powers they have, mighty and potent. Knowing the law,
We do it.
they obey the planets.
What are you doing, Chico?
They work ever in harmony and order,
Well, how'd you get
freeing
so
the
tall?
man's soul from the bondage of night.
so tall? How'd you get so tall? Chico?
Secret and hidden.
I don't know. I'm sure.
Known not are they, the children of men. Ever have they fought the dark brothers, conquering. Time without yet always light shall in the
He ran
end
away.
be mastered,
He ran away, Patsy.
driving away the darkness of night.
Ran away.
I, man, know ye this, knowing always beside the walk with the children of night.
What'd you give Chico?
Masters they of the sun power, ever unseen, yet the guardians of men.
Yes, you did.
Open to all is their pathway.
She
Open
winked
to
at
he
me
who
like,
walks
"Oh,
in
give
the
me
light.
some." I
Free
can't.
are they of ornament, free of the halls,
Capture,
where
get out of
life
here. Get out
reigns
of the
supreme.
face. Out of the face with the barking.
Sons are they and lords of the morning, children of the light to shine among men.
Patches, your dog.
Like man they were,
Go.
and
Go.
yet they are
No, those
alike
are thumbs up.
yet
You don't
divided were
belong
they
in my
in
kitchen.
the past. One have they been in oneness eternal throughout all space since the beginning of time. Up did they come in the oneness with the
You gonna
all
help me?
one, up from the
Look
first
out.
space, formed and unformed.
Crazy dog.
Given to man,
She's trying to help
they
me.
have given to man secrets that he shall guard and protect to him from all harm. He who would travel the path of the master must be free from the bondage of night. Conquer he must the formless and shapeless. Conquer must he the
Almost
phantom
as
of
bad.
fear.
Don't start. Your
Knowing
bullshit.
must he gain of all the secrets. Travel the pathway that leads through the darkness, yet before him
Are
keep
you
the
hungry?
light of his goal.
Huh?
Obstacles great
You hungry?
shall meet
You sure?
in his
Patsy
pathway,
says
yet
not.
press on in the light of the sun.
She said, "Fuck him." He's
Hear
not
ye,
hungry.
O man, the sun is the
ask
symbol
her.
of the light
She's
that
like,
shines
"No,
at the
need
end
to."
of thy road. Now
So-
to thee
Kind of
I
glad I
give the
asked.
secrets,
She said you weren't
now
hungry.
to meet the dark power,
None for you,
meet
Patches.
and conquer the fear
You're
from
on
the
a diet
night.
now. I can't help it.
Only by
can't
knowing
help
can
it.
ye conquer.
I
Only
can't
by
help it.
knowing can ye have light. Now I give unto thee the knowledge, known to the masters, the knowing that conquers all the dark fears.
She's upset.
Use this, the wisdom I give thee, master.
Yeah, it's about all
Thou
good.
shalt be of
He's
the
not very
brothers
good at that.
of night.
He's too tiny. You can't give him
When unto
something.
thee comes a feeling,
Fucking get stuck in
drawing
his
thee
neck.
nearer to the darker gate. Examine
That's
thine
the
heart.
difference. Two things.
Find
I didn't
if the
expect
feeling
to out of
thou hast
his neck.
has come
Sometimes.
from within. If thou shalt find the darkness thine own thoughts,
They definitely wouldn't
meaning
survive in the
thoughts
wild
until you
box.
banish them from that place in your mind.
Go at him!
Send through your body a wave of vibration, irregular first and regular second,
No hugs for you.
repeating time after time until you are free from that thought.
You're going to be hugged.
Start the wave force in
I
your
can tell
brain
you right
center.
now.
Anyway,
I can tell. You're going to
direct
get
it
hugged.
in waves from your head to your foot. But if you find that your heart is not darkened, be sure that a force is directed to thee. Only by knowing can thou overcome it.
run by a hound dog.
Knowledge brings wisdom, and wisdom is power. Attain, and ye shall have power over all. Seek ye first a place bound by darkness.
Whining and crying all the
Place
time.
a circle around yourself.
Fucking
Stand erect in the midst of this circle.
Knew all about your breed.
Use this formula, spell. Formula means spell. Use this formula, and you shall be free. Raise your hands to the dark space above you. Close your eyes and draw in the light.
Draw it in.
Call to the spirit of light.
Let me give you
through
an
the space-time.
example.
Using these words, and you shall be free.
Pretend this is the light. And you draw it
Draw a
in.
circle around yourself. Close your eyes. Imagine the light coming in and say, fill my body.
He just had no pink chocolate.
Fill my body with spirit of light. Come from the flower that shines through the darkness. Come from the halls where the seven lords rule. Name them by name.
Caramel.
The seven. 1, 3, 4, 5, and 6, 7, 8, 9. By their names I call them to aid me. Free me and save me from the darkness of night. Utanas, Uteris, Chital, and Goyana, Huartal, Sinveta, Ardal. By their names I implore them. Free me from the darkness and fill me with light. Know ye, O man, that when ye have done this, ye shall be free from the fetters that bind ye. Cast off the bondage of the brothers of night. See you not that the names have the power to free by vibration the fetters that bind? Use them at need to free thou yourself, brother, so that he too may come forth from the night. Thou, man, art thy brother's helper. Let him not lie in the bondage of night. Now unto thee give I my magic. Take it and dwell on the pathway of light. Light unto thee, life unto thee. Sun may thou be on the cycle above. So we have a little incantation there. How to free yourself from the bondage of night. Pretty interesting stuff there. Wow. Man, oh man, oh man. I definitely felt some energy shift when I was reading that right now. I don't know if you felt that, but I certainly did. That was pretty powerful. Kind of go in a zone when you're reading this, man. It's strange. You're kind of like, you really do.
Am I in your way?
Like, I don't know, you just kind of go
you
into trance. You're kind of on autopilot when reading this. It's a very interesting thing. Very interesting experience.
I can't help you either. I have nothing for you.
The seven lords.
I can't help
Tablet number 7. The Emerald Tablets of Toth. Hark ye, old man, and listen to my voice. Open thy mind, space, and drink of my wisdom. Dark is the pathway of life that you travel. Many the pitfalls that lie in your way. Seek you ever to gain greater wisdom.
Enough of the barking.
Attain it, and it shall be light on your way.
You just chill out.
Open your soul, O man, to the cosmic, and let it flow in as one with your soul. Light is eternal, and darkness is fleeting.
Hot.
Seek ye ever, O man, for the light. Know ye that ever as light fills the being, darkness for thee shall soon disappear. Open your souls to the brothers of brightness.
It's a boat.
Let them enter and fill thee with light. Lift up your eyes to the light of the cosmos. Keep thou ever thy face to the goal. Only by gaining the light of all wisdom art thou one with the infinite goal. Seek ye ever oneness eternal. Seek ever the light into one. Hear ye, O man, listen to my voice, singing the song of light and life. Throughout all space, light is prevalent, encompassing all with its banners, its flames. Seek ye forever in the veil of the darkness. Somewhere you shall surely find light.
It's obviously a nightly thing.
Hidden and buried, lost to man's knowledge.
It's obviously a nightly thing.
Infinite exists.
They want to know where theirs is.
Lost
Mary got
existing,
theirs tonight,
flowing
though.
through all space. Living in all is the infinite brain. In all space, there is only one wisdom. Through seeming decided, it is one in the one. All that exists comes forth from the light, and the light comes forth from the all. Everything created is based upon order. Law rules the space where the infinite dwells.
And it does.
Forth from the equilibrium came the great cycles, moving in harmony toward infinity's end. Know ye, O man, that far in the space-time infinity itself shall pass into change. Hear ye and listen to the voice of wisdom. Know that all is of all evermore. Know that through time thou may pursue wisdom, and find ever more light on the way. Know that through time thou may pursue wisdom, and find ever more light on the way. Aye, thou shalt find that ever receding, thy goal shall elude thee from day to day. Long time ago in the halls of Amenti, I, Toth, stood before the lords of the cycles. Mighty they in their aspects of power, mighty they in their wisdom unveiled. Notice how they keep referring to time, the cycles of time. Time cycles. That's what they refer to them as in Tron, the new Tron movie as well. The cycles haven't been kind to us, have they? Instead of saying the years haven't been kind to us. Led by the dweller, first did I see them, but afterwards free was I of their presence, free to enter their conclave at will. Oft did I journey down the dark pathway into the hall where the light ever grows. Learned I of the masters of cycles, wisdom brought from the cycles above.
You don't want no green.
Manifest
You might
they
want
in this cycle as guides of man to the knowledge of
You
all.
just carry your ass on out of here.
7 are they,
That.
mighty in power, speaking these words through me to men. Time after time
Some
stood
real
I
honey
before
barbecue.
to words that
There's
came
some real
not
honey
with
down
sound.
out. Let's see, little baby Ray.
They communicated telepathically. That's interesting. So etherical light beings that live inside of the earth that communicate telepathically. That sounds, very close to extraterrestrials, doesn't it? That's probably what extraterrestrials really are. They're probably just inner earth beings. When they manipulate dimensions and frequencies and they come up here and they're doing tests on us and everything else, that's probably what it is. The aliens probably don't even come from outer space. They probably come from inner space. That'd probably be the kicker of the whole thing. I'm not saying that's 100% the case. I'm just saying, if it was, it would just be like one of those things like, well, yeah, I should have fucking known that. Should have expected that.
Like that.
But, with everything else.
Okay, you might be on a diet. So you just gonna have to do
Where did I
that.
leave off here? Once said they unto me, O man, wouldst thou gain wisdom? Seek for it in the heart of the flame. Wouldst thou gain knowledge of power? Seek ye it in the heart of the flame. Wouldst be one with the heart of the flame? Seek then within thy own hidden flame. Many the times spoke they to me, teaching me wisdom not of
Tell you
this
what.
world.
Have fun with this.
Showing me ever new paths to brightness, teaching me wisdom brought from above, giving knowledge of operation, learning of law, the order of all. Spoke to me again the 7, saying from beyond time that we come from man, travel we from beyond the place of infinity's end. Ye and all of thy brethren
Yeah,
were
Chico
formless,
ain't nothing but cute.
formed
He's a little
forth
ball of cute.
were we from the order of all.
We got him from
Not
a lady.
as men
Just
are
asked
we,
if we could take him.
though once
We
we
did.
too were as men. Out of the great void we were formed forth in order by law. For know ye that which is formed
I like some
truly
homemade
is
baked
formless,
beans. So yeah, now you're talking.
having formed from only
Nice.
having only form to thine eyes, meaning things that you think have form actually don't have form, but you just think they do because your eyes trick you into telling you. That's a glaring admission for an old text right there. That's pretty much the Matrix right there. You know, we've scientifically proven that. Nothing truly has form, but your mind thinks it has form because that's how it builds it up, and that's how we build up our reality. It's unbelievable.
You want butter on your biscuits or
And
anything?
again unto me spoke the seven, saying, Child of the light,
No.
O Toth art
You can
thou,
hold on.
free to travel the bright
There
path
you go.
upward,
No.
until at last all ones become one.
I was asking if you want some on your
Forth
biscuits.
we were formed, after our order, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8,
Yeah,
9.
well, I ain't done yet.
Know that these are the numbers of cycles that we descend from unto man. Each here having a duty to fulfill, each having a force to control. Yet are we one with the soul of our cycle, yet are we two seeking a goal far beyond man's conception.
Hot.
Infinity
Fucking
extends into a
potato.
greater than all. There in a time that is yet not a time, we shall all become one with a greater than the all.
Oh, hot
Time
fucking
and space are moving in
potato.
circles. Know ye their law, and ye too shall be free.
He's wrestling with the
Aye,
spoon.
free shall ye be to move through the cycles,
The spoon almost
and
won.
pass the guardians that dwell
But
at the
he's
door.
trying to get away.
Then to me spoke he of 9. There's that number again. For our listener earlier.
Get it, get it.
Then to me he spoke of 9, saying,
It almost
Eons
won.
and eons have I existed, knowing not life and tasting not death. For know ye, O man,
It's okay,
that far in the future, life and death shall be one with the all.
Oh, God.
Each
Get
so
it, you
perfected
get it.
by balancing the other,
Oh,
that
good
neither
man.
exists in the oneness of all. In men of this cycle, the life force is rampant, but life in its growth becomes one with them all. Here I manifest in this your cycle, but yet I am there in your
That's
future
gonna
of
eat
time.
that pan.
Yet to
He's gonna
me,
eat the pan.
time exists
He's done.
not.
He's gonna eat it.
For in my world, time exists not, for we are formless. Life have we, but we do not yet have existence. Fuller and greater and freer than thee. Yeah, these are ethereal entities. They don't have physical plane bodies. You gotta be real careful of those type of things. They're hucksters, they're tricksters. They'll trick you into, getting them to let them inhabit in your fucking body. That's what that sounds like. Man is a flame bound to a mountain. Right. That's what the Rosicrucians believe as well. Man is a flame bound to a mountain. Meaning our soul is a fire that burns, and the life force, the energy burns within us. And if you try to burn down a mountain with fire, you're not going to get very far. But we in our cycle shall ever be free. Know ye, O man, that when ye have progressed into the cycle that lengthen above, life itself will pass to the darkness, and only the essence of your soul shall remain. Then to me spoke the Lord of the 8, saying, All that ye know is but part of a little. Not as yet have you touched on the great. Far out in space where light beings supreme came I into the light. I told you they were light beings. Formed was I also, but not as you are. Body of light was my formless form formed. Know I not life, and know I not death, yet master am I of all that exists. Seek you to find the path through the barriers, travel the road that leads to the light. Spoke again to me the 9, saying, Seek ye to find the path to beyond. Not impossible it is to grow to a consciousness above.
Thank you.
For when two have become one, and one has become the all, know ye the barrier has lifted, and ye are made free of the road. Grow thou from form to the formless, free may thou be of the road. Thus through the ages I listen, learning the way to the all. Now lift I my thoughts to the all thing. Listen ye and hear when it calls. O light all-pervading, one with the all and all with the one, flow thou to me through the channel, enter thou so that I may be free. Make me one with the all soul, shining from the blackness of night. Let me be of all space-time, free from the veil of the night. I, a child of light, command, free from the darkness to be. Formless am I to the light soul, formless, yet shining with light. Know I the bonds of the darkness must shatter and fall before light. Now give I this wisdom. Free may you be, O man, living in light and in brightness. Turn not your face from the light. The soul dwells in realms of brightness. Ye are a child of the light. Turn thy thoughts inward, not outward.
Are you done?
Find thou the light soul within.
Talking old dog.
Know that thou art the
Are
master.
you done?
All else is brought from
Not
within.
quite yet.
Grow thou to realms of brightness. Hold thou thy thought
Excuse
on
me,
the light.
dog.
Know thou art one with the cosmos, a flame and a child of the light.
All right, put my
Now to
tool on,
thee
go
I
back to
gave
the
warning.
dungeon.
Let not the
Freaking
thought
cold
turn
down here.
away. Know that the brightness flows through the body,
Cold.
and turn not to the dark brothers,
I'm gonna turn on my oxygen.
that
first,
comes
real
from
quick.
the brothers of black. But keep thy eyes ever lifted, and thy soul in tune with the light. Take you this wisdom and heed it. Listen to my voice and obey. Follow the pathway to brightness, and thou shalt be one with the way. Let's get into it now. The key of mystery, the emerald tablets of Toth. Tablet number 8. Unto thee, O man, have I given my knowledge. Unto thee have I given of light. Hear ye now and receive my wisdom brought from space planes above and beyond. Well, right there, he tells you where it comes from, doesn't he? Not as, excuse me.
How's your pig slop?
Not as man am I,
Huh?
for free have I become of
Amazing pig
dimensions and
slop?
planes.
Is it good?
In each
You like
I
it, do
take
you?
on a new
Alright,
body.
good.
In each I change in my form.
That's my own secret recipe
Now
right there.
I know that the formless
He said
is all
amazing.
there is of form. Great is the wisdom of the seven. Mighty are they from beyond. Manifest
I
they through
told you
their
it's
power.
pretty good chicken.
Filled by force from beyond. So these are entities that just manifest wherever they want from just sheer energy. Spiritual energy. Hear ye these words of wisdom, hear ye and make them thine own. Find in them the formless. Mystery is but hidden knowledge. Know and ye shall unveil. Find the deep buried wisdom and be master of darkness and light. Deep are the mysteries around you, hidden the secrets of old. Search through the keys of my wisdom. Surely shall ye find the way. The gateway to power is secret, but he who attains it shall receive. Look to the light, O my brother, open and ye shall receive. Press on through the valley of darkness, overcome the dweller of night. Keep ever your eyes on the light plane, and thou shalt be one with the light. Man is in process of changing the forms that are not of this world.
Fucking phenomenal.
Grow he is time to the formless, a plane on the cycle above. Know ye that you must become formless before you are to be with the light. Listen
I
to
told
my
you I
words,
don't have
man,
any
telling you of
practice.
the
I already gave
pathways
you
to
yours.
light, showing the way of
Love you,
attainment,
kid.
when you shall be one with the light as well. Search ye the laws of mysteries of earth's heart. Learn of the law that exists, holding the stars in their balance by the force of the primordial mist. Seek you the flame of
Pat is already trying to break in.
Follow the great
Oh, my
pathway
chicken.
until thou too art aflame.
Poor dog.
Fire raising to that very well could be.
If only she had an opposing thumb.
To those who dwell down below.
But
now he's talking
alas,
about communicating
she does
telepathically
not.
with inner-earth beings. Nice. Enter the blue-litten temple and bathe in the fire of all life. Know, O man, that you are complex, a being of earth and of fire. Let thy flame shine out brightly.
It's a little bit loud, Josh.
Be
You
thou
don't
only
have to yell.
fire. Wisdom is hidden in darkness. When lit by the flame of the soul,
Yell, Josh.
find you the wisdom and be light-born, a
I
son
gotta
of the
have
light
cocoa in my
without form.
coffee.
Seek the evermore wisdom. Find it in the heart of the flame.
I like
Know that only by striving
and milk,
and light pour into the brain.
whole milk.
Now have I spoken my wisdom. Listen to my voice and obey. Tear open the veils of the darkness. Shine a light on the way. Speak I of ancient Atlantis. Speak of the days of the kingdom of shadows. Speak of the coming of the children of shadows. Out of the great deep were they called by the wisdom of
I'm
earthmen,
gonna be blowing glass
called for the purpose of gaining great power. Far in the past, before Atlantis existed, men there were who delved into darkness, using dark magic, calling up beings from the great deep below us. Forth they came into this cycle. Formless were they of another vibration, existing unseen by the children of earthmen. These are spirits or demons. Only through blood could they have formed being. Only through man could they live in the world. In ages past, they were conquered by masters, driven below to the place whence they came, but some there were who were made, hidden in spaces and plains unknown to man. They lived in Atlantis as shadows, but at times they appeared among men. Aye, when blood was offered, they came to dwell among men. They sound like macrobes or oversouls or somebody asked me if the archons were the same as the oversouls or the microbes. I just don't know for sure. Sounds to me like it could be, but I don't know. In the form of man, they amongst us, but only to sight were they as are men. Serpent-headed, when the glamour was lifted, but appearing to man as men among men. Well, that's a fucking reptilian shapeshifter right there if I ever heard it. When the glamour was lifted, when they took the makeup off, they took he's a serpent head underneath there, appearing to be a man under men, crept they into the councils. My God, that's unbelievable. This is actually talking about shapeshifters infiltrating councils and governments and using black magic to do this. Wow. Yeah, I didn't know this was in here. I mean, that's a glaring thing right there. I mean, that makes me all the more interested in the alleged 2 tablets they say we're not ready for, or we can't handle. Yeah, man, how do we get our hands on that? In the form of man, they amongst us, only to sight were they as men. So only when you looked at them, only to sight were they as men. Only when you looked at them, the first time, when you looked at them, you thought they were men. But when you take all that away, they were serpent-headed underneath. That's a shapeshifter. There's no question. They crept into the councils, taking forms that were like unto men, slain by their arts, the chiefs of the kingdoms, taking their form and ruling over man. So they went in and slaughtered the chiefs and the rulers and made themselves look like them and assumed total control. That doesn't sound too far off to the truth. Historically, as far as my research shows, I mean, really, to trace back these bloodlines and how these, look at the Merovingius Merovingi and, oh, man, that's.
Someone just said, Catfish Bread, you didn't answer any of my questions. I had told him, I said, you need to go to your fucking previous videos. So I answered each and every one of them. How dare you ask for fucking demand of any more of my motherfucking time? Fuck.
And by being fucking snakes in the grass.
That's just how I feel about it. And I said that from my corner.
Only by magic could they be discovered.
This is
Only
a
by
good reading.
sound could their faces be seen. Only by sound. So certain frequencies must allow you to be able to see what these shapeshifters really look like. That's interesting. I always thought that may be the case. Sought they from the kingdom of shadow to destroy man and rule in his place. But know ye the masters were mighty in magic and able to lift the veil from the face of the serpent and able to send him back to his place. Aha, but see, we don't have as many powerful magicians working in the light in these days, so that's why the serpents have been able to take over. They haven't had any competition. That's why they've kept this information and the secret knowledge hidden from us so well, folks. That's your explanation right there. Came they to man and taught him the secret, the word that only a man can pronounce. Swift then they lifted the veil from the serpent and cast him forth from the place among men. Yet beware, the serpent still liveth. In a place that is open at times to the world, unseen they walk among there, in places where the rites have been said. Again, as time passes onward, shall they take the semblance of men. Called may they be by the master, who knows the white or the black. But only the white master may control and bind them while in the flesh. So only someone who's working for for white magic and not black magic can bind these shapeshifters while they're in the flesh and expose them for what they are. Seek not the kingdom of shadows, for evil will surely appear. For only the master of brightness shall conquer the shadow of fear. Let me say that one more time. That's a great. Jamie, if you're listening on an archive later, you got to work that into a song. Seek not the kingdom of shadows, for evil will surely appear. For only the master of brightness shall conquer the shadow of fear. Know ye, O my brother, that fear is an obstacle great. Be master of all in the brightness, the shadow will soon disappear. Hear ye and heed my wisdom, the voice of light is clear. Seek not the valley of shadow, and light will only appear. Listen ye, O man, to the depth of my wisdom. Speak I of knowledge hidden from man. Far have I been on my journey through space-time, even to the end of space of this cycle. I glimpsed the hounds of the barrier, lying in wait for he who would pass them. In that space where time exists not faintly, I sensed the guardians of the cycles. Move they only through the angles. Free are they not from the carved dimensions. Strange and terrible are the hounds of the barrier. Follow they consciousness to the limits of space. Think not to escape by entering your body, for follow they fast the soul through angles. Only the circle will give you protection and save you from the claws of the dwellers in angles. Once in a time past, I approached their great barrier and saw on the shores where time exists not the formless forms of the hounds of the barrier. I, hiding in the mist beyond time, I found them And they, scenting me afar off, raised themselves and gave the great bell cry that can be heard from cycle to cycle as I move through space toward my soul. That's interesting, cycle to cycle. It's a frame of time they refer to in Tron. More evidence we're actually living in the Matrix. Fled I then fast before them, back from time's unthinkable end, but ever after they pursued me, moving in strange angles not known to man. I, on the gray shores of time-space's end, found I the hounds of the barrier, ravening for the soul who attempts the beyond. Fled I through circles back to my body, fled and fast after me they followed. I after me the devourers followed, seeking through angles to devour my soul. Know ye, man, that the soul who dares the barrier may be held in bondage by the hounds beyond time. Held till this cycle is completed and left behind when the consciousness leaves. Entered I my body, created the circles that know not angles, created the form that from my form was formed, made my body into a circle and lost the pursuers in the circles of time. But even yet, when free from my body, cautious ever must I be not to move through the angles, else my soul may never be free. Know ye the hounds of the barrier move only through angles and never through the curves of space. Only by moving through curves can you escape them, for in angles they will pursue you. Oh man, heed my warning. Seek not to break open the gate to beyond. Few there are who have succeeded in passing the barrier to the great light that shines beyond. For know ye that ever the dwellers seek such souls to hold in their thrall. Listen, O man, and heed ye my warning. Seek you to move not in angles but curves. And if while free from the body, you hear the sound of like the bay of a hound, ringing clear and bell-like through your being, flee back to your body through circles. Penetrate not the mists before. When thou hast entered the room thou hast dwelt in, use thou the cross and the circle combined. Open your mouth and use your voice. Utter the word and thou shalt be free. Only the one who of light has the fullest can hope to pass by the guards of the way. And then must he move through the strange curves and angles that are formed in direction not known to man.
Angles.
Listen, O man, and heed you my warning. Attempt not to pass the guards on the way. Rather, you should seek to gain thy own light and make yourself ready to pass on the way. Light is the ultimate end, O my brother. Seek and find ever the light on the way.
So he's talking about a figured option spiral.
The key to freedom of space. Tablet number 9 of the Emerald Tablets of Toth. Excellent stuff there. Shapeshifters. The key to freedom of space. Tablet 9 from the Emerald Tablets of Toth. List ye, O man, hear ye my voice. Teaching of wisdom and light in this cycle.
Coffee is
Teaching
good
ye how
in
to
the
banish the
neighborhood.
darkness. Teaching ye how to bring light into thy life. Seek ye, O man, to find the great pathway that leads to eternal light as a sun, S-U-N. Draw ye away from the veil of darkness. Seek to become a light in the world. Make of thyself a vessel for light, a focus for the sun of this space. Lift thou thine eyes to the cosmos. Lift thou thine eyes to the light.
Reincarnate as
Speak in
a
the
sun.
words of the dweller,
That would be
the
interesting.
chant that calls down the
That
light.
would be heavily interesting.
Sing thou the song of freedom. Sing thou the song of the soul. Create the high vibration that will make thee one with the whole. Blend all
That makes
thyself
sense.
with the cosmos. Grow into one with the light. Be thou a channel of order, a pathway of law to the world. Thy light, O man, is the great light, shining through the shadow of flesh. Free must thou rise from the darkness,
It is. It
for
is.
thou art one with the light.
Ain't my fault.
Shadows of darkness
It's
surround
like
you.
it ain't me.
Life fills
You
you
gotta
with
do
its
it.
flow, but no
And
man
honestly, you have to. And you'll be shorting yourself if you don't.
can go forth
In my head.
far to the flames that surround you.
I wouldn't be helping the guy if I'm sitting here. He's all stuck on.
Look all around you, O man.
He ain't even seen the moon
See
flipping.
your own light
He's
reflected.
more worried about a CME
Ah,
from the
even in
sun.
darkness around you, your own
I don't
light
care what he's
pours
worried
forth
about.
unveiled.
Really, he shouldn't be worried about any of it.
Seek you for wisdom always.
If he knew what was going on, he wouldn't be,
Let
would
not your body be
he?
afraid. Keep in the path of the light.
That's.
Shun the dark.
I don't even know what else to say to people like that. I really don't. We're so far beyond fear and what next to worry about, and it's. I'm just trying to learn more about my magnet now and listen and wait for instruction because I know what time it is. See.
I shall tell thee knowledge forgotten.
There ain't no driver's seat here. We're the kids in the back seat.
Lost in the midst of darkness around me. No, man.
If that helps you figure out what time it is, buckle up.
Lost when man was cast into bondage.
It's just fixing to get crazy. Dad's driving. Hi, Jessica. How are you this evening?
Understand this. If you don't understand anything else, we are spiritual beings, souls that are entrapped in these bodies.
Yes,
In spiritual
dummy.
slavery.
You just read it 3 times. We sure are.
You don't know anything else. You need to know that.
Yep. And your electromagnetic
Long ago,
being.
I cast off my body, wondered I, free.
See, it's not spirit. It's not a mystery thing. It's your electromagnetic being.
Man in bondage. Know, oh man, that you are only a spirit.
You're kind of like an induction
The body
furnace.
is nothing.
Electromagnetic.
The soul is the all.
Surrounded by carbons.
Let not your body be a fetter.
Get yourself
Cast
on
off
fire.
the darkness and travel in light. Cast off your body, oh man, and be free. Truly,
Now you're a
a
son.
light that is one with the light. When you are free from the
And it's
fetters
so
of darkness
real.
and travel
You can
in
do
space
that.
as the son of the light, then you shall know that
I don't know
space
how.
is not
I don't know
boundless,
how to raise my
but
vibration to a
truly
piece of
bounded by
light.
angles
But
and
we can
curves.
do this. I've read it.
Know, ye, O man, that
You
all
just
that
read it.
exists is only an aspect of greater yet things to come.
I've read it elsewhere.
Matter is fluid and flows like a stream, constantly changing from one thing to another. All through the ages has knowledge existed. Never has it been changed, though buried in darkness. Never has it been lost, although forgotten by man. Know you that throughout the space that you dwell in, others are as great as your own. Interlaced through the heart of your matter, yet separate in a space of their own. Once in a time long forgotten, I, Toth, opened the doorway and penetrated into the other spaces, and learned of the secrets concealed. Deep in the essence of matter are many mysteries concealed. 9 are the interlocked dimensions, and 9 are the cycles of space. 9 are the diffusions of consciousness, and 9 are the worlds within worlds. 9 are the lords of the cycles that come from above and below. Space is filled with concealed ones, for space is divided by time. Seek you the key to the time space, and you shall unlock the gate. Know that throughout the time space, consciousness surely exists. Though from our knowledge it is hidden, yet still forever it exists.
I know it.
The key to the worlds within three are found only within, for man is the gateway of mystery, and the key that is one with the
It's pretty simple, and he just said it too.
Seek you within the
It's a
circle.
fucking
Use
Merkaba.
the word that I shall give.
Human hearts lined up in a
Open the
Merkaba.
gateway within you, and surely
Overlapping.
thou too shall live.
Fucking hallback
Man,
race.
you think that you live it, but know it is life within death. For as sure as you are bound to your body, for you no life exists. Only the soul is space free and life that is really alive. All else is only bondage, a fetter from which to be free. Think not that man is earth-born, though come from the earth that he may be.
I gotta move my
Man
water
is a
here.
light-born spirit, for without knowing he can never be free.
I was gonna carry it upstairs, but the damn
Darkness
thing.
surrounds the light.
I don't know when they're gonna come pick it up.
Darkness fetters the soul.
I'm gonna have that motherfucker in my way upstairs all day too.
May ever hope to be free. Shadows around thee are falling. Darkness fills all the space. Shine forth, O light of the man soul. Fill thou the darkness of space. You are the son of the great light. Remember, and you shall be free. Stay not you in the shadows. Spring
I suppose
forth
I could
from
take
the
it
darkness
apart,
of night.
put it in the trash can.
Light, let thy soul be.
That
O
is it.
sunborn, fill with the glory of light.
It's just a hollow
Free
tank.
from the bonds of the darkness, a soul that is one with the light. You are the key to all wisdom. Within you is all time and space. Live not in the bondage to darkness. Free you are, the light form from night. Great light that fills all the cosmos.
Shit, there might even be some
Flow
copper in
thou
that thing.
fully to a man.
Come think of it.
Make of his body a light torch that shall never be quenched among men. Long in the past sought I wisdom, not knowledge
I
known
do
to
too,
man.
Loki. That's what I've been telling
Far
people. I
to the
said,
past I traveled in the
you know,
space
we've always
of
kept time to that moon. When it flips, it looks like we just spanned 15 days a day.
Yet
doesn't
only
it?
I found
To
that
me,
the
it
future
does.
held the key to the
Like,
wisdom
damn, that calendar
that I
just
sought.
did a flip.
Down to the holds of Impending.
It's crazy.
I journeyed the greater knowledge to seek. I asked of thee, the lords of the cycles, the way to the wisdom I sought. I asked the lords this question: where?
What's
is the
crazier
source
is
of
there's
the all?
fucktards out there that don't realize
Answered
that
in
means
tones that
something.
were mighty. The voice of the Lord of the Nine said, "Free thy soul from
There's a
thy
lot of
body,
them.
and come forth with me to the light." Forth I came from my body, a glittering flame in the night. I stood before the Lord, bathed in the fire of light. Seized I was then by a force, great beyond knowledge of man. Cast I was to the abyss, through the spaces unknown.
I keep saying all I'm doing is Captain Obvious, man. I'm just pointing up,
Saw I the
saying, look,
workings of order from the
this
chaos
fucking
and
hit
angles of
went
night.
nuts.
Saw
It's
I
doing
the light
stuff.
spring from the
It's
order,
doing
heard the
stuff.
voice of the light. Saw I the flame of the abyss, casting forth order and light. Saw
What's
order
up,
spring out
Dana?
of chaos. Saw light giving forth light. Then I heard the voice: "Hear thou and understand. The flame is the source."
We
of all
started
things,
roll. We haven't spun.
containing
We ain't
all
spinning
things
another
in
way yet.
potentiality.
Not yet. We just laid down.
The order that
We're
sits
slowing
light
down.
is the word. From
We
the
just
word.
laid down.
Come life.
Now
and
we're
the
spinning
existence of
like-
all. There it is, the word.
We're still
In the
spinning
beginning
the
was
same
word.
way. We just laid down,
Crossover that with.
and we're kind of wobbling this way now a little bit as these things grab hold of us from a
Everything.
lot
you can actually-
closer.
when you learn this language,
Proximity.
this ancient Talmudic language that was brought here by extraterrestrials.
Yeah. Hopefully not, Anna.
The true
We can
magi, a person that
come by
true ascended
a
master,
way to wake some people
you
up.
can actually begin to create physical matter using in calling anything into creation using.
We can stop a lot of the death and madness if we come together.
And again spoke the Lord saying the life.
Yeah, basically that pole shift everybody talking about happened already.
Find the life within
And we
you
got
to have
stuck.
the power.
So we're halfway there
Long I watched
for 10
the
years.
light pouring forth from
But that's why the moon's been rolling
realizing that
like that,
life
is because
was ordered,
instead of doing this
and
number
man is
to
one
the
with
ecliptic
life.
here, you know, instead of doing
Now
that,
I
we're
came to my body,
doing
so
that.
the
We
day
just
was the
tilted.
time. Listen to the voice of the
And
disciple.
doing the math, it's a simple math problem. We tilted 23.3.
That life is but
Well, to get a full
word
180-degree roll, we got to oppose the ecliptic by 90, which leaves 66.6 degree tilt. The tilt that began the tribulations of man on earth
Then I asked and denied, oh Lord,
is
show me the path.
666 or 66.6 degrees.
Answered me then the Lord of mine, through order you shall find the way.
Numbers. Crazy.
Saw you that the word came from chaos.
I didn't see it coming till the day I did the math. I was like, oh, that's creepy.
Give your life to this order. Balance and order your life. Quell all the chaos of the emotions, and thou shalt have order in life. Order brought forth from chaos will bring the word of the source. Will be the power of cycles, and make of thy soul a force
Well,
that free will extends.
Where she lands, nobody knows.
I listen to the voice.
What can I say? Like I said, it just gets creepy. Think about it. It's an easy math problem. How do you get the roll, a full roll, 180 degrees? Well, it's got to be us at a full 90 opposing that ecliptic to get that roll. We can't be on an angle to the ecliptic, and we have to be complete opposing it to get the full 180 half circle, because that's all we see of the moon or the sun is a half circle, and we got to see the full half circle to make it rip that 180. And that leaves us opposing the ecliptic by 90 degrees. And the thing I like about numbers, they don't lie. People lie all the time, but numbers, they pretty much keep the same values all the time. 1 and 1 is always equal to in my lifetime so far.
All right, tonight we're reading the Key of Time.
Working on it. So far, it's got a good history.
List E, what's an E, oh man? See, something, I want to make it clear. Somebody said it's like, you know, it's old time speech.
Yeah, the roulette table. Spinning the circle. And then they toss in the ball and they say round and round it goes. Nobody, where it lands, nobody knows. That's what they say at the roulette table. Sure, well, I don't know if they do it. That's what they do in the movies, damn it. I've seen it. But yeah, that's kind of how I feel, you know. It makes sense. It's funny.
Know ye the law, and ye shall be free. Never be bound by the fetters of night. Far through strange spaces have I journeyed into the depth of abyss.
Yeah, you never know when that number's going to show up. See, mine's got a decimal in it.
That mystery is only mystery.
But it's still there.
When ye have plumbed the heart of all mysteries, knowledge and wisdom will surely be yours.
Like I said, it's just a little creepy that the numbers came out like that.
time is the secret whereby you may be free of the space. Yeah, we're learning that time is an illusion and a construct that we create and is created by our brains. Long have I sought wisdom, and shall seek of eternity's end. For know that ever before me receding shall move the goal I seek to attain. Even the lords of the cycles know that they have not yet reached the goal. For with all their wisdom, they know that truth ever grows. In past time, I spoke to the dweller and asked of the mystery of time and space, and asked him the question that surged in my being, saying, O Master, what is time? Then he spoke to me, Master, and he said, Know ye, O Toth, in the beginning there was void and nothingness, a timeless, spaceless nothingness. And into the nothingness came a thought, purposeful, all-pervading, and it filled the void. There existed no matter, only force, a movement, a vortex, or vibration of the purposeful thought that filled the void. And I questioned the Master, saying, Was this thought eternal? And the dweller answered me, saying, In the beginning there was eternal thought, and for thought to be eternal, time must exist. So into the all-pervading thought grew the law of time. Time which exists through all space, floating in a smooth, rhythmic movement that is eternally in a state of fixation. Time changes not, but all things change in time. For time is the force that holds events separate, each in its own proper place. Time is not in motion, but we move through time as your consciousness moves from one event to another. Yes, my time yet exists all in all, an eternal one existence. Know ye that even though in the time ye are separate, yet still are one in all times existence. Then the voice of the dweller ceased, and departed I to ponder on time. For I knew that in these words lay wisdom, and a way to explore the mysteries of time. Often did I ponder the words of the dweller, that I sought to solve the mystery of time. I found that time moves through strange angles, yet only by curves could I hope to attain the key that would give me access to the space-time. Found I that only by moving upward, and yet again by moving to a right angle, could I be free from the time of the movement. Forth I came out of my body, moved in the movements that changed me in time. Strange were the sights I saw in my journeys, many the mysteries that opened to view. I saw man's beginning, and learned from the past that nothing is new.
Nothing.
Seek, O man, to learn the pathway that leads through the spaces that are formed forth in time. Forget not, O man, with all of thy seeking, that light is the goal ye shall seek to attain. Search you for the light on the pathway, and ever for you the goal shall endure. Let not your heart ever turn to darkness. Let light shine, and the soul shall be a sun on its way. Know ye that eternal brightness, yea, that you shall ever find thy soul hid in light, never fettered by bondage or darkness, ever it shines forth a sun of the light. Yes, know though hidden in darkness, your soul, a spark of the true flame, exists. Be ye one with the greatest of all lights. Find at the source the end of thy goal. Light is life, for without the great light, nothing can ever exist. Know that in all formed matter, the heart of light always exists. Even though bound in the darkness, inherent light always exists. Once I stood in the halls of Impending, and heard the voice of the lords of Amenti, saying in tones that rang through the silence, words of power, mighty and potent. Chanted they the songs of the cycles, the words that opened the path to beyond. I saw the great path open and looked for the instant into the beyond. I saw the movements of the cycles, vast as the thought of the source could convey. By then, even infinity is moving on to some unthinkable end.
Math will help you figure stuff out, that's for sure.
And a part of movement that extends to all space. A party of an order of orders, constantly moving in a harmony of space. Saw I the wheeling of cycles, like vast circles across the sky. I knew then that all that has being is growing to meet yet another being in a far-off grouping of space and time. Knew I then that in words are power to open the planes that are hidden from man. I that even in words lies hidden the key that will open the above and the below. Hark ye now, man, this word I leave with
Numbers
thee.
are good.
Use it and you
That's
shall
some
find
fucking
power
crazy
in
shit.
sound. Say ye the word, Zin Uru. Zin Uru. Zin Uru. And power ye shall find. Yet must ye understand that man is of light, and light is of man. List ye, O man, and hear a mystery. Stranger
Light's
than
in
all
your
the lights of
chest.
the sun.
You just can't see it
Know ye, O man, that all space is filled by
unless you got a
worlds
feral
within
cell.
worlds, aye, one within the other, yet separate by law. Once in my search for the deep buried wisdom, I opened the door that bars them from man.
All right, let's make a
Called I
handle
from
for
the other
this thing.
planes of being one who was fairer than the daughters of men. I called her from out of the spaces to shine as a light in the world of men. Used I the drum of the serpent, wore I the robe of the purple and gold, placed on my head I the crown of silver. Around me the circle of cinnabar shone. Raised I my arms and cried the invocation that opens the path to the plains of beyond. Cried I to the lords of the signs of their houses, lords of the two horizons, watchers of the treble gate. Stand ye one at right and one at the left, as the star rises to its throne and rules over his sign. I, thou dark prince of Arulu, open the gates of the dim hidden land and release her whom ye keep in prison. Hear ye, dark lords and shining ones. Shining ones, yeah, we know you find the right person here. And by the secret names which I know and can pronounce, hear ye and obey my will. Would I then explain my circle and call her in the space plains beyond? Daughter of light returns from the Lulu. 7 times have I passed through the fire. Food I have not eaten, water I have not drunk. I call thee from Arulu, from the realms of Ereshkigal. I summon thee, Lady of Night. Well, there you go, Ereshkigal. That's Anunnaki.
Yep.
Any of you that were doubting the connection between Toth and the Anunnaki ever,
There
I heard
you
people
go.
do. There you go. Then before me rose the dark figures, the figures of the lords of Arulu. Parted they before me, and forth came the Lady of the Light. Free was she now from the lords of the night, free to live in the light of the earth sun, free to live as a child of the light. Hear ye and listen, O my children. Magic is knowledge, and only is law. Be not afraid of the power within thee, for it follows law, as the stars in the sky.
Physics.
Know ye that to be
Electromagnetism.
without knowledge, wisdom
Yep.
is magic, and not of the law. But know ye that ever ye by your knowledge can approach closer to a place in the sun.
Yep.
List ye, my children, follow my teaching. Be ye ever seekers of light. Shine in the world of men all around thee, a light on the path that shall shine among men. Follow ye and learn of my magic. Know that all is force. Know that all force is yours if you will it. Fear not the path that leads to knowledge, but rather shun the dark road. Light is yours, O man, for the taking. Cast off the fetters, and thou shalt be free. Know that your soul is living in bondage, fettered by fears that hold you in thrall. Open thy eyes and see the great sunlight. Be not afraid of all, for all is your own. Fear is the lord of the dark Arulu, to he who never faced the dark fear. Know that fear has an existence created by those who are bound by their fears. Shake off the bondage, O children, and walk in the light of the glorious day. Never turn your thoughts to the darkness, and surely you shall be one with the light. Man is only what he believeth, a brother of darkness or a child of the light. Come through into the light, my children. Walk in the pathway that leads to the sun. Hark ye now and listen to the wisdom. Use thou the word I have given unto thee. Use it, and surely thou shalt find power and wisdom, and light to walk in the way. Seek thee and find the key I have given, and ever shalt thou be a child of the light.
And he's the way.
Thank you, please. Tablet number 10 of the Emerald Tablets of Toth. The next tablet will be tablet number 11, the key to above and below. The Emerald Tablets of Toth for unite the key to above and below. Tablet number 11. Hear ye and listen ye, O children of Chem, to the words that I give that shall bring ye to the light. You know, O men, that I knew your fathers. Aye, your fathers in a long time ago. Deathless have I been throughout all the ages, living among you since your knowledge began. Leading you upward to the light of the great soul have I ever striven. Drawing you from out of the darkness of night. Know you, O people amongst whom I walk, that I, Toth, have all of the knowledge, and all of the wisdom known to man since the ancient days. I'd be a little skeptical of anybody that says that, but hey, it's Toth. Maybe he does. No, he's an Anunnaki. Maybe he does. All the wisdom known to man. Yeah, I'd buy that. Not all the wisdom in the known universe. He's not making that kind of a good claim. Okay, fair enough. Well, maybe he does. Keeper have I been of the secret of the great grace, holder of the key that leads into life. Bringer up have I been to you, O my children, even from the darkness of the ancient days. Listen ye now to the words of my wisdom. Listen ye now to the message I bring. Hear ye now the words I give you, and you shall be raised from the darkness to the light. Far in the past, when I first came to you, found I you in the caves of rocks. I lifted you by my power and wisdom, until you did shine as men among men. I found you without any knowing. Only a little were you raised beyond beast. Fanned I am with the spark of your consciousness, until at last you flamed as men. Now shall I speak to your knowledge, ancient beyond the thought of the race. Know you that we of the great race had and have knowledge that is more than man. Wisdom we gain from the star-born races. Wisdom and knowledge far beyond man. Down to us have descended the masters of wisdom, as far beyond us as I am from me. Listen ye now while I give you the wisdom. Use it, and you shall be free. Know that in the pyramid that I built are the keys that show all the way of life. Draw a line from the great image that I built. That would be the thing. The apex of the pyramid, built as a gateway. You guys taking notes on this? Okay. They haven't done this already. They don't have. It's maybe do it too. Look at them. Okay, draw a line from the great image I gave it, which is the space. Draw a line from the space to the apex of the pyramid building of Israel. Draw another opposite line in the same angle and direction. Dig there and find that which I have hidden. You shall find the underground entrance to the secret hidden before you were born. Now I know the mystery of the cycle. That moves and moves the movements that are strange to the finite. But infinite are they beyond knowledge of man. Know ye that there are 9 of the cycle, 9 above and 14 below, moving in harmony to the place of joining that shall exist in the future time. Know you that the lords of the cycles are units of consciousness sent from the others to unify this with the all. Highest are they of the consciousnesses. Of all the cycles working in harmony with the law, know that they in time will all be perfected, having none above and none below, but all one in a perfected infinity, a harmony of all in the oneness of all. Deep beneath the earth's surface in the halls of Legality sit the 7, the lords of the cycles. I and another, the Lord from below. Yet know thee that in infinity there is neither above nor below. Whatever there is and ever shall be, oneness of all when it is all complete. Often have I stood before the lords of the all, often at the front of their wisdom, and have drunken and filled both my body and soul with their light. Spoke they to me and told me of disciples, and the law that gives them the means to exist. I spake to the great Lord of 9, saying, O Toth, great are ye among earth children, but mysteries exist of which you know not. You know that you came from a space-time below this, and you know that you shall travel to a space-time beyond. But little you know of the mysteries within them. Little you know of the wisdom beyond. Know you that you as a whole in this consciousness are only a cell in the process of growth. The consciousness below thee is ever expanding in different ways from those known to you. I, though in space-time below you, is ever growing in ways that are different from those that were part of the ways of your own. Know that it grows as a result of your growth, but not in the same way that thou didst grow. The growth that thou had and have in the present have brought into being a cause and effect. No consciousness follows the path of those before it, else all would be repetition in vain. Each consciousness in the cycle it exists in follows its own path to the ultimate goal. Each plays its part in the plan of the cosmos. Each plays its part in the ultimate end. The farther the cycle, the greater its knowledge and ability to blend the law of the whole. Know ye that in the cycles below us are working the minor parts of the law, while we of the cycle that extends to infinity take care of describing and build the greater law. Each of his own part to play in the cycle, each has his own work to complete in his way. The cycle below you is not yet below thee, but only formed for a means that exists. To know that you that in the fountain of wisdom that brings forth the cycles is eternally seeking new powers to gain. You know that knowledge is gained only by practice, and wisdom comes forth only from knowledge. And thus are the cycles created by law. Means are they for gaining of knowledge, to the plane of law that is the source of all. The cycle below is not truly below, but only different in space and in time. The consciousness there that is working there are testing and ascertaining the knows that you are. They know just as you are working on a greater, so above you there are those who are working as you on yet other laws. He's talking about different dimensions. The difference that exists between the cycles is only their ability to work within the law. We who have been in cycles beyond thee are those who first came forth from the source, and as in the passage through time and space gain the ability to use the laws of the greater that are far beyond the conception of man. Nothing there is that is really below thee, but only a different operation of law. Look thee above or below thee. The same shall you find, for all is a part of the oneness that is at the source of the law. The consciousness below thee is part your own and a part of thine as we are a part of yours. Ye as a child had not the knowledge that came to you when you became a man. Compare you disciples to man in his journey from birth unto death, and see in the cycle below thee the child, with the knowledge he has. And see yourself as the child grown older, advancing in knowledge as time passes on. See ye we also the child grow to manhood, with the knowledge and wisdom that came with the years. So also, O Toth, are the cycles of consciousness, children in different stages of growth, yet all from the one source, the wisdom, and all to the wisdom returning again. Ceased then he from speaking, and sat in the silence that comes to the Lord's. Then again spoke he unto me, saying, O Toth, long have we sat lamenting, guarding the flame of life in the hall, yet no, we are still a part of our cycles, with our vision reaching unto them and beyond them. I know we that of all nothing else matters except the growth we can gain with our soul. Know we that the flesh is fleeting, that things men count great are nothing to us, the things we think are not of the body, but are only the perfected state of the soul. When ye as then can learn that nothing but progress of the soul can count in the end, then truly ye are free from all bondage, free to the work and the harmony of the law. That's absolutely true. You have to know, as soon as you know that this is all an illusion, and you have to do the best that you can in this illusion so that your soul can grow and become something greater in another dimension after it's done here, you're just going to be spinning your wheels. Know, O man, that you should aim at perfection, for only thus can you attain the goal. But you should know that nothing is perfect, yet it should be the aim of the goal. So even though nothing is perfect, you should always shoot for perfection of the soul, and that comes to perfection of the soul through enlightenment and all this other stuff. Ceased again the voice of the nine, and into my consciousness the words had sunk. Now seek I ever more wisdom, that I may be perfected in the law with the all. Soon I go down to the halls of Amenti, to live beneath the cold flower of life. Ye whom I have taught shall never more see me, yet live I forever in the wisdom I taught. All that man is because of wisdom. All that he shall be is the result of his cause. Listen ye now to my voice, and become greater than common man. Lift your eyes upward. Let light fill your being. Be thou ever children of light. Only by effort shall you grow upward, the plane where the light is the all of the all. Be ye the master of all that surrounds you. Never be mastered by the effects of your life. Create more than ever perfect causes, and in time thou shalt be a son of the light. Let your soul soar free ever upward, free from the bondage and the fetters of night.
Perfect cause.
Lift your eyes to the sun in the sky space.
Of a
For you,
fundraiser
let it
for a
be
NASA
symbol
link,
of light.
expressing how
Know that you are the
normal
greater
it
light,
is for my
perfect
moon to
in your
go
own
fucking
sphere,
cartwheel
and you
every
are
night.
free. Look not ever into the
NASA
blackness.
needs one because they
Lift
don't have
up
one.
your eyes to the space above. Free, let your light flame upward.
This is our
You
handle.
shall be called a child of the night.
Change colors. Color changer. With swirls.
Let's get into the Emerald Tablets of Toth for tonight. The key to above and below.
Above and below.
Tablet number 11.
We're
Hear
going up,
ye
we're
and
going
listen
down.
ye,
We're
O
going up,
children
we're
of
going
Chem,
down.
to the words that I give that shall
Fucking give
bring
it
ye
to
to
us,
the light.
Toth. Give it to us straight.
You know, O men, that I knew your fathers. Aye, your fathers in a long time ago.
Yeah, you already told us that.
Deathless have I been throughout all the ages, living among you since your knowledge
We
began.
listened to this shit
Leading
twice.
you
now.
upward to the light of the great soul have I ever striven.
Fuck off, Toth. We just
Drawing
heard this.
from out of the
Spiel.
darkness of night. Know you, O people amongst whom I walk, that I, Toth, have all.
What's
of the
happening,
knowledge
Asanya?
and
I
all
know it was a
wisdom
new
known to man
interloper
since
over there
the
with a wrench waiting to pound somebody in the head. How you doing?
All the wisdom known to man. Yeah, I'd buy that.
Ah, buenas
All the wisdom
noches,
known to
yes.
universe. He's not making that kind of a big claim. Okay, fair enough. Well, maybe he does. Keeper have I been of the secrets,
Buenas noches to you too.
holder of the key that leads into life.
That's all we can do, right?
Keep
Keep watch and wait.
From the darkness of the ancient days. Listen ye now to the words of my wisdom.
We'll
Listen
beat
ye now to
somebody
the
up.
message I bring.
Or watch yourself, Loki.
Hear you now
We know
the
about
words I give
tricksters.
you, and you shall be raised from the darkness to the light. Far in the past, when I first
Sandia says she ain't got no blood on her wrench lately.
I lifted you
So
by my
she
power
might-
and wisdom.
She might have a little hair. Oh, there's that. Fuck, it's a 5.9. And it's in Japan. We're at in Japan. Oh, dude, it's in Japan.
Stand I ever the spark of your consciousness. Until at
Okay,
last
well,
you
so I'm glad
flame
it's
as
under
men.
a 6. But it's
Now shall I speak
clouded.
to your knowledge, ancient beyond the thought.
I said Aleutians. That's
Know you that
Japan.
be of the great race, and have knowledge that is more than man's. Wisdom we gain from the star-born races. Wisdom and knowledge far beyond man. Down to us have descended the
There's-
masters of wisdom, as far beyond us as I am from thee.
I still say
Listen you
Aleutians
now
are
while I
gonna
give you
pop
the wisdom.
later too. So's
Use
Tonga.
it,
We're gonna have some
and
more
you-
big quakes
and you
tonight, I
shall
think.
be
Let me
free.
look. Make sure. What's Mama doing?
know that
I always
the
got to
pyramid
consult
that
with
I
the
built
oracle
are the keys
of the all-seeing eye,
that show
Iswas,
all the way of life.
and see the
I
details
draw a
of
line from the great image that I
Yep.
built. That
big
would be
quakes
space.
because the induction
To
has
the
stopped
apex of the pyramid, built as a gateway.
almost completely.
You guys taking notes on this?
She's still getting some.
Look in.
That's why it's over
We
the
have done this
5s.
already. We have, but we're going to do it too. You have the pen yet?
No, I dropped
All
it.
right, so you're right on. Okay, draw a line from the great image I builded, which is the Sphinx. Draw a line from the Sphinx to the apex of the pyramid built as a gateway. Draw another opposite line of the same angle and direction. Dig there and find
You're
that
going on a
giant
road
room.
trip. Uh-oh.
You shall find the underground entrance to the secret.
Look out!
You were men.
Sandy is on the road.
Now ye, I know the mystery of the cycles that move in movements that are strange to the finite. For infinite are they beyond.
I'm sitting here
knowledge of
wondering
man.
just how many more miles my little car got.
Know ye that there
Starting
are
to get a
9
little
of the
bit of one of
cycles.
those.
9 above and 14 below.
I think I got
moving in harmony to the place of joining. that
the
shall
equivalent
exist
to
in
my
future
drive
time.
shaft going out.
Know you that the lords of the cycles are units of consciousness sent from the others to unify this with the all.
I think it's a CV joint.
Highest are
I'm not
they of
sure.
the consciousnesses.
Never had a front wheel drive before,
Of all the cycles working in harmony with the law. Know
so
that
I'm
they
not
in
familiar
time will
with them.
all be perfected. Having none above and none below. But
My landlord, though,
in a
the one that
perfected
sold me this car
infinity,
3.5
a
years
harmony
ago
of all in the oneness of
for
all.
like $1,200, he
Deep
gave me a
beneath
good
the
deal
earth's
on
surface
this
and
car.
walls of the Lente
I've
the
put
seventh, the lords of
over
the cycles.
100,000 on it. Well, he's got the same year, same model, brand new front end. He just put. This is why I always tell you guys I love my landlord, because I do. He's a really nice guy. He just offered me his same car, $1,200, but he just put $800 in the front end of it. The whole front end knew everything. I was like, oh, dude. And then he called me back yesterday. He says, dude, I'm really worried about your car. You think you can make $100 payments on it? I'm like, I think I could, especially if I had one that I know that I could drive to like Tempe and hit some fucking college towns and dump some glass real quick. Yeah, I can do that. Shit. Haven't paid off in a few weeks. Yes, getting this shit built back up. I'm on my last tube of glass, sitting here wondering what do I make, because Anna has stuff ordered, but Anna just got robbed heavily again, and she's put me off last week. So, and I can't blame her at all. I'm just saying, for God's sake, I got to think about what I need to make in case she puts me off this week. I ain't paid rent yet. I need to make sure I got it in my fucking case for somebody to buy. So I'm making bubblers, unique ones that I don't make and you don't see and everybody wants. They're a pain in the ass, but watch me make them. But yeah, I honestly, I was like, fuck, dude. That's my landlord is the fucking shit. He really is. And he gave me a new water heater. I know I got the old one there, but look at that big motherfucker right there. I got a lot of hot water. And the pressure's fucking crazy. I mean, like twice the pressure I had in the whole house with water, cold water and hot water. Now that thing's changed out. It's kind of weird. You gotta change your screen name. Loki. Yeah, we know about tricksters. I've had my battles with them a few times. It's okay. They got magnets too. One day we hold out hope that all tricksters will make a change of heart. It's just we don't have to put up with them all the time. You see, they say I can't judge, but they didn't say that I couldn't distance myself. I don't know. Like I said, at least I didn't sit down and hand fashion a whip. People be all like, "You need to be more meek." I'm like, "You don't want me to be more meek. I will fucking render flesh." They just don't get it. It's just a game. And yeah, everybody's got a heart, and things do change. My whole fucking entire perspective of fucking everything changed, including poop, because I looked it up the other day. Did you see that shit? There's a lot of shit in the fucking poop arena. I was like, dude, that is educating. Fucking education, and nobody's Googling or duck going. I could make up a lot of pieces, Sonia, if I had glass. I don't have a whole lot of glass. I'm down to one tube. Like I said, I'm just kind of sitting here thinking to myself, maybe I need to slow it down and make some bubblers instead of production pipes all the time. I need to make a few more of those just so I have some. I've got some cheap pipes. I've got all kinds of marbles. I made a bunch of marbles. That's where I'm I kind of fucked myself. I wasn't. I was making marbles and chess sets, and I don't have a whole lot of pipe to go out and even try and sell right now. I got enough to make rent, but you got to have more than that to sell enough to make rent. I think we all know that. If you're a salesman, you know you got to have more than what you need because you're coming home with some of it sometimes. And even if not, you got to have more than what you need, because if you drop in and somebody wants it all, you're definitely giving them a deal. So you want to have over what you need before you ever hit the fucking street. You might be coming home fucking yourself and still sold everything. What up, Rich? That's the game of being wholesale, because you don't make much of a margin, really, in truth. My glass is expensive as fuck. Electric ain't cheap. That one there, man, that was like almost 300 this month. You can tell the heater's running this every day. All is good. Rich, have you got Rich yet? Smoke shops. Well, the one thing I have unique is my 3-hole. That right there is the grabber. And that's generally why I don't market to a bunch of shops in one town, because I want people to. This is one of those things that once you use it, it's like, oh wow. And then you use it with your friends, and then they go like, "Where'd you get this?" And they tell you where to get it, and then they walk in the store and say, "You got any of those 3-hole pipes?" You know who they're calling next week, right? Me, because most of their staff has already bought them out of 3-hole pipes. And they're like, "Oh, I like this." And especially, and not only 3-hole pipes, you know what's best is my 3-hole pool bowls for bongs. Dude, I promise you ain't gonna have no green floating around in your water. You'll smoke everything you fucking put in that bowl, because that's a pre-built screen, and that shit's gonna hold it in there. You're gonna save yourself as much money in that fucking bag and pay for that bowl that you just fucking bought, because you ain't got a whole bunch of fucking floaters around in your water. It's all ash, and your water's pretty clean, pretty damn clean. I can smoke out of it for a fucking week. My little bubbler and never change the water. It ain't got no floaters in it. I'll tell you, I've noticed that if I only sell to one store, that store in that town should be, if I get 4 stores going like that, I've got 2.5 ish, because one of them is a really small store that I have. But I need another 2 stores, and I could be real comfortable. And I told that to the landlord, I said, "Man, you get me a fucking car, I'll have 2 stores. It's just, I'm going to get them out of Colorado. I'm not going to dig around here anymore. I'm going south." I know where my market is strong, where you are. Hell, girl, I'll tell you what, we should get together. If you're doing all the legwork, I'll hook you up with a jobber rate. Sell some glass. I'll make it. I just got to get some glass first, Cassandra. Don't pinch me with a bunch of orders just yet. Let me blow out this last tube and get me another case of glass, and then we'll go for it. He might want some body jewelry. My body jewelry ain't cheap, though. I got Eyes of Sauron. I got Spooky Ookie Eyes. I got all kinds of stuff I can put, little body jewelries. Imagine that sticking out your ear. I see you. Enchanted dragon. God, that sounds familiar. I don't know. Maybe that's because there's probably 1,000 enchanted dragons. I've seen them before. I've been down in your area. I got a hat somebody sent me from Vegas. I'm still smoking. Those motherfuckers know me. I'm pretty sure his name is Paul, if I'm not mistaken. Enchanted dragon tattoos in Colorado Springs. That's a problem, though. I've got a store in the Springs. We can't sell them pipes. It'd have to be Pueblo or south of there. I don't know about smiling, but probably because Paul's usually good. At least he is when he sees me. He's been, yeah, I do body jewelry too. Just not too often. I haven't been in the circuit for a long time. So I haven't been making it. But yeah, I do. It's something I read on the wall, Loki. We were writing little love letters to ourselves in a fashion that we knew once we saw it, we'd understand it, and we do. And as Sandia knows, and a lot of these folks know how to read hieroglyphs now. It's huge. It really is huge. It sounds crazy, especially when you look at me. It'd be like, that motherfucker figured out where was fucking Einstein. You know, Einstein was wrong, not my fault. But we figured out where he was wrong and corrected his work. Didn't mean to, honestly, but that shit that we were reading on the walls helped a lot. We didn't know what we was doing. Didn't know what we was doing at all. Yeah, we still out here. I ain't even put this shit together. I just put my handle in there. We're getting ready to put it together right now here in a little bit, Virginia. And we're listening to the Emerald Tablets of Toth. See, we're getting our educationals on.
This leaving, beyond this
educationals.
Where thou hast dwelt, the soul of man.
A bright star. I attained to be one day.
But ever moving to the great goal.
I just realized I'm a human being right now. We've been trained to be poodles, Loki. And we ain't poodles. That's what it breaks down to. Yeah, he's a pretty quick learner. Fucking moon shouldn't be doing cartwheels. And it is, and that's the end of days, and then all was revealed. Not all yet, but I mean a big chunk. Fuck, 400 videos worth of fucking ton fuck of fucking all kinds of fucking information. And people look at me and say, "Can you dumb it down a little bit?" Yeah. You'll die if you don't know this information. You probably want to start at the first video and work your way back to this one. How do you want me to be nice about it? I can't. You just got to go do it. And these are a few hoops that you should actually, if you're a human being and want to know the truth about what we are and where we've been and what happened to us, these are hoops you'll enjoy jumping through. Now you might have to take them slow because, honest to God, they'll blow your fucking head right off your neck. Some of them. Fucking jellify you. And then you come out of it a little bit stronger. I mean, more vulcanized, you know, ready for the heat. That's just the way it came, and that's the way I put it down. And we were brilliant. That's all I can say.
Then it shall be time for the warfare to begin.
We were. We're not now, but we were in general. Like the general population, we were pretty damn smart.
Nations shall rise,
And we can be again.
Using the dark forces to shatter the earth.
The beautiful thing about this shit is you don't need no E equals MC squared to figure this shit out. Because most people don't even realize that's a redundant fucking problem, and it doesn't even, it counteracts itself. It's not even a good math problem, is what I'm trying to get at. It doesn't add up.
Only thus can you come to the light.
But the atomic magnet does. All of a sudden, everything makes sense. We know how water forms and why it becomes steam when you heat it. Because a magnet loses its magnetism, and there goes your fucking hydrogen atoms. Simple as that, right? Oh, that was changed, huh? Hang on, what? Oh, Jesus Christ.
All men seeking the light of the goal.
What part of fucking Texas, dude? What? God dang it. Are you from down in fucking southern Texas, like Brownsville area? Because I'm adopted too, and I didn't find out till I was 32. Fuck off, man.
Be careful of
fuck me.
the tyrannical regime to kick out.
God. Shut up, Sandy.
The children of men shall progress onward and upward to the great goal. Children of light they shall become. Flame of the flame
Fort
shall
Worth.
their souls ever be.
That's still creepy.
Knowledge and wisdom shall be a great age, for he shall approach the eternal flame, the source of all wisdom, the place of beginning, that is yet one with the end. In a time that is yet
it is a small world.
All shall be one, and one shall be all.
It is. Yeah, I was just down there too. I told you what I was doing. Made it legal for y'all to smoke marijuana. I brought Mary with me. She stayed.
Long have you listened to me, my children. Long have you listened to the wisdom of Toth. Now,
no, I totally believe you. Yeah, I'm wondering what's your fucking blood type now, Loki.
In the future, when light shall come again to man. Yet know ye, my spirit shall ever be with thee, guiding thy feet in the pathway of light. Guard you the secrets I leave with thee.
Don't start with me, Sandy.
Keep your eyes ever on the pathway to wisdom.
Shit, now y'all making me want to pack a fucking bowl. Look at you. Look at you.
Your soul in bondage of darkness. Free let it wing its flight to the star. Now I depart thee to dwell in Impending. These out my children in this life in the next.
But yeah, I found out I was an adopted Briggs too. It doesn't surprise me. They tend to like to do that kind of shit. I don't know.
Guard ye the entrance
must run in the family.
Guard ye the secrets I have hidden among you.
O positive.
Let not the wisdom be
I'm A negative.
Secret shall thou keep it for those.
I'm the hated bloodline. Everybody hates me. I'm Anunnaki.
Receive thou my blessing. Take thou my way and follow the light. Blend thou your soul in the great essence.
Yeah.
One with the great light, let your consciousness be.
It repeats itself too.
Call on me whenever you
It's the
need me.
Emerald Tablets of
Use
Toth,
my
read
name
by
3
Josh
times in a
Reeves.
row.
The Atlantean.
Chequadet, Aurelec, Velamides. It's like fucking Beetlejuice, Beetlejuice, Beetlejuice.
He does. He
That's
says
always
Beetlejuice
nice.
3 times.
Say the fucker's name 3 times and he appears. That doesn't make me, I don't know. That doesn't make me comfortable. But the next chapter we're going to be doing, chapter 13, the keys of life and death. The keys of life and death.
Life and death.
Listen, you, O man, hear the wisdom. Hear ye the word that shall
This
fill
is
thee with life.
Layer cake.
Hear ye the
Just a
word
little
that
bit
shall
of
banish the
teeth left in
darkness.
the bottom of that
Hear
shit.
ye the voice that shall banish the light. Or
You're
night,
very welcome,
Banish
Jimmy.
the night, not the light. Sorry. You got to be specific here because they're being pretty specific.
I've listened to this a lot of times, and every time I listen to it, I gather something different out of it too. Not different, but new. So it all just kind of adds up into a great big old crescendo.
Know you not that all shall be
Oh,
open,
fuck.
and you shall find the oneness of all. One shall you be with the masters
You're
of
A
history,
positive.
conquerors of death, and masters of life. Aye. You shall learn of the flower of Amenti, the blossom of life that shines in the halls, and the spirit shall you reach. That halls of
I
Amenti.
can't help but think my son is like O negative or some shit. I can't remember.
I mean, remind me what he says. Every time he says that, he says something he's talking about. He sounds like dimethyltryptamine trap. He sounds to me like DMT. Yeah. As soon as you figure out you've got the most powerful hallucinogenic substance known to man inside your body, always do. It's how most things existing on this planet. You'll go to the halls of Amenti and be one with the light. Yeah, you sure as fuck will. Oh. You know, you see those guys sitting cross-legged on the yoga mat?
Yeah, they say my bloodline just showed up about 6,000 years ago with Jesus.
Now you know what the fuck they're talking about.
That's what they say. I don't know.
Sounds like Toth about the fucking.
I know what I say. It ain't in your bloodline.
It's like fucking human grade DMT.
It's all in your heart. It ain't in your skin color. That's for damn sure.
In spirit, you shall reach.
And I had a feeling it was something like that, but I didn't know how it worked. Now I know how it works. Makes a lot of sense. And I keep screaming, that ain't by chance. Ain't none of this by chance. It all adds up to welcome to reality, motherfucker. This shit's real and it's fixing to get real. I said we may be in a matrix. Sure, we're connected to everything. But this is real. Just like you said, this is real. You got to pass this before you move on. And we got the key to pass it. We got the cheat sheet. And right there. Light within. You can't fake the intent of the heart. You have to know your creator exists, and you have to know what first creation is. You can't believe it, you can't have faith. If you have belief or faith, you're not going to be able to attain the right frequency of meek. Because how can you be meek to something you aren't even sure exists? Fucking totally makes sense why we've gotten all this information all of a sudden.
It streams through the earth as you flow through your form. Giving of life.
That's why they want to give you a vaccine that causes palsy and nerve damage, because they know it causes the nerve damage in this area. And that's the area you need. And that's why they're rolling out the mark of the beast, just like they wrote in that last book of their fucking script.
Know you, O man, that thy form is dual.
Because they've seen this before, and they know how to keep us poodles in line. Guess what?
Know that when fast on thee, death approaches.
It ain't working this time.
It is only because
I could have made billions.
It's only because one pole has been lost.
I gave it to the world so we could change
Know
it.
that the secret of life in a Minty is the secret of restoring the balance of poles. All that exists has form and is living because of the spirit of life in its poles.
And that's where we're at
See
today.
you not that in Earth's heart is the balance of all things that exist and have being on the face of the earth. The source of thy spirit is drawn from Earth's heart. For in thy form thou art one with the earth.
In our form, listen to this. See that? We're extensions
We
of
have
Earth.
learned
That's
to
the
hold
same
your
words
own
I've said.
balance That binds all in its form.
He's talking
For know
physics.
ye the masters of life, aye.
Right here,
You
he's
shall learn
talking
of the
physics.
flower of a Minty, the blossom of life that shines in the halls.
The
and
all
spirit
turning, the
shall you
all
reach
eternal
halls of a
burning
Minty,
flame.
and
the
bring back
mother's
the wisdom that liveth
soul.
and the light. I mean, am I the only one who thinks this? Every time he says that, he says something he's talking about. He sounds like dimethyltryptamine trip. Just sounds to me like DMT. You know? As soon as you figure out you've got the most powerful hallucinogenic substance known to man inside your body, all of us do, and it's found on most things existing on this planet, you'll go into the halls of Minty and be one with the light. Yeah, you sure as fuck will. Whoa. You know, you see those guys sitting cross-legged on the yoga mat saying they're high on life? You better believe it, buddy. Now you know what the fuck they're talking about. It does, though. Sounds like Toth's about to fucking do a fucking battle line or something. Some fucking
He's gonna do a battle line.
In spirit, you shall reach
Oh God!
that whole
Fucking battle line with DMT. You're on it. Done.
Know you that the gateway to power is secret. Know you that the gateway to life is through death. Aye, through death, but not as you know death. But a death that is life and
I'm
is
watching
fire
people do DMT.
and is light.
He ain't gonna take over the world.
Desireth thou to know the deep hidden secret?
Oh man.
Look in your heart where the knowledge is bound.
Yeah, strong coffee.
Know
It's
that
black.
in you
Black
the secret
silk.
is hidden.
Coffee.
The source of all life
Pretty much
and the
espresso.
source of all death.
It's
Yeah,
coffee,
talking
though.
about your pineal gland. Yeah. Source of all life around death. There it is.
Coffee.
The gateway into the other, the non-material dimensions. There you
Well,
go.
you saw all that green butter I loaded
Listen,
on
ye,
my
O man,
potato
while I
and
tell you the
biscuits,
secret,
right? I'm gonna need to counter
and
that.
reveal
'Cause I
unto
was
thee the
standing there
secret
about
of
to
old.
pass out. Like, fucking tired.
Deep in earth's heart lies the flower.
It
the source
does.
of the spirit that binds all
magnet.
in its form. Or know ye that the earth is living in a body, and thou art alive in thy own formed form. The flower of life is as thine own place of spirit, as your own place of spirit, and it streams through the earth
Flower of life.
as you flow through your form,
Double
giving of life
plasma
to the
helix.
earth and its
Double
children,
helix plasma wave. Open
renewing
halo.
the spirit from form unto form.
Energy moving through matter.
This is the
What's up,
spirit
Greg?
that is form of thy body,
How you doing, bro?
shaping and molding into its form.
That's motherfucking
Know you, O man, that thy form
physics in a
is
pipe.
dual, balanced in polarity while formed in its form. Know that when fast on thee death
I
approaches,
love my job.
it is only because thy balance is shaken.
So does
It
Greg,
is only
but Greg's
because
fucking
one
nuts.
pole has
we
been
don't
lost.
we don't pay attention to him. When he
Know that
talks
the
about
secret
his
of
job.
life in a Minty is the secret of restoring the balance of poles. All that exists has form and is living because of the spirit of life in its poles. See you not that in earth's heart is the balance of all things that exist
Scary.
and have
Greg's
being
scary.
on the face of the earth. The source of thy spirit is drawn from earth's heart.
Hear that?
For in thy form thou art one with the earth.
Your spirit's drawn out of Earth's heart.
When you have learned
She's
to
your
hold
mama.
your own balance,
She's your mama because her heart,
then you shall
she's
draw
putting out
on the
that
balance
energy.
of the
She's
earth.
drawing energy from Ra, her son, when we was
You
created,
shall then exist,
and we got body parts
while
that
Earth
match his
is
magnet
existing.
signature. Go figure.
changing in form only when
It's
Earth
physics.
too
It's physics.
shall change.
See, changing the form of Earth change.
Tasting not of
All
death,
will change because we
but
are
of oneness with this
needed.
planet,
We are needed for her to
holding
survive.
your form until all things pass
It's
away.
like breathing in plant farts. Those plants need your
Listen,
farts
O man,
too.
while I give the secret,
Craig,
so
stay on
that
the
you
ground.
too shall not taste of change.
Stay on the ground, Greg.
1 hour each day you shall lie with your head pointed to the place of the positive pole, north. 1 hour each day your head shall be pointed to the place of the negative pole, south.
Greg climbs these big steel things and puts buildings on them.
While your head is placed to the northward, hold your consciousness from the chest to the head.
Greg likes high places.
And when your head is placed
and hangs off
southward,
of steel girders and just muscles
hold
shit
your
up.
thought from your chest to your feet.
And then people move their furniture into the place.
Hold you in
he
balance
builds.
once in each 7, and your balance will retain the whole of its strength.
Good, you
Aye,
stayed
if
on the
you be
ground.
old, then the body will
Good
freshen,
man. Good man.
and the strength will
Do that
become
rebar, you're
yours
on the
as
ground,
a use.
Steel
This
worker.
is the secret known to the masters, by which they hold off the fingers of death. Neglect not to follow the path that I have shown.
See, I've seen video of this
For when
guy,
you have passed beyond years to
and
100,
I had turned it off about quarter
it will
way
mean
through
the
it,
coming of death.
and then write a
Hear
angry
you my
letter
words and
to
follow
the
the pathway.
management because I was scared.
Keep thou thy balance and live
Fucking
on
tighten
in
my
life.
asshole up to the point I had to go out
Hear
in the
ye,
car
O
and grab
man, and
a
listen to my
crowbar.
voice. Listen to the wisdom that
Fucking
gives
loosen
thee
that
of
shit
death.
up. It was rough.
When at the
Bad
end
day.
of thy appointed work,
Had a seat
thou
stuck
may
on my
desire to
butthole.
pass from this life. Pass to the plane where the sons of the morning
Thanks, Greg.
live and have become children of the light. Pass without pain and pass
Fucking
without
push
sorrow
play. My fucking
into the
sphincter
plane
said,
where
"Tank,
there is
grab my
eternal
chair."
light.
It's like, oh fuck.
First,
That
light rest
motherfucker's
with
making
your
me
head to the
dizzy.
eastward. Hold your hands at the source of the life. Your
It
solar
is
plexus.
that bad, Greg.
Place your
Telling you.
consciousness on the life seat.
You just stay on the ground, man.
Whirl it and divide it to north and to south.
Take video from there.
Send thou the one out toward the northward. Send thou the other out to the south. Relax thou their hold upon thy being.
Relax your magnet.
Forth from thy form will thy silver spark
Relax
fly.
it. Just relax it.
Upward and onward to the sun of the morning. Bleeding with light at once with its source.
You're gonna have to come back.
There it shall flame till
'Cause them
desire shall be
hounds
created.
of hell are gonna chase him
Then
around.
it shall
now.
return to a place and a form.
They're gonna chase him around, Greg.
Know you, O men, that thus pass
You
the
can
great
see
souls,
better.
changing
I bet you
at
can.
will from life unto life.
I could see better too.
Thus ever
I could
passes
see
the
it would
avatar,
be better from the ground.
willing his death as he wills his own life.
You don't
Listen,
do that.
O man, drink of my wisdom. Learn you the secret that is the master of time. Learn you how those that you call master are able to remember their lives of the past.
No.
Great is the secret, yet easy to master. Giving to thee the mastery of time, when upon you death fast approaches, fear not,
No.
but know that you are a master of death. Relax the body. Resist not with tension.
I am trying to find myself a
Place in
scenario
my
in
heart
which
the
I could
flame
come up
of
here and
your
hang
soul.
out with you, Greg, but
Swiftly, then
It just
sweep
keeps
it to the
coming up
seat
with
of
no.
the triangle.
nope.
Hold for a moment, then move to the goal. This, your goal, is the place between your eyebrows. Your pineal
I'm
gland.
just trying. Nope.
The place where the memory of life must hold
That
sway.
works. Can't do it.
Hold thou your flame here
Can't
in
do
the
it.
brain seat until the fingers of death grasp your soul. Then, as you pass through the state of transition, surely the memories of life shall pass too. Then shall the past be as one with the present.
Good. Why has the moon
Then shall
started
the memory
rolling?
of all be
Because we
retained.
laid on our side, silly.
For you shall be
Here's
free
your flashlight
from all
and a ball.
retrogression.
Get busy.
The things of the past
You tell me why that
shall
motherfucker's
live
rolling.
in today.
I love doing that. They look at you like, huh? Fucking easy. Lay it on the ecliptic. Start fucking making it roll. It's all in you, dude.
Listen ye, O man.
You can't spin that fucking tennis ball and make it shadow roll, can you?
Listen to
Never
the
works.
world since the time of the dwellers.
Satellites in
Often forgotten
space.
By men of this age. This is the supplementary, by the way. I'm a talented
So you can't roll that ball and make that
Know ye that
motherfucking
this
shadow
earth is
spin,
but a
can you,
portal,
Greg? You got to move the
guarded
observer.
by powers unknown to man.
It's like, homie, what is it? The
Yet
decathlon.
the dark lords
What is it?
hide
The
the
fucking.
entrance.
They come in on that the skis, and they got the rifle, and they come in. Imagine the guy on the skis, he's all smooth sailing. He's like, I'm going to take off a shot now. And he's sitting there, he's looking at the target, and he's still moving, and he stumbles. Now, is it the target turning upside down? Or is it the motherfucker on the skis all of a sudden?
Before I depart, I give you the secrets of how you may rise from the bondage of darkness.
I give you field rotation
The bondage
on
of
a
darkness, as
stick.
I understand it, is the soul being trapped in a material body. That's what the darkness is. Because our soul is shadowed and kept in darkness by the body that entraps it.
Good man, Greg. Make them think for themselves. That way they get the answer and
Know
they
you
don't,
that the soul must be
hear it.
cleansed of its darkness
because it's got to be
before
that
you
way.
may enter the portals of light.
They can't believe
Thus I
you.
establish among
That ain't
you the
gonna work.
mysteries, so that the secrets may always be found.
That ain't working. You gotta
Though
get your
man
ass in
may
there and
fall
get
into
it.
darkness,
Figure it. You
always
tell
the
me.
light will shine as a guide.
As I give you a
Hidden in
working
the
model,
darkness,
you can figure it
veiled in
out from that,
symbols.
right?
Always the way to the
Fucking
portal will be found.
golf balls. Golf balls.
Man
That's
in
some
the future will
complicated
deny
shit.
the mysteries, but always the way the seeker will find. Now I command you to maintain my secrets,
Maintain
giving
them.
only to those that you have tested, so that the pure may not be corrupted, so that the power of truth
How do you test
may
somebody
prevail.
for knowledge?
Listen
Make
you
them learn
now
it
to the
themselves.
unveiling of mystery. Listen to the symbols of mystery that I give. Make of it a religion, for only thus will its essence remain.
No religion.
Regions there are two between this life and the great one, traveled by the sands who
just
depart
reality.
from this earth.
Starts with an R.
Duat,
Different R.
the home of the powers of illusion. Seket Hetspet, the house of the god,
See?
Osiris, the
Illusion.
symbol of the guard of the portal, who turns back the souls of unworthy men.
Mm-hmm.
Beyond
Spirit,
lies
right?
the sphere of the
Who's he to
human-born
judge?
powers, Arunu, the land where the great ones have passed.
Who's that cat to judge?
There, when my work
Who gets
among
to go
men has
creator
been
or not?
finished, will I
Creator
join the
wouldn't know
great ones
that.
of my ancient home.
Dang, somebody got some shit
I'm
to
going
answer
to the
for.
portal to the other side, to the other rounds here. 7 are the mansions of the house of the mighty.
If I was them,
3
I'd
guards
be like,
to
all right,
each house
this
from the
motherfucker
darkness.
been giving us peace offer.
15
It ain't gonna last
ways
forever.
that lead to
Let's
the
take
portal.
it. Let's talk.
12 are the houses.
No,
of
ain't
the
nobody want to talk. They just want to fucking World War III.
Each of them different.
You get it.
And 2 are the great powers, judging the dead who seek for the portal. 4 are the sons of Horus. 2 are the guards of east and west of Isis. The mother who pleads for her children, queen of the moon, reflecting the sun. Ba is the essence.
Reflecting him, pushing him.
Ka is the shadow that man knows as light. Bo cometh not until Ka is incarnate. These are mysteries to preserve through the ages. Keys are they of life and of death. Hear ye now the mystery of mysteries. Learn of the circle of the beginningless and endless, the form of he who is one and in all. Listen and hear it, go forth and apply it, and thus you will travel the way that I go. If you see a portal, motherfucker,
There's a 14 millimeter female inside there. It's not just a plain old down stem. You put a male bucket in there. Motherfucking pepper! What it is.
I now will reveal. I will declare a secret to the initiated, but let the door be wholly shut against the profane. 3 is the mystery. Come from greatness.
You just don't see that kind of shit. And it's really viable. It works really good. You don't break your stem off.
These are the equilibrium, the source of
It'll
creation.
stay inside there.
One God, one truth, one point of freedom. So God, truth, and freedom are the three. They come forth from the three of balance. All life, all good, all power. 3 are the qualities of God. It is light, home, infinite power, infinite wisdom, infinite love. 3 are the powers given to the master to transmute evil, to fix good, to use discrimination. 3 are the things inevitable for God to perform: manifest power, wisdom, and love. 3 are the powers creating all things: divine love, possessing perfect knowledge; divine wisdom, knowing all possible needs; divine power, possessed by the joint will of divine love and wisdom. 3 are the circles or the state of existence. The circle of life where dwells nothing but God, and only God can traverse it.
Yeah, that's a hammer.
The circle of chaos where all things by nature arise from death. The circle of awareness where all things spring from life. All things animate are 3 states of existence: chaos or death, liberty and humanity, and felicity of heaven. 3 necessities control all things, beginning in the great deep, the circle of chaos and plenitude in heaven. 3 are the paths of the soul: man, liberty, and light. 3 are the hindrances: lack of endeavor to obtain knowledge, non-attachment to God, and attachment to evil. In man, the 3 are manifest. 3 are the kings of power within. 3 are the chambers of the mystery, found yet not found in the body of man. Hear ye now of he who is liberated, freed from the bondage of life into light. Knowing the source of all the world shall be open. Aye, even the gates of Uluru shall not be barred. Yet he, O man, who wouldn't enter heaven? If he be not worthy, better it be to fall into the fire. Know ye that the celestials pass through pure flame at every revolution of the heavens, and they bathe in the fountains of light. Listen, you, O man, to this mystery. Long in the past, before you were man born, I dwelled in the ancient Atlantis. There in the temple, I drank of the wisdom, stored as a fountain of light in the dweller. Give the key to ascend to the presence of light in the great world. Stood I before the Holy One, enthroned in the flower of fire. Veiled was he by the lightning of darkness, else my soul by the glory would have been shattered. Forth from the feet of his throne like a diamond rolled forth 4 rivers of flame from his footstool, rolled through the channels of clouds to the man world. Filled was the hall with spirits of heaven. Wonder of wonder was the starry palace. Above the sky, like a rainbow of fire and sunlight, were formed the spirits. They sang the glories of the Holy One. Then from the midst of the fire came a voice. Behold the glory of the first cause. I beheld that light high above all darkness. Reflected in my own being, I attained, as it were, to the God of all gods, the Spirit Son, the sovereign of the sun spheres. There is one, even the first, who hath no beginning, who hath no end, who hath made all things, who govern all, who is good, who is just, who is illuminated, who sustains. Then from the throne there poured a great radiance, surrounding and lifting my soul by its power. Swiftly I moved through the spaces of heaven. Shown was I the mystery of mysteries. Shown the secret heart of the cosmos. Carried was I to the land of Arulu, and I stood before the lords in their houses. Opened they the doorway so I might glimpse the primeval chaos. Shuddered my soul to the vision of horror, and shrank back my soul from the ocean of darkness. Then I saw the need for the barrier, and saw the need for the lords of Arulu. Only they, with their infinite balance, could stand in the way of the inpouring chaos. Only they could guard God's creation. Then did I pass around the circle of light. I saw all the souls who had conquered the darkness, and saw the splendor of light where they dwelled. Longed I to take my place in their circle, but longed I also for the way I had chosen. When I stood in the halls of Amenti and made my choice to do the work that I would do. Passed I from the halls of Arulu down the earth space where my body lay. Arose I from the earth where I rested. Stood I before the dweller. I gave my pledge to renounce my great right until my work on earth was completed, until the age of darkness be past. Listen, you, O man, to the words that I shall give you. In them shall you find the essence of life. Before I return to the halls of Amenti, taught shall you be on the secrets of secrets, and how you too may arise to the light. Preserve them and guard them, hide them in symbols, so the profane will laugh and renounce. In every land form you the mystery. Make the way hard for the secret to tread. Thus will the weak and the wavering be rejected. Thus will the secrets be hidden and guarded, held till the time when the wheel shall be turned. Through the dark ages, waiting and watching, my spirit shall remain in the deep hidden land. When one has passed all the trials of the outer, summoned me by the key.
It ain't no harder than the kindergartner can get.
Then will I,
But that's how you guard knowledge, right there.
Come from the halls of the gods in Impending. Then will I receive the initiate and give him the words of power.
That's how I'm guarding it.
Hard to remember.
I make it hard. I make it hard because you have to do it.
And bring not to me one lacking in wisdom. Impure in heart, or weak in his purpose.
That's some
Else I
funny
will
shit.
withdraw you
I did
from your
do
power
that the first
to
time.
summon me from the place of my sleeping.
That's funny.
Now, I've read this somewhere else before on the show about the pure heart thing.
Pure heart.
Supposedly,
You can only pass if you got pure heart. You gotta love each other.
there are certain people on the planet, we have inside of our DNA, we have a code, and that code allows us to go into the temple where the portal is to go to the other side. That's
So I can tear it down.
The pure heart, like it knows when you go to this step, kind of like in Raised in the Lost Ark, you know, when the Nazis open up the Ark of the Covenant, you know, when the shit comes out and passes, yeah, that's what I have to do. Now go forth you and summon my brothers, or summon your brothers, so that I may impart the wisdom of light to a path where my presence is gone. Come to the chamber beneath my temple and eat not food for 3 days until 3 days have passed. There I will give you the essence of wisdom, that with power you may shine amongst men. There I will give unto you the secrets, so that you too may rise to the heavens. God-man in truth, and in essence you be. Depart now and leave me while I summon those you know of, but yet don't know not. The secret of secrets is the final tablet of the Emerald Tablets of Toth. We're going to get into that here for you right now. Now ye assemble, my children, waiting to hear the secret of secrets, which shall give ye the power to unfold the God-man, and give ye the way to eternal life. Plainly shall I speak of the unveiled mysteries. No dark sayings shall I give unto thee. Open thy ears now, my children, and hear and obey the words that I give. First I shall speak of the fetters of darkness, which bind you in chains to the sphere of the earth. Darkness and light are both of one nature, different only in scenery, for each arose from the source of all. Darkness is disorder, light is order. Darkness transmuted is light of the light. This, my children, your purpose in being, transmutation of darkness to light. Hear ye now the mystery of nature, the relations of light to the earth where it dwells. Know ye that you are threefold in nature, physical, astral, and mental in one. 3 are the qualities of each of the natures, 9 in all, as above, so below. In the physical are these channels, the blood which moves in vortical motion, reacting on the heart to continue its beating. Magnetism, which moves through the nerve paths, carrier of energies to all cells and tissues.
All of them.
Akasa, which flows through the channels, subtle yet physical, completing the
Funny,
channels.
they knew that back in magnetism.
Each of the 3 attuned with each other, each affecting the life of the body. They form the skeletal framework through which the subtle ether flows. In their mastery lies the secret.
At 1748 hertz.
Relinquished only by will of the adept, for his purpose.
1748 hertz. That's what it flows at.
3 are the nature of
Right
the astral mediator.
Goosebumps.
Is
Whole
above,
deal.
is between above
1748
and below,
hertz.
physical,
We got more information you give us,
able to
Toth.
move above and below.
That 33rd degree Mason right there.
3
We
are
got
the
the fucking
natures of
hertz.
mind, carrier of the will, of the great
Bitches.
arbitrator of cause and effect in your life.
So there's
Thus
what our handle looks like
formed
on this
the
one. It's an
threefold
inside
being,
out.
directed from above by the power of form. Above and beyond man's evil nature lies the realm of the spiritual self. 4 is it in qualities, shining in each of the planes of existence. But 13 in 1, the mystical number.
13.
Based on the qualities of man are the brothers. Each shall direct the unfoldment of being. Each channel shall be of the great one. On earth, man is in bondage, bound by space
got
and
raw
time to the
import
earth's
on it.
plane.
In the on
Encircling each planet, a wave of vibration binds him to his planet of enfoldment. Yet within man is the key to releasement. Within man may freedom be found.
Mama Schumann.
When you have released yourself from the body, rise to the outermost bounds of your earth plane. Speak you the word Dor-e-Lila. Dor-e-Lila. Then for a time, your light will be lifted. Free may you pass through the barriers of space. For a time of half of the sun, 6 hours, free you may pass the barriers of the earth plane and see and know those who are beyond you. Yes, to the highest worlds you may pass. See your own possible heights of unfoldment. Know all earthly futures of soul. Bound are ye in your body, but by the power you may be free. This is the secret whereby bondage shall be replaced by freedom for you. Calm, let your mind be at rest. Let your body be. Conscious only of freedom from flesh. Center your being on the goal of thy longings.
It's hurting.
Think over and
Now
over
it looks
that thou
more like a
wouldst be
hammer, doesn't
free.
Nice action.
Think of this
Real
word,
close to the bottom there.
Canover.
And glass on glass on the inside, protected. The way if you knock it over, it doesn't break.
Thy mind, let it sound. Drift with the sound to the place of your longing. Free from the bondage of flesh by your will.
And I'll be back with my last.
Hear ye while I give the greatest of secrets. How you may enter the halls of Amenti and enter the place of the immortals as I did, and stand before the lords in their places. Lie down and rest your body. Calm your mind so that no thought disturbs you. Pure must you be in mind and in purpose, else only failure will come unto thee. Vision Amenti as I have told in my tablets. Long with the fullness of heart to be there. Stand before the lords in your mind's eye. Pronounce the words that I give you. Pronounce them mentally inside of your head. Nekut el Shab el Hal Serbin el Zabot Zin Ephron Quar el. That sounds like fucking Hebrew. Well, Tom's is giving out Hebrew. Oh, that's just wonderful. That should tell you something right there. Relax thy mind and thy body, and be sure your soul will be called. Now I give you the key to Shambhala, the place where my brothers live in the darkness. Darkness but filled with the light of the sun. Darkness of earth but light of the spirit guides you when my day is done. Leave thou your body as I have taught you. Pass to the barriers of the deep hidden place. Stand before the gates and their guardians. Command thy entrance by these words. I am the light. In me is no darkness. Free am I from the bondage of night. Open thou the way of the 12 and the 1, so I may pass to the realm of wisdom. When they refuse you, as surely they will, command them to open by these words of power. And these words of power are, I am the light. For me, there are no barriers. Open, I command, by the secret of
Got the
secrets.
Mickey Mouse all over it.
Adam, El, Ahim, Sarur, Zu, Adam. Then if thy words have been truth of the highest,
All right, here we go.
open for thee the barriers will fall. Now I leave thee, my children. Down yet up to the halls I shall go. Win you the way to me, my children. and truly my brothers you shall become. Thus finish I my writings, keys let them be to those who come after, but only to those who seek my wisdom. For I am only for these am I the king and the way. You always gotta love that. It's always, I think some fascinating stuff in these tablets, and I'm glad we read them. But when it's all said and done, it still kind of feels like
Anunnaki-ish.
Follow me, obey me, do things my way, and if you do things the way I tell you to do it, and do it my way, then you're going to have eternal life, or you're going to have power, and the rest of this stuff.
Maybe to their game, that's not how it works.
This kind of sounds like the makings of a cult
right now,
and religion and everything else that we've known. It kind of sounds like the blueprint for all that. But at the same time, I don't think that we can overlook this information with just that. I mean, at the same time, there's still more to get into. At the same time, there's still things here that, there's stuff about the halls of Minty and Inner Earth and all this new stuff, Shambhala. I mean, it's highly interesting stuff. And the way that it coincides with a lot of the stuff that was in the Lost Book of Enki, it's very fascinating.
What the hell?
But ultimately, I mean, I think that it's pretty clear, at least in my opinion, from the research I've done, that
crank it up, baby.
If you and I were to go to some other planet and find a primitive race and start having sex with them,
woohoo!
We could pretty much set ourselves up as gods if they were more primitive than we are. And that's
me and Josh, man. Me and Josh.
And the Earth was so big, and they just had free reign. They went all over the Earth, setting themselves up as gods.
Oh, poor
because on their planet, allegedly, they it was very difficult to get that kind of power. Everybody was subservient to the power structure.
To Anu.
So here they are, given free reign on a new planet and a new species.
Yeah, buddy.
And
we know how
so below what happens when
Tinky.
You get a little power, everybody wants to be a god, They're just fancying themselves gods and the rest of this. So
oh shit. The water heater again.
For only thus can the true meaning be revealed. A casual reading will give glimpses of beauty, but more intensive study will open avenues of wisdom to the secret.
Oh shit. Did we
But
not just hear this?
These mighty secrets came to be revealed to modern man after being hidden so long. Some 1,300 years BC.
I think it's playing again. Again, not again. Technology of the gods. We can't listen to this shit. It's too technical.
All right, chapter 7. The Earth as a giant power plants.
She is.
The structures of the Giza Plateau in Egypt are perhaps the most famous examples of technological wonders built by the ancients using technologies we can neither understand or duplicate today.
She just draws it in.
Who built these monuments, how and why, has been the focus of immense speculation over the years. The Sphinx is one of the three most controversial structures in Egypt, along with the Great Pyramid and the Osirian of Abydos, carved out of solid rock. The Sphinx seems to typify the mystery of Egypt as it gazes silently out away from the pyramids. Well, it's a line. It's a line to Leo. It's a line to. Come on, children. That's fucking kindergarten. You got to know that.
It is.
It's not just staring blankly out of nowhere. It's.
He's missing.
It had a very specific.
Anyway, Josh,
alignment with very specific.
We'll pick it apart.
Astrological significance. I don't know. Sometimes some of this stuff
howdy.
hackish to me. It's like, really?
The bullshit.
All over the world, all these ancient sites. Doesn't mean
I'm full of bullshit.
Well,
it's normal.
Or the ability to research.
It's all normal.
The age of the Sphinx is a matter of
Multiple
the body is
cities, all that.
the Egyptian government is now
Bruh,
reconstructing.
it's like 2 foot corn is normal. Totally normal.
Controversial term used to call it swallows.
Normal. It's normal. Bring him back.
Erosion on the body could not be the result of wind and sand, as universally assumed. It was rather the result of water. Geologists agree that
How do you even get that out of this picture? Any of that? I don't know.
the periods usually held to concede coincide that it would be melted in
Maybe you haven't been watching.
15,000 to 10,000 BC. If you indicate that the Sphinx was already constructed by this time, it
By this time,
was
it's definitely evident. You
long
can
before
see something going on.
civilization began. Suddenly, we are back to the tales of the ancient Assyrian Empire, with Atlantis and the cataclysmic pole shifts that have rocked our planet ever since that.
Woo! Cataclysmic!
The Sphinx is often said to be the likeness of the pharaoh Egyptian. Of whom several statues, one in the front of the Sphinx, were found upside down in the temple next to the Sphinx. The Sphinx, in fact, is said to have been recarved at least once, and its head is unnaturally small for its body.
We've already heard why.
A much larger head. Perhaps the pharaoh Chephren had the Sphinx recarved to his likeness during his lifetime. Yeah, well, they had to get rid of that elongated alien skull head it had before. They knew that was, we're not going to be able to keep people controlled if they had, the big elongated alien skull head. That's, that's why Akhenaten had his head shaped that way and the rest of it. The Valley Temple of Chephren next to the Sphinx is also an unusual structure. It is constructed of huge granite and limestone blocks weighing up to 100 tons apiece. So inscriptions of any kind were found in the temple, and the blocks are perfectly fitted together in a curious jigsaw pattern that interlocks the blocks. As has been noted previously, this is a trademark of the builders, a type of megalithic construction that is not only extremely difficult to make, also difficult to tear down. Because the blocks are interlocked, they cannot shear like bricks or square blocks of masonry. It's especially interesting to compare the construction technique found at the Valley Temple of Chephren to that at Cusco, Sacsayhuaman, along the Alante Tambo, and even Machu Picchu. There are also said to be secret passages beneath the Giza Plateau. These passages go to the pyramids, allegedly starting from the Sphinx, and are part of the ancient history schools of Egypt. Yeah. Now, we talk much about that. You have to go in there with your spiritual temple garment on, and you battle this all-seeing eye thing that turns out to be an illusion, and then you go into the mystery religions after that. A strange shaft in the Giza Plateau between the pyramid of Chephren and the Sphinx is known as Campbell's Tomb or Campbell's Well. This shaft is now blocked by a grate, but one can still look down it. The shaft is about 15 feet square on each side, about 100 feet deep. On each side of the walls, one can see numerous tunnels, passages, and doors cut into solid rock. These passageways are part of the tunnel system that goes beneath the Giza Plateau. It is purposely dangerous to attempt to reach the pyramids or the secret underground rooms that can be found in the tunnels. Their existence and what lies in them is a matter of legend and prophecy. It has been suggested that a secret library from Atlantis is hidden somewhere inside, underneath, or nearby the pyramids of Giza. This library is generally called the Ancient Hall of Records. According to some, the Ancient Hall of Records preserve ancient knowledge in the form of encoded quartz crystals, much like a hologram might be encoded by a laser today. Also in these secret chambers, sealed from the rest of mankind during the dark ages of Egyptian history when the evil priesthood sought to control mankind, are supposedly machines and devices from that forgotten age. There is a belief by some that the Ark of the Covenant was contained inside the Great Pyramid for some time and then taken by Moses and the Israelites split for the Promised Land. The pyramids
The Canaanites actually, they put it in it's in the desert out here.
Herodotus of the Greeks claims that he was told by priests 2,000 years or more after the Great Pyramid's construction that teams of 10,000 men each labored for 10 years to build a ramp for the blocks.
5 miles down.
Then another 20 years to build the pyramid, and finally another 20 years to put the facing stones on the pyramid, starting from the top down.
Yeah, I got one in my chest. Give me another chair. We'll show you.
Herodotus claimed that Cheops financed the construction by having his own daughter work as a prostitute. Daddy needs a pyramid, girl. Get up there and sell that ass. God damn. Herodotus is
temple,
banging the
yo.
shit out of this guy so he can get him a pyramid built. Right. An inscription read to Herodotus at the base of the
That's
pyramid by
funny
priests
shit.
told the number of onions and radishes it took to feed the laborers. Yet it appears that Herodotus was being told a story. No trace of a ramp has actually ever been discovered. Most scholars believe that the ramp Herodotus refers to is the causeway leading up from the Nile past the Sphinx. All the pyramids had this causeway leading up to them, but it apparently had nothing to do with their construction.
It didn't.
There are no actual wall writings of
It's
a pyramid.
just the
being
shit to bring
constructed.
up
There are
the
gigantic
equipment and
drawings
stuff.
that
We
portray
was
the
moving that
transport of
shit with
gigantic
magnets and
obelisks
frequency.
and giant
We
statues
figured
weighing
out
over
how I'm
100
able to
tons
work in
by
model.
men pulling
I
sleds.
got that shit.
According to John Anthony West, even though it was possible to muster up enough labor to build the pyramids over time,
You don't
some
need no
sort of
labor.
lifting
Just
device for that
motherfucker turn the
had to have
switch.
been employed, but so far no one has come up with. Yeah,
I got
they
it,
have.
Josh.
Coral Castle in Florida.
I got it.
The guy that built that used the same technology that built the pyramids.
He
That's a
was
fact.
right on it.
It's
He
a
was
sort of
with it with frequency and
any grab
electromagnetic
device.
traps.
Other engineers claim that
Wow,
the lifting device
Lagrange
was
point.
needed and that the ramp really had to reach
Caught
the
you
top
now,
of the pyramid.
moving.
However, a Danish engineer
See,
named P.
It's
Gardet
that
Hansen
easy.
has calculated that such
Because
a
your
ramp would require
frequency
17.5 million cubic
vibrates the
yards of
thing.
material,
Your Lagrange
7
point
times more than
grabs
used
it,
in the building of
and
the
you're
pyramid
lifting a
itself.
whole lot of nothing.
Gardet Hansen believes that a ramp going halfway up the pyramid would be better, but it would still be necessary to use a lifting device, which brings us back to the old problem. The placing of the limestone casing stones, which weigh up to 10 tons or more, is an even bigger problem as they are cut and fitted with such precision.
I got the answer, Josh.
His own pyramid. The only marks in the pyramid are quarry marks on granite blocks on the inside of the pyramid.
That's how I've been on
Only
his
discovered
channel
with the
for
terra
about a
cotta
month now.
pyramid were never meant
Josh!
to be seen.
Josh!
One possibility is the ingenious theory that the pyramid
He probably
itself was
thinks
a
I'm nuts and
hydraulic
never looked.
The
Oh, well.
blocks were floated into place on rafts from nearby Lake Moeris. Another
I
theory
would
that
too.
has a certain attraction to mystics is that the blocks were levitated.
Except I'd look.
using what the
I'd at least look at
ancients
the
called
moon.
Ma'at,
I
a
would,
force
because
of
I'm just
mind
that kind of
power,
guy.
akin to the Sanskrit mana power of the mind. Was the Great Pyramid poured into place?
I even looked at flat Earth,
Pyramids is postulated by
I
the
laughed,
theory on ancient
and
construction
then it
techniques
caused
named
me great physical
Dr.
pain.
Joseph Devotovitz. Devotovitz claims that
But I tried flat Earth. I did.
He's been saying over the last several years.
I looked at it.
Egypt, as well
I was
as
like,
other
no,
pyramids in Egypt, was
doesn't work.
not constructed out of cut stone as has always been assumed. Devotovitz claims that the large blocks were actually poured into place, and that
They
they
were
are an
not
advanced and
poured into
ingenious form
place.
of synthetic stone that was cast on the spot like concrete.
Shit was moved.
Davidovich reports on his research at the meeting of the American Chemical Society in the mid-1980s. He is founder and director of the Institute for Applied Archaeological Sciences located near Miami. He is also author of the 1988 book, The Pyramids, An Enigma Solved.
And we've even got the codes to
Davidovich
prove
claims
it.
that a new deciphering of an ancient hieroglyphic text has provided some direct information about pyramid construction, and that it supports his theory that synthetic stone was the construction material.
Yeah, let me see.
The text, called the Famine Stele, was discovered 100 years ago on an island near Elephantine. It consists of 2,600 hieroglyphics, about 650 of which have been interpreted as dealing with stone fabrication techniques. The text claims that an Egyptian god gave the instructions for making synthetic stone to Pharaoh Djoser, who is said to have built the first pyramid in 2,750 BC. Included were a list of 29 minerals that could be processed with crushed limestone and other natural
And
aggregates
quartz.
into a synthetic stone for use in the building of temples and pyramids.
Well, they figured that
Like
out
the
by
chemists of the
slurry
17th
and
and
fucking
18th
doing
centuries, the
with gold.
Egyptians named these minerals
By
according to their
accident.
physical properties. The materials were called onion ore, garlic ore, and horseradish ore because of their distinctive smells. Davidovich believes the minerals in the ores contain arsenic. Other ingredients for making synthetic stone, phosphates from bones or dung, Nile silt, limestone, and quartz were also readily available. According to the theory, the ingredients were mixed with water and placed into wooden forms similar to those used for concrete. Davidovich said the cement in the pyramid stone binds the aggregate and other ingredients together chemically in a process similar to that involved in the formation of natural stone. Thus, pyramid stone is extremely difficult to distinguish from natural stone.
But you still don't have to
by
move
contrast, involves mechanical rather than molecular bonding.
out of the fucking.
Also, Egyptian cement would last for thousands of years, while ordinary cement has an average lifespan of only 150 years. Organic fibers having accidentally fallen into the mixture have been found in the stone blocks of the Great Pyramid, claims Davidovich.
And then you've got quarries that have big stones out of.
What was the function of the pyramids?
Seen them digging out of with.
Actually, though, it is usually said that the pyramids were tombs for the pharaohs. The evidence is generally against this theory.
Now, granted, they might take some of that scoopy material and make some fucking stones out of it instead of lay around like
been found, but not inside pyramids. Rather, they've been found in underground vaults and tunnels, such as those in the Valley of the Kings where Tutankhamun was found. As the normally traditional archaeologist Kurt Mendelsohn says in his book, The Riddle of the Pyramids, while the funerary function of the pyramids cannot be doubted, it is rather more difficult to prove that the pharaohs were ever buried inside of them.
Yeah, they weren't.
Leaving out Zoser's step pyramid with its unique burial chambers, the 9 remaining pyramids contain no more than 3 authentic sarcophagi. These are distributed over no fewer than 14 tomb chambers. Petrie has shown that lidless sarcophagus in the Khufu Cheops pyramid had been put into the king's chamber before the latter was roofed over, since it is too large to pass through the entrance path. One would like to know what has happened to the missing sarcophagi. The robbers might have smashed their lids, but they would hardly have taken trouble to steal a smashed sarcophagus. In spite of careful search, no chips of broken sarcophagi have been found in any of the pyramid passages or chambers. Moreover, it has to be remembered that from the median pyramid onward, the entrance is well above ground level. At the Bent Pyramid, even the lower corridor is located 12 meters above the base, and bringing a heavy sarcophagus in or out would have necessitated the use of a substantial ramp. The fact that sarcophagi in the Khufu and Khafari Chephren pyramids were found empty is easily explained as the work of intruders, but the empty sarcophagi of Sekhmet, Queen Tetratheres, and a third one in a shaft chamber under a step pyramid pose a different problem. They were all left undisturbed since early antiquity. As these were burials without a corpse, we are almost driven to the conclusion that something other than a human body may have been ritually entombed. We've already referred to the fact that Sneferu seems to have had 2 or even 3 large pyramids, and he could hardly have been buried in all of them.
Yeah.
While very few people will dispute that the pyramids had some connection with the afterlife of the pharaoh, the general statement that the pharaohs were buried in them is by no means undisputable. Quite possibly each pyramid, one housed the body of pharaoh, but there also exists an unpleasantly large number of factors that speak against it. It's on the basis of these complexities and contradictions that Egyptologists have had to try and find a solution to the most difficult problem of all. Why were these immense pyramids built in the first place? If the pyramids weren't tombs, what were they? There is the theory that they are astronomical observatories. Another idea is that the pyramids, especially the Great Pyramid, were geodesic markers and time capsules, in the sense that higher knowledge, such as sophisticated geometry and mathematics, were incorporated into the structures. Others have claimed the pyramids were centers of inspiration. Then, of course, there is always pyramid energy. The word pyramid is, in fact, Greek for fire in the center. The next chapter is the keys of power plant. Now, interestingly enough, hopefully this chapter, it's kind of a long chapter, but I want to get through it tonight. Hopefully this chapter will shed some light on something I've had questions about in my research for the new film concerning Rockwall. And in the footage from the John Lindsay 1999 Rockwell dig, there's clips of that in the little trailer I've got up on the website for the Lost Secrets of Ancient America Volume 1. And in that footage, the guy who wrote the book, The Keys of Power Plant, was there checking out the scene. And I was wondering what correlations he believed the rock wall had to the idea of the Giza power plant. Now, I see my own correlations, but I haven't seen anything say what he thought. So maybe this chapter will shed some light on that. The belief that the pyramids were a device for tapping the energy of the Van Allen radiation belts, where the bulk of the pyramid served as a protective baffle, like insulation around an electric cable, is perhaps the most incredible suggestion of all. That is an interesting suggestion. Is that what this guy Christopher Dunn believes? He's the guy that wrote the Giza Prize. That's interesting. I haven't read his book, and I wasn't familiar with what he was jiving at, but that is interesting when you think about the supposed Van Allen radiation belt being this ethereal energy barrier placed around Earth to keep us from escaping. And then pyramids somehow served as a way to be able to mitigate that barrier.
Clemente.
Being high technology people that created it, that's definitely an interesting proposition. And definitely makes me more interested to find out what he thought the rock wall had a correlation to this for. This theory is now championed by British engineer Christopher Dunn. Dunn is the author of the 1998 book, The Giza Power Plant, Technologies of Ancient Egypt. In his book, Dunn outlines his theories and gives evidence for advanced machining and engineering knowledge in ancient Egypt. Dunn claims that the Earth may be a giant power plant, and many pyramids, obelisks, and megalithic standing stones may be a part of this great energy system. He says that the Great Pyramid was a giant power plant and that harmonic resonators were housed in slots above the king's chamber. Oh, so the resonant stuff of the rock wall, how it vibrated and rang like a bell, and when they put that big tracker on top of it, it shook like it was going to take flight. That's why he had an interest in the rock wall, because he thought it was part of this, another one of these megalithic structures that it works in combination with this energy grid system, and perhaps it does. Perhaps it does. I would say that's not a stretch, considering the information I have. Well, that's not a stretch at all. So, okay, it didn't take me long to get that question answered. All right, yeah, totally. I mean, I could definitely see the rock wall being part of it. He said that the giant pyramid was a giant power plant and that harmonic resonators were housed in slots above the king's chamber. He also theorized that there was a hydrogen explosion inside the king's chamber that shut down the power plant's operation. In August 1984, Analog magazine published Dunn's article, Advanced Machining in Ancient Egypt. It was the study of the book Pyramids and the Temples of Giza, written by Sir William Flinders Petrie. Dunn is convinced that sophisticated machining was used in certain cases. Says Dunn, since the article's publication, I have visited Egypt once or twice, and with each visit, I leave with more respect for the ancient pyramid builders. Well, in Egypt in 1986, I visited the Cairo Museum, and I gave a copy of my article along with a business card to the director of the museum. He thanked me kindly, threw it in a drawer to join the other sundry material, and turned away. Another Egyptologist led me to the tool room to educate me in the methods of the ancient masons by showing me a few cases that house primitive copper tools. I asked my host about the cutting of granite, for this was the focus of my article, and he explained the ancient Egyptians cut a slot in the granite, inserted wooden wedges, and then soaked them with water. The wood swelled, creating pressure that split the rock. Splitting rock is vastly different than machining it, and he did not explain how copper implements were able to cut granite, but he was so enthusiastic with his dissertation that I did not interrupt. To prove his argument, he walked me over to a nearby travel agent, encouraging me to buy airplane tickets to Aswan, where he said the evidence is clear. I must, he insisted, see the quarry marks there, as well as an unfinished obelisk. Thankfully, I bought the tickets and arrived at Aswan the next day. After learning some of the Egyptian customs, I got the impression that this was not the first time that my Egyptologist friend had made that quarry marks at Aswan trip to the travel agent. The quarry marks I saw there did not satisfy me, as the methods described were the only means by which the pyramid builders quarried the drill hole at Aswan Rock. There is a large round hole drilled into the bedrock hillside that measures approximately 12 inches in diameter and 3 feet deep that is located in the channel, which runs the length of the estimated 3,000-ton obelisk.
Don't grab
The
that.
hole was drilled at an angle with the top intruding into the channel space. The ancients may have used drills to remove material from the perimeter of the obelisk, knocked out the webs between the holes, and then removed the tusks. Dunn says that archaeology is largely the study of history's tool markers, and archaeologists understand a society's level of advancement with tools and artifacts. The hammer was probably the first tool ever invented, and hammers have forged some elegant and beautiful artifacts. Ever since man first learned that he could effect profound changes in his environment by applying force with a reasonable degree of accuracy, the development of tools has been a continuous and fascinating aspect of human endeavor. Dunn says that the Great Pyramid leads a long list of artifacts that have been misunderstood and misinterpreted by archaeologists, who have promoted theories and methods that are based on a collection of tools that they struggle with to replicate from the simple aspects of the world. For the most part, primitive tools that are discovered are considered contemporaneous with the artifacts of the same period, yet during this period in Egyptian history, artifacts were produced in prolific numbers, with no tools surviving to explain their creation. The ancient Egyptians created artifacts that cannot be explained in simple terms. These tools do not fully represent the state of the art that is evident in the artifacts. There are some intriguing objects that survived after this civilization, and in spite of its most visible and impressive monuments, we have only a sketchy understanding of the full scope of its technology.
Like the schist
The
wheel,
tools displayed by ancient colonists as instruments for the creation of many of these incredible
alabaster
artifacts
jars,
are
all kinds of
basically
shit.
incapable of reproducing after standing in awe before the
Still
engineering
can't produce
mountains.
some of that shit
And they
today.
show a paltry collection of copper implements in the tool case of the Cairo Museum. One comes away bemused and frustrated. Yeah, somebody's bullshit. Dunn claims that the British Egyptologist Sir William Flinders Petrie also recognized that these tools were insufficient. He explored this anomaly thoroughly in pyramids and temples of Giza and expressed amazement about the methods the ancient Egyptians used to cut hard, igneous rock. He credited them with methods that we are only now coming to understand. Says Dunn, I am not an Egyptologist, I am a technologist. I do not have much interest in who died when, whom they may have taken with them, and where they went to. No lack of respect is intended for the mountain of work and millions of hours of study conducted on this subject by intelligent scholars, professional and amateur, but my interest, thus my focus, is elsewhere. When I look at an artifact to investigate how it's manufactured, I'm not concerned about its history or chronology. Having spent most of my career working with the machinery that actually creates modern artifacts, such as jet engine components, I'm able to analyze and determine how an artifact was created. I have also had training and experience in some non-conventional manufacturing methods, such as laser processing and electrical discharge machining. Having said that, I should state that contrary to some popular speculations, I have not seen evidence for laser cutting on the Egyptian rocks. Still, there is evidence for other non-conventional machining methods. You haven't seen the evidence of laser cutting on rocks? Okay, well, you ain't been looking hard enough, brother. As well as more sophisticated conventional type sawing, lathe, and milling practices. Undoubtedly, some of the artifacts that Petrie was studying were produced using lathes. There's also evidence of clearly defined lathe tool marks on some sarcophagi lids. Yep. The Cairo Museum contains enough evidence that will prove that
circular saw marks. I've never seen anything laser either.
Once it's properly analyzed. There are several artifacts that almost undeniably indicate machinery power being used by the pyramid builders. These artifacts, scrutinized by William Flinders Petrie, were all fragments of extremely hard igneous rock. These pieces of granite and diorite exhibit marks that are the same as those resulting from cutting hard igneous rock with modern machinery. It is shocking that Petrie's studies of these fragments have not attracted greater attention, for there is unmistakable evidence of machine tooling methods. So it probably surprised many people to know that evidence proving that the ancient Egyptians used tools such as straight saws, circular saws, and even lathes has been recognized for over a century. The lathe is the father of all machine tools in existence, and Petrie submits evidence showing that not only were lathes used by ancient Egyptians, but they performed tasks which would, by today's standards, be considered impossible without highly developed specialized techniques such as cutting concave and convex spherical radii without splintering the material. While digging to the ruins of ancient civilizations, the archaeologists instantly recognized the work of machine tools by the kind of marks made on the material and the configuration of the piece at which they were looking. Fortunately, one archaeologist had the perception and knowledge to recognize such marks, and although at the time Petry's findings were published, the machining industry was in its infancy. The growth in the industry since then warrants a new look at these findings. Continues Dunn, having worked with copper on numerous occasions and having hardened it in the manner suggested above, this statement struck me as being entirely ridiculous. You can certainly work hardened copper by striking it repeatedly or even by bending it. However, after a specific hardness has been reached, the copper will begin to split and break apart. This is why when working with copper to any great extent, it has to be periodically annealed or softened if you want to keep it in one piece. Even after hardening in such a way, the copper will not be able to cut granite. The hardest copper alloy in existence today is beryllium copper. There is no evidence to suggest that the ancient Egyptians possessed this alloy, but even if they did, this alloy is not hard enough to cut granite. Copper has predominantly been described as the only metal available at the time the Great Pyramid was built, consequently it would follow that all work must have sprung from the able use of this basic metallic element. You may be entirely wrong, however, even in the basic assumption that copper was the only metal available to the ancient Egyptians. For another little known fact about the pyramid builders is that they were iron makers as well. Without going back in time and interviewing the craftsmen who worked on the pyramids, we will probably never know for sure what materials their tools were made of. Any debate of the subject would be futile, for until the proof is at hand, no satisfactory conclusion can be reached. However, the manner in which the masons use their tools can be discussed, and perhaps if we compare current methods of cutting granite with the finished product, there may be some basis on which to draw a parallel. Today's granite cutting methods include the use of wire saws and abrasive, usually silicon carbide, which has a hardness comparable with diamond and therefore is hard enough to cut through the quartz crystal in the granite. The wire is a continuous loop that is held by two wheels, one of the wheels being the driver. Between the wheels, which can vary in distance depending on the size of the machine, the granite is being cut by being twisted with the wire and being held firmly and allowing the wire to feed through it. The wire does not cut the granite, but it is designed to effectively hold the silicon carbide grip because the actual cutting. By looking at the shape of the cuts that were made from the basalt items 3B and 5B, one can certainly speculate that a wire saw had been used and left its imprint in the rock. The full radius at the bottom of the cut is exactly the shape that would be left by such a saw. Mr. John Barta of the John Barta Company informed me that the wire saws used in quarry mills today cut through granite with great rapidity. Mr. Barta told me that the wire saws with silicon carbide cut through the granite like it is butter. Out of interest, I asked Mr. Barta what he thought of the copper chisel theory. Mr. Barta, possessing an excellent sense of humor, came forth with some jocular remarks regarding the practicality of such an idea. Quote, if the ancient Egyptians had indeed used wire saws for cutting hard rock, were these saws powered by hand or machine? With my experience in machine shops and the countless number of times I've had to use a saw, both hand saws and power saws, there appears to be strong evidence that, in at least some instances, the latter method was used. So William Petry's observations bear out what Dunn is saying. The following are his notes on the copper inside the king's chamber in the Great Pyramid. On the north end of the copper is a place near the west side where the saw was run too deep into the granite and was backed out again by the masons. With this fresh start they made was still too deep, and 2 inches lower they backed out a second time, having cut out more than 10 inches deeper than what they had intended. The following confirms the copper inside the second pyramid. The copper is well polished, not only inside but all over the outside. The mill was nearly all bedded into the floor with blocks plastered against it. The bottom is left rough and shows that it was sawn and afterwards pressed down to an intended height. But in sawing, the saw was run too deep and then backed out. It was therefore not dressed down all over the bottom. The worst part of the sawing being cut 0.3 of an inch deeper than the dress part. This is the only error of workmanship in the whole. It is polished all over the sides, in and out, and is not left with the saw lines visible on it like the Great Pyramid coffer. People estimated that a pressure of 1 to 2 tons on dual-tip bronze saws would be necessary to cut through the extremely hard grain. If we agree with these estimates, as well as with the methods proposed by Egyptologists regarding the construction of pyramids, that a severe inequity can be discerned between the two. It is done so far, Egyptologists have not given credence to any speculation that suggests that the builders of the pyramids might have used machines instead of manpower in this massive construction project. In fact, they do not give the pyramid builders any intelligence to have developed and used a separate wheel. It is quite remarkable that a culture which possessed sufficient technical ability to make a lathe and progressed in there to develop a technique that enabled the machine radii in hard diorite would not have thought of the wheel before this. History logically assumes that the granite coffers found in the Giza pyramids were marked prior to being cut. The workmen were given a guideline with which to work. The accuracy exhibited in the dimensions of the coffers confirms this. Plus, the fact that the guidelines of some sort would have been necessary to alert the masons of their error. While no one could say with certainty how the granite coffers were cut, the saw marks in the granite have certain characteristics which suggest that they were not the result of hand sawing. If there was not evidence to the contrary, I might agree that the manufacturing of the granite coffers in the Great Pyramid and the Second Pyramid could quite possibly have been achieved using pure manpower in a tremendous amount of time. It's extremely unlikely that a team of masons operating a 9-foot handsaw would be cutting through hard granite fast enough that they would pass their guideline before noticing the air. So they come back to saw out and repeat the same error as they did on the coffer in the king's chamber does nothing to confirm the speculation that this object was the result of handwork. When I read Petrie's passage concerning these deck deviations, a flood of memories came to me of my own history with saws, both power and manual driven. These experiences, plus those observed in others, it seems inconceivable to me that manpower is the motivating force behind the saw which cut the granite coffers. While cutting steel with handsaws,
how do you cut 10 inches in the rock
certainly one with such dimensions
by hand before you notice you're off?
So the direction the saw may turn can be seen well in advance of a serious mistake being made.
Yeah.
The smaller the workpiece, naturally, the faster the blade would cut through it. On the other hand, if the saw is mechanized and is cutting rapidly through the workpiece, the saw could wander from its intended course and cut through the guideline at a certain point at such a speed that the error is made before the condition can be corrected. This is not uncommon. This does not mean that a manually operated saw cannot wander, but that the speed of the operation would determine the efficiency in discovering any deviation that the saw may have had from its intended course. Along with the evidence on the outside, further evidence of the use of high-speed machine tools
like a quarter inch or so, you can tell you're off. You're like, fuck! You gotta go.
That were evidently used by the pyramid builders.
I've been there.
The inside of the granite coffer
with wood.
Similar to the methods which would have been used today in machines to cut out the inside components.
I know what he's saying. That shit ain't happening like that.
Segment inside the king's chamber.
Anyone that ever worked construction knows better than that. They're like, what? This handsaw 10 inches in the granite? You didn't know they was off fucking you? You fucking take and rip it. Oh shit, oops. To back it up. About 10 inches.
Was left a simple cord that had been knocked away after the hole had been cut. That's interesting because some of the stones that have been found in the rock wall have been similar type of cuts in it, but like tool marks. Tool marks. And a lot of people assume that these were made when people were digging out the stones, but they were not, because they were pulled out of the ground in a separate location They already had these round drill-like holes in it. And that's the best way I can describe it, like a tube drill. That's interesting. After all the holes had been drilled and all the cores removed, Hinckley surmises that the copper was in handiwork to its desired dimension. The machinists on this particular piece of granite once again let their tools get the better of them, and the resulting errors have proved to be found on the inside of the copper in between chambers. On the eastern side is a portion of a tube drill hole remaining where they have tilted the drill over into the side by not washing it vertically. They tried hard to polish away all that part and took off about 1/10 of an inch thickness around all of it. It still had to leave the side of the hole 1/10 of an inch deep, 3 inches long, and 1.3 wide at the bottom of it, and 6 or 8, at least 8 or 9 below the original top of the copper. And then a similar error in the north inside, but of a much less extent. There are traces of horizontal grinding lines on the west inside portion. So, these errors noted by people are not uncommon among the machine shops, and I must confess to having made them myself on occasion. Several factors could be involved in creating this condition, although I can't visualize any one of them being a hand operator. While working the drill into the ground, the machinists had made a mistake before they had time to correct it. So I think that's the key here. Understand what we're saying, like they keep doing that. Meaning that whatever they were using, if there was that much of a mistake, it would have taken so long for them to grind and grind and get to that point, that they would have grind, they got this done with it, and they're all stopped, and we missed a mark, and they can't really happen. Whatever they were cutting with was such a heat and such intensity, that they didn't get the reference right from the cut, and cutting the needles. If you had to look at that laser or plasma laser. Let's speculate for a moment that the drill was being worked by hand. How far into the granite would they be able to cut before the drill had to be removed to make clean the waste out of the hole? Would they be able to drill 8 or 9 inches into the granite without having to remove their drill? It's inconceivable to use such a drop sticky machine with a hand-operated drill without the frequent withdrawal of the drill to clean out the hole or provisions being made for the removal of the waste out of the drill while the drill is still cutting. It's possible, therefore, that the frequent withdrawals of the drill would expose the error and that they would have noticed the direction the drill was taking before it was cut. A 0.200 inch drive into the side of the coffin and before it had reached the depth of 39 inches. Can't you see the same situation with the drill as we saw with the saw? Here we are having 2 high-speed operations where errors are made before the operators have time to correct. And in the ancient witnesses are not given credit for having a simple wheel, the evidence seems that they not only had the wheel, they had a more sophisticated use fork. The evidence of lathe work is remarkably distinct from the artifacts housed in the Cairo Museum, as well as those that were studied by teachers. 2 pieces of pyrite were being collected and identified as being the result of seed turning on their lathe. One notes that people did not identify the means by which we inspected the core, but as it used technology instruments and microscopes for the naked eye. He also mentions that all Egyptologists do not universally accept these conclusions. For instance, the means in addition materials and industries, although research takes easier conclusion that the drills are the result of fixed drill jobs. The Monica Region proposed technology cutting these tombstones, but they are pieced and are setting them in the metal in such a manner that they will bear the strain of hard use. And to do this at the early period of time for them would present greater difficulties than those explained by the assumption of the employee. The program being pieced such as postulated by a teacher, evidence to prove their presence, is as follows. A cylindrical core granite moves round and round by a grazing pump. The groove is continuous and holding a spiral with in one part of the single groove when it is placed 5 rotations around the core. Part of the drill bay is dialite with 32 its weight capacity due to the quite successive rotation of the same cutting pump. Another piece of diorite with a series of grooves piled out to a depth of over 1 feet at the length of the finger's cut. And B, other pieces of diorite showing regular Edward stamp grooves of a saw. But if an abrasive power had been used with soft copper saws and drills, it is highly probable that the pieces of the abrasive would have been forced into the metal where they might have remained for some time. Any such accidental and temporary teeth would have produced the same effect as intentional and permanent ones. Lucas was on to speculate that withdrawing the tube drill in order to remove waste and insert fresh grit into the hole created by the grooves. There are problems with this theory. Dunn says that it is doubtful that a simple tool that is being turned by hand will remain turning while the artisans draw it out of the hole. Likewise, placing the tool back into a clean hole with fresh grit would not require that the tool rotate until it was at the workbench. There is also the question of the taper on both sides of the hole and the core.
They were doing it just to fuck with us. That's all.
Would effectively provide clearance.
See, they were like, no, we got to keep it turning. That way in the future, they'll be like thinking we're really pimps. See, that's what they were doing. How you doing?
Ultrasonic machining the granite core. Says Dunn, the most significant detail of the drilled holes and cores studied by Petrie is that the groove is cut deeper through the quartz than the feldspar.
Some love, cheap.
Quartz crystals are employed in the production of ultrasonic sound and are responsive to the influence of vibration in the ultrasonic ranges and can be induced to vibrate at high frequency. In machining granite using ultrasonics, the harder material, quartz, would not necessarily offer more resistance as it would during conventional machining practices. An ultrasonically vibrating tool bit would find numerous sympathetic partners while cutting through granite embedded right in the granite itself.
If you only knew.
Instead of resisting the cutting action, the quartz would be induced to respond and vibrate in sympathy with the high frequency waves and amplify the abrasive action as the tool cut through it. The fact that there is a groove may be explained several ways. An uneven flow of energy may have caused the tool to oscillate more on one side than the other. The tool may have been improperly mounted. A buildup of abrasive on one side of the tool may have cut the groove as the tool spiraled into the granite. Sorry, the tapering sides of the hole in the core are perfectly normal when we consider the basic requirements for all types of cutting tools. This requirement is that clearance be provided between the tool's non-matching surfaces and the workpiece instead of having a straight tube. Therefore, we would have a tube with a wall thickness that gradually became thinner along its length. The outside diameter getting gradually smaller, creating clearance between the tool and the hole, and the inside diameter getting larger, creating clearance between the tool and the central core. This would allow a free flow of abrasive slurry to reach the cutting area. A tube drill of this design would also explain the tapering of the sides of the hole and the core. By using a tube drill made of softer material than the abrasive, the cutting edge would gradually wear away. The dimensions of the hole, therefore, would correspond to the dimensions of the tool at the cutting edge. And as the tool became worn, the hole in the core would inflect into air in the form of a taper. Dunn claims that with ultrasonic machining, the tool can plunge straight down into the workpiece. It can also be screwed into the workpiece. The spinal glue can be explained if we consider one of the methods that is predominantly used in uniformly advanced machine components. The rotation speed of the drill is not a factor in this cutting edge. The rotation of the drill is merely a means to advance the drills of the workpiece. Using a screw and nut method, the tube drill can be efficiently advanced in the workpiece by turning in a clockwise direction. The screw is gradually thread through the nut, forcing the operating blade into the ground. It would be the ultrasonically induced motion of the drill that would do the cutting and not the rotation. The latter would only be needed to sustain the cutting action of the workbench. By definition, the process was not a drilling process by conventional standards, but a grinding process in which abrasives or constantly impact the material in such a way that a controlled amount of material is removed. We have done another method by which the drill could have been created is through the use of the spinning tree painting tool that has been mounted off center to rotational action. Clyde Treadwell of Sonic Mill Incorporated in Albuquerque, New Mexico, explained to me that when an off-center drill rotated into the granite, it would gradually be forced into alignment with the rotational axis of the drilling machine's axis. The groove, he claims, could be created as the drill was rapidly withdrawn from the hole. The Treadwell's theory is the correct one. It still requires a level of technology that is far more developed and sophisticated than what the ancient pyramid builders are given credit for. This method may be a valid alternative to the theory of ultrasonic machining, even though ultrasonic resolves all the unanswered questions, where other theories have fallen short. Methods may have been proposed that might cover a singular aspect of the machine work and not progress to the method described here. It is willing to search for a single method that provides an answer for all the data that we move away from the primitive and even more conventional machining and forced to consider methods that are somewhat anomalous for that period in history.
It's hot. It's hot. There's a hot mushroom.
Granite boxes in rock tunnels. That's the next section here. In February 1995, Dunn joined Graham Hancock and Robert Laval in Cairo to participate in a documentary. While there, he came across and measured some artifacts produced by the ancient pyramid builders, which proved beyond any shadow of a doubt that highly advanced and sophisticated tools and methods were employed by this ancient civilization.
It's a little blue one.
The group were examining artifacts found in the rock tunnels of the Temple of Seraphim at Saqqara, the site of the step pyramid in Zoser's tomb. Says Dunn, we were in the stifling atmosphere of the tunnels when the dust kicked up by tourists lay heavily in the still air. These tunnels contain 21 granite boxes. Each box weighs an estimated 65 tons. And together with the huge lid that sits on top of them, the total weight of the assembly is around 100 tons. Just inside the entrance of the tunnels, there is a lid that had not been finished, and beyond this lid, barely fitting within the confines of one of the tunnels, is a granite box that had also been rough hewn. The granite boxes are approximately 13 feet long, 7.5 feet wide, and 11 feet high. They are installed in crypts that were cut out of the limestone bedrock at staggered intervals along the tunnels. The floors of the crypts were about 4 feet below the tunnel floor, and the boxes were set into a recess in the center. The wall was addressing the engineering aspects of installing such huge boxes within a confined space, where the last crypt was located near the end of the tunnel. With no room for the hundreds of slaves pulling on ropes to position these boxes, how will they move into place? While Hancock and Laval were filming, I jumped down into a crypt and placed my parallel against the outside surface of the box. It was perfectly flat. I shone the flashlight and found no deviation from a perfectly flat surface. I clambered through a broken out edge in the inside of another giant box, and again, I was astonished to find it astonishingly flat. I looked for errors. I couldn't find any. I wish at that time that I had the proper equipment to scan the entire surface and ascertain the full scope of the work. Nonetheless, I was perfectly happy to use my flashlight and straight edge and stand in awe of this incredibly precise and incredibly huge artifact.
I saw the documentary.
Checking the lid and the surface on which it sat, I found them both to be perfectly flat. It occurred to me that this gave the manufacturers of this piece a perfect seal. Two perfectly flat surfaces pressed together with the weight of one pushing out the air between the two surfaces. The technical difficulties in finishing the inside of this piece made the sarcophagus and copper pyramid seem simple in comparison. Canadian researcher Robert McKenzie
It was embarrassing, you said. They didn't give him the competition.
At that moment, I knew how Howard Carter must have felt when he discovered Tutankhamun's tomb. The dust-filled atmosphere in the tunnels was breathing uncomfortable. I could only imagine what it would be like if I was finishing off a piece of granite regardless of the method used and how unhealthy it would be. Surely it would have been better to finish the work in the open air. I was so astonished by this find that it didn't occur to me until later that the builders of those relics, for some esoteric reason, intended for them to be ultra precise. They had taken the trouble to bring into the tunnel an unfinished product and finish it underground for a good reason. It is the logical thing to do if you require a high degree of precision in the piece that you are working with. To finish it with such precision at a site that maintained a different atmosphere and a different temperature, because in open under the hot sun would mean that when it was finally installed in the cool cave-like temperatures of the tunnel, you would lose that precision. The granite would change its shape through thermal expansion and contraction. The solution then, as it is now, of course, is to prepare precision surfaces in the location in which they are going to be housed. This discovery and the realization of its critical importance to the artisans that built it went beyond my wildest dreams of discovery from the medieval Egypt. For a man of my inclinations, it's better than 10 plus 2. The Egyptians' intentions with respect to precision are perfectly clear, but the what if?
But why?
Further studies of these artifacts should include thorough mapping and inspection of the following tools. A laser interferometer with surface flatness checking capabilities, an ultrasonic thickness gauge to check the thickness of the wall to determine their consistency with uniform thickness, an optical flat with monochromatic light source to see if the surfaces are really finished to optical precision. John contracted 4 precision granite manufacturers in the U.S. and hasn't been able to find one who can do this kind of work. We received a letter from Eric Leider of Keystone Corporation about the technical feasibility of creating several Egyptian artifacts, including giant granite boxes found in the bedrock tunnels of the Temple of Seraphim at Saqqara. The letter read as follows. Dear Christopher, first I would like to thank you for providing me with all the fascinating information. Most people never get the opportunity to take part in something like this. He mentioned to me that the box was derived from one solid block of granite. A piece of granite that size is estimated to weigh 200,000 pounds. If it was Sierra white granite, which weighs approximately 175 pounds per cubic foot, if a piece of that size was available, the cost would be enormous. Just a raw piece of rock would cost somewhere in the area of $115 million. This price does not include cutting the block the size of any straight charge. The next obvious problem would be the transportation. There would be many special permits issued by the Department of Transportation that would cost thousands of dollars. From the information that I gathered from your facts, the Egyptians moved this piece of granite nearly 500 miles. That is an incredible achievement for a society that existed hundreds of years ago. As done, Eric went on to say that his company did not have the equipment or capabilities to produce the boxes in this manner. He said that his company would create the boxes in 5 pieces, ship them to the customer, and bolt them together on site. Another artifact I inspected was a piece of granite that I quite literally stumbled across while strolling across the Giza Plateau later that day. I concluded after doing preliminary check of this piece that the ancient pyramid builders had to have used a machine with 3 axes of movement, X, Y, and Z, to guide the tool in 3-dimensional space to create it. Outside of the incredibly precise, normal flat surfaces being simple geometry and justifiably being explained away by simple methods. This piece, though, drives us beyond the question, what tools were used to cut it, to a more far-reaching question. What guided the tools that were used for cutting? But addressing this question and being comfortable with the answer, it is helpful to have a working knowledge of concepts.
Inside out one.
Many of the artifacts that modern civilizations have created would be impossible to produce using simple handling.
And again, that
We're
ain't no just
surrounded by
simple
artifacts
downstem.
are
That
the
is one of
result of men
those.
and
So you
women
can put a
employing their
bucket in
minds
it.
to create tools which overcome physical limitations.
Fucking
We have developed
unprecedented.
machine tools to
How you
create
doing,
the
Cat?
dyes that produce the aesthetic contours on the cars that we drive, the radios we listen to, and the appliances we use. To create the dyes to produce these items, a cutting tool has to accurately follow a predetermined contoured path in 3 dimensions. In some applications, it will move in 3 dimensions simultaneously using 3 or more axes of movement. The artifact that I was looking at required a minimum of 3 axes of motion to machine it. When the machine tool industry was relatively young, techniques were employed where the final
Pimping
shape
out
was
with
finished
my
by
dingly
hand,
out.
using templates as a guide. Today, with the use of precision computer numerical control
Pimping
machines,
out with the dingly out.
there is little call for handwork. A little polishing to remove unwanted tool marks may be the only handwork required. To know that an artifact has been produced on such a machine, therefore, one would expect to see a precise surface with indications of tool marks that show the path of the tool. This is one I found on the Giza Plateau, lying out in the open south of the Great Pyramid, about 100 yards east of the second pyramid. There are so many rocks of all shapes and sizes lying around this area that, to the untrained eye, this one could easily be overlooked. To a trained eye, it may attract some cursory attention in a brief use. I was fortunate that it both caught my attention and that I had some tools with which to inspect it. There were 2 pieces laying close together, one larger than the other. They had originally been one piece and had been broken. I found I needed every tool that I had brought with me to inspect it. I was most interested in the accuracy of the contour and its symmetry. What we have is an object that 3-dimensionally as one piece could be compared in shape to a small sofa. The seat is a contour that blends into the walls of the arms and the back. I checked the contour using the profile gauge along 3 axes of its length, starting at the blend radius near the back and ending near the tangency point, which blended smoothly where the contour radius meets the front. The wire radius gauge is not the best way to determine the accuracy of this piece. When adjusting the wires at one position in the block and moving to another position, the gauge could be reseated on the contour. But questions could be raised as to whether the hand that positioned it compensated for some inaccuracy in the contour. However, placing the parallel at several points along and around the axes of the contour, I found the surface to be extremely precise. At one point near a crack in the piece, there was a light showing through, but the rest of the piece allowed very little to show.
Look, kiddo.
During this time, I had attracted quite a crowd. It's difficult to traverse the Giza Plateau at the best of times without getting attention from the camel drivers, donkey riders,
Just in time. I sat down
and
for a little
purveyors
break.
of trinkets. It wasn't long after I had pulled the tools out of my backpack
I'm all right.
that I had 2
my
willing
second
helpers,
internal
Mohammed and
rig
Mustafa.
like mine.
They weren't at all interested in compensation.
Pretty good at it.
At least that's what they told me, but I can honestly say that I lost my shirt on that adventure.
But you're lying.
Yeah, that's what they tell me. Oh, no, you don't want to do that.
Oh shit! Now they know.
Yeah, fucking robbing your ass. I had cleaned sand and dirt out of the corner of the larger block. And
God, I haven't taken a swig of that all night.
I used a white
Good morning,
that
Cat.
I was carrying in my backpack to wipe
Cheer,
the corner
coffee
so I could
and
get an
all.
impression of it.
Morning, Joe.
Mustafa taught me to give him the shirt before I left.
Cisco rum.
I was so inspired when I
Calypso,
tossed
not
it to him.
Cisco. It's Calypso.
Muhammad held the wire gauge at different points along the contour while I took
It's
photographs.
Calypso. It's that chick.
I then took the forming wax and heated it with a match,
It's chick rum.
kindly provided by the Motenpick Hotel,
Not yet.
and
Huh?
then pressed it into the corner blend
Good night.
radius.
Cat says good night.
I shaved off the spring part and positioned it at different points around Muhammad as he held the wax still while I took photographs. By this time, there was an old camel driver and a policeman on a horse looking on. What I discovered with the wax
I discovered some wax too.
Tangential with
It's
the contour,
84% THCs.
the back and the sideways. When I returned to the U.S., I measured the wax using a radius gauge and
I like
found
my
there was
wax.
a true radius measuring 7/16 of an inch. The sidearm blend radius has a design feature that is a common engineering practice today. By cutting a relief at the corner, a mating part that is to match or butt up against the surface with the large blend radius, they have a smaller radius. This feature provides for a more efficient machining operation because it allows a cutting tool with a large diameter and therefore a large radius to be used. With greater rigidity in the tool, more material can be removed when making a cut. I believe there is more, much more, than can be gleaned using these methods of study. I believe the Cairo Museum contains many artifacts that, when properly analyzed, will lead to the same conclusion that I have drawn from this piece.
We were
We're going to
pimps.
stop right there for the night because the next section is pretty long. High-speed motorized machinery must have been used. So, all right, high-speed motorized machinery must have been used. Says Dunn in conclusion, the use of high-speed motorized machinery.
There's
what we
that.
might call
See,
modern
it's got the
techniques
glass on the
in
inside.
non-conventional machining and manufacturing. The granite artifacts found at Giza and other locations in Egypt warrants serious study by qualified, open-minded people
That's some
who could
pimp
approach
ass
the
shit,
subject
is what that is.
without preconceived
Sit
notions.
down, Albert.
In terms of a more thorough understanding of the level of technology employed by the ancient pyramid builders,
Yeah, you can't break that glass on glass fitting.
tremendous. They're not only presented
Certainly
with
makes
evidence
sense to me.
that seems to have
That's the thing, it
emerged
always
for decades,
breaks.
in which
Right there.
provides further
Fucking
evidence
glass on glass fitting. It
proving
always
the needs to be
breaks.
advanced,
One way or
also
another, it's
providing
broken.
an opportunity to reanalyze everything from a different
Not that
perspective.
way.
Understanding how something is made opens up a different dimension when trying to determine why it was made.
You need a hammer.
The precision in these artifacts is irrefutable. Even if we ignore the question of how they were produced, we are still faced with the question of why such precision was needed. Revelation of new data invariably raises new questions in this case. It's understandable to hear, where are the machines? Machines are tools. The question should be applied universally. It can be asked of anyone who believes other methods may have been used. The truth is that no tools have been found to explain any theory on how the pyramids were built or how the granite boxes were cut. More than 80 pyramids have been discovered in Egypt, and the tools that built them have never been found. Even
Yeah,
if we
he
accept
brushed
the
his
notion that
teeth.
copper tools would be more incredible artifacts, the few copper implements that have been uncovered do not represent the number of such tools that if every stonemason who worked on the pyramids at just the Giza site
Ah, thank you.
owned one
Yeah,
or two of
just
them.
red and blue.
In the Great
White.
Pyramid alone, there are an estimated 2,300,000 blocks
Teenage,
of
I
stone.
know. He's actually brushing his
Both
teeth.
limestone
Now I gotta
and
teach him
granite
how to
weigh
wash that
between
dirt
2
off his
tons and
lip.
70 tons each. That is a mountain of evidence that there are no tools surviving to
That's scary
explain its
shit.
creation. The principle of Occam's razor, where the simplest means of manufacturing holds force until proven inadequate, has guided my attempt to understand the pyramid builders' methods. For these Egyptologists, there is one component of this principle that has been lacking. The simplest methods do not satisfy the evidence.
No,
They
I
have been
don't.
reluctant to consider other, less simple methods. There
Less
is no
simple.
doubt that the capabilities of the ancient pyramid builders have been seriously underestimated. The most distinct evidence that I can relate is that
Yeah, the latitudinal's really red.
only recognized in recent years.
It doesn't even show up red
Some
until it
technologies
gets
the
hot.
Egyptians possess still astound modern artisans and engineers.
It's just
primarily
red
for this
in the
reason.
core, a little bit.
The
But
development
yeah,
of machine tools
the
has been
heat makes the
intrinsically
crystals
linked to the
form.
availability of consumer goods and the desire
And,
by the customer.
that's gold.
One reference point for judging a civilization to be advanced has been
And
our
it
current
turns
state of
pink just like any
manufacturing
other crystalline structure with gold in it. Turns pink, red, the more you have in it.
Industry has progressed exponentially.
It really is alchemy.
Since Petrie first made his critical observations, Between 1880
That's how you get your
and 1882,
colors.
our civilization has left forward at breakneck speed to provide the customer with goods, all created by artisans, and still,
So that's the same
over
stick.
100 years after Petrie, these artisans are
Now you see the
astounded by
DNA
the
spirals
achievements of the ancient pyramid builders.
of the fucking ugly
They're
man-eating
astounded
earthworm
not so much by
DNA.
what they perceive a society is capable of using primitive tools, but by comparing these prehistoric artifacts with their own current level of expertise and technological advancement.
I got another one in there with Ra and Horus and the Onks on both sides.
Depends on the preservation of a written record of every technique that they had developed. The nuts and bolts of our society do not.
Reds, huh? Okay, that's ruby. It's dark ruby. Ruby and Loki's lipstick are those two colors that are mixed up in that. The reds.
Records of the technology developed by
Got two of them. They look real close. Same thing.
And could conceivably cease to exist.
Two different
Of
companies.
a worldwide catastrophe such as a nuclear war or another ice age. Consequently, after several thousand years, an interpretation of an artisan's methods.
But yeah, it covers up most of the white until you smoke out of it. Then it'll color that in.
The language of science and technology doesn't have the same freedom as speech.
I do.
But even though the tools and machines have not survived the thousands of years since their use,
I don't have a huge collection of glass. Just one pipe. And a prototype for the guys I'm making right now.
Except that another civilization from a
Ireland. Oh my God, cat.
that are as great or perhaps even greater than our own. As we assimilate new
well,
data,
you'll definitely know when I'm making it.
It is wise to heed the advice Petrie gave to an American
probably
who
be
visited him
some.
during his research at
Oh,
Giza.
we'll see.
The American expressed a feeling that he had
I can't tie my last because this is my last tube. I got to re-up some glass.
Theory of the time. Petrie said, by all
I
means,
can't tie up my last tube in that at the
Though
moment.
we should take care that in our haste, none of the wounded ones are buried alive.
Yeah, I'm getting new glass
With such
after I sell
a
this
convincing
shit
collection of artifacts that prove the existence of
that I
precision,
make this week.
machinery, and ancient
Probably
Egypt,
Wednesday or Thursday I'll be
the
going
idea that
out.
the Great
I don't
Pyramid
know.
was built by an advanced
We'll see.
civilization that inhabited the earth out
I gotta make phone calls. Hopefully Anna's doing better this week than last.
Civilization was more advanced technologically than ours.
She got broke into. Usually folks just want, like, I've got coffee pots and here, let me show you. Because I sell to a lady in Denver, just one, because she gives good deals. Because I give her good deals. And let's see here. I've got pictures of stuff that she has in her shop. Oh, that's ugly. See, I just turned on my camera and that didn't work. Okay, here's a picture of my botanically correct marble. It's got the seed pod around it and everything. Here's another view of it. I've actually got that upstairs still. Here's my Star Wars chess set I just made last week. That's the old Darth Vader. He's the knight or the bishop for the bad side. All right. Now here's a couple things. Couple flower bubblers and such. One of them's pretty fancy. They're in the back. It has a dragon head in the back, encased in there. It blows smoke at you. At least I'm pretty sure that's one of my dragons. So let me make sure. I think that is one of my little dragon head encasements inside there. It's kind of hard to tell with the light shining right there. Here's one of my rigs with the external male. That could be broken. Here's one with a jar. Got some reversal work on it. And there is a big fat mushroom butt plug. See, we got big butt plugs. Doesn't have to be a pipe. You looked. Oh, I'm not done. There's a face hugger pipe, from Aliens, and then the curly tail, you wrap him around your face and puff, and those are percolators. See the cup inside? That holds your tea or your coffee, and you set it right on your stove. This one's done in a Buddha. No, this one's done in a Buddha with a lotus flower on top. And that one is a plain Jane, which is cheaper. And then there's a jar in the middle to go with your, it's kind of like the egg jar, except smaller, of course, than the face hugger itself. But they kind of go as a set. And this, well, there's one of my big rose marbles. And it's next to one of my favorite really worked pieces that I made her. And it's got a signature there. See my fish? It is a very rare piece because I don't sign shit. But it's got an octopus tentacle and really fucking detailed everything. So I was like, all right, I'll sign this. So I signed that one. And this one, I'm not sure if I was even selling it. Not the blue one, but the red one. See that flower on it? Oops, is about as big as that, at least as big as my fist. It's a big, handmade, full petal flower that's all delicate-ish. You could probably bounce it. The one in front of it's full honeycomb, full coil pot, fucking internal raked. That's just all latticino work on the bottom with the. It's sicker than it should be. And then there's one of my dichro balls there. So that's at Rigs for Us. She has that stuff. And those are one of a kind. And I don't think any of my stuff in that cabinet got stolen. But she just got no butt plugs. She just got somebody broke in last week and stole some really expensive fucking pieces. Let me show you those. You're gonna shit. You're gonna be like, what? I'll be like, yeah, it's like that. You'd be like, what? I'll be like, yeah, it's like that. I know. Fucking bastards is right. Uh,
into electricity. They use the electricity to power their civilization, which included machine tools with which they shape hard, igneous rock. Okay, you may say, how does this power plant work? It's all very well to throw out a broad statement like that, which rationalizes your own theory on machining, but we need more facts and proof that what has been stated is more than an interesting and radical theory. It has to have proof based on. Well, let's start with the It just so happens that the transducers for this power plant are an integral part of the construction that is designed to resonate in harmony with the pyramid itself, and also.
So here's the ones that got ripped off.
The fused chambers, which are processional
disc pieces with lattice and all sorts of recycle rig going on.
A mighty transducer. In any machine,
Let me
there are devices that function
enlarge
to
that
make
so
the
you can
machine work.
see
This machine is no different.
the detail in those
But when inner
pieces,
chambers and
because those
passages
are
of the
like
Great Pyramid seek to
$8,000
avoid what we
pieces
consider to be mechanical or electrical devices, there are
that
devices
they
still
took off
housed
with.
there that are similar in nature to mechanical devices created today.
Here's another shot of it. My buddy
These devices
Jonathan
can also
made
be
this.
considered to be electrical
I
devices
could tell
because
who
they have
did
the
it.
ability to convert or transduce mechanical energy
He
into
does the
electrical
ladders
energy.
a
You
lot
might
in
think
his
other examples
pieces.
as the evidence becomes more apparent. The devices which have resided inside
Here's
the
your
great
blacklight
pyramids built
piece.
have not been recognized for what they truly are. Nevertheless, they were an integral part of this machine's function.
So if you've seen any of these, please let
The granite
Anna at Rigs for Us. See the Rigs for Us? That's her in Denver. Rigs for Us in Denver. And she carries all kinds of my glass. She's got my marbles and pendants. And the reason I deal with her is because she gives my deals to you, and my shit ends up selling pretty fucking fast. So she keeps me busy.
The particles are hexagonal by pyramidal or rhombohedral in shape. Rhomboid crystals are six-sided prisms with quadrangle sides that present a parallelogram on any side of the six facets. And this is why, well, you ever see Pink Floyd's Dark Side of the Moon cover, and you've got like the pyramid and the prism and then light going through it. You see all that? That's kind of what that's hinting at. This guarantees that the devil within the ground is a
Just had a harebrained idea. Since this called about on Facebook, I was
any plasticity of the ground will allow a positive tension upon these parallel surfaces and cause an electromagnetic flow.
just had a harebrained idea. Since this called about on Facebook, I just
I heard because this popped up on Facebook, which I'm not sure what it is, but I didn't hear the other part, John. You're probably in bed now, though.
Dunn comments that while Nelson and Coville have made an interesting observation and speculation regarding the granite inside the pyramid, I'm not sure that they are correct in stating that the pressure of thousands of tons of masonry would generate an electromagnetic flow in the granite. The pressure on the quartz would need to be alternatively pressed or released in order for electricity to flow. The pressure they are describing would be static, and while
She has my 3 holes too, and she ships. She's better at it than I am. But if you want something custom, you should get a hold of me on Messenger. Draw up what you want, tell me how much you want to spend on it, and watch me make it. Usually I have people send me a postal money order. That's preferred because then I can take the postal money order to the post office with your box and pay for your shipping right out of the money order, because all she's going to charge me is my ID. She's going to charge you 99 cents for the money order and a quarter for the stamp, or whatever it is nowadays. More like 50 cents probably. I don't know. I just pay it. But it's fucking cheaper than any credit card transfer or anything. It's just old school. I'm a government whistleblower and they fuck with me. You can ask anybody in here. We've tried electronic shit. It just doesn't work well. They'll tell you that you're probably being scammed and send you your money back while laughing at me. It's happened. But you can ask Kat. She sent me money and I sent her an elephant, and she lives in the UK. I know that girl can't come here and pull my hair out. I'm not after. I don't even accept people's money as a donation. I wouldn't try and take it. But anyway, that's on you. You can ask anybody. They a lot of people smoke out my three holes. But if you prefer, and you just want something that's mine, Anna will definitely pick you out something nice. You can probably even get a hold of Chad. He'll walk you through video chat, show you what they got. Because they've got a lot of my one of a kinds. That's why I was telling people the other day. I was like, man, Anna asked me for some one of a kinds. I've got a bunch of one of a kinds, but I don't have anything anybody else is going to want because Anna's the only one that wants one of a kind. And then she got robbed and had to put me off last week, so it kind of put me in panic mode. I'm down to one fucking tube of glass, but I know it's going to be all right. I've been in worse situations. I've got glass. And a torch and gas and everything else. I'm good. My electric bill's paid. I'm just a little concerned about my insurance bill, but I got the money in my pocket for that. Like I said, my mind goes, covering bills. It's different when you're self-employed because you honestly don't know where your next money's coming from sometimes. Shit, life happens to everybody, including your customers. It almost feels dirty to call Anna a customer. I've known her for, good 6 years. And Anna's a good person. She's helped me out, and I've helped her out, and that's the mark of a true friend, not a customer. So I call her my friend because she is. I'd rather have her friendship than her customership, actually. That might actually make life better on me. Because she's relatively a small shop. She's a mom and pop shop. It would do me better to have a store that has 3 to 4 stores in Denver, monetarily. But that would probably cause me to lose the friendship on Anna because she'd be all butthurt, and I wouldn't want to do that to Anna anyway. I'm just saying, over the time I've realized that Anna is a really good person, and that's generally why I deal with her. She really is. She's a good person. I'll walk in her store. She'd meet me with an iced bong because she knows I don't dab very much.
I disagree. The pyramid builders knew about and were already utilizing a design feature that was structurally sound on a lower level inside the pyramid. If we look at the cantilever,
you can here.
You can see that it has more masonry power on top of it than the King's Chamber. The question could be asked, therefore, that if the builders had wanted to put a flat ceiling in this chamber, wouldn't they have only needed to add one layer of beams?
I just really don't advertise a whole lot that I sell my glass here because, I'm asking people to send me money beforehand because I'm fucked, man. I don't have money for shipping. If I get like 4 or 5 packages, I just don't. Sometimes I don't have enough for one. And then raising them to the 175-foot level. Hi, Rebel. Yep, still on. Making other pretties now. Continued on with the pretty makings. So we've got a internal 14 female glass on glass rig. Nice action going on with the Latticino inside outs, centripetals. Centripetals, sine weightage, mushroom, motherfucking mushroom. Yeah, so your hoopty don't break. It's inside the can. I made one last year and I'm still using it. and I've knocked that motherfucker over so many times. I broke the bowl. The male piece that goes. I broke the bowl, but the bong's still chugging. I like that design, so I'm trying to get it as easy as dropping a downstem, and it's just not. Yeah, it's a lot of thick glass. You got to deform your freaking shit and reform it. I've got the tools, but it's you got to reform it inside there. It's not the easiest thing in the world to do, but it's just as hard to break it. So I kind of like that, even in a cheaper bong. I mean, especially, that one's not as cheap as the other one I made. Actually, neither one of them tonight were very cheap, but they're still on the bottom. I mean, I could fucking pimp out some shit like I just showed you with the octopus tentacles and all that shit too, and do the same thing. But it's a bit of a process to get it right, more so than just dropping a downstem in it. Yeah, well, put in some hours down here. We had some cooking with catfish going on. We had triple cooked chicken. It's a little special recipe. Basically handmade chicken strip, barbecued, fried, just fucking delicious. And potatoes and stuff. So we had an hour or so cooking with catfish, or two maybe. So about 5 or going on 6 by the time I finish this maybe. So I got a little touch up to do on it. It's my job that I love. I've been known to pull 12-hour days. And then I get people in there, 12-hour show, how fucking narcissistic of you. And I'm like, I'm working. I'm fucking working, and then I sit down and I talk to some folks that have seen the moon flip and want to talk about it because they get blocked everywhere else. What the fuck is narcissistic about that? I don't know where this fucking term comes from. Just because I cuss a lot, or maybe I require people to go look for themselves instead of drawing them a fucking picture. And I still do. I draw them a picture and then they don't go look. They get mad at me because I don't bring them the picture. It's crazy. So I figured I'd come out on the video and tell people, look, I'm full custody dad. I'm self-employed. I'm trying to fucking work it out here. I've given you the secrets of the fucking universe. Please go look at them. And people actually make me feel that I should owe them more. And just like this guy today, he's told me, you haven't answered any of my questions, because I told him, I said, I answered all your freaking questions, man. Don't be jumping on me. So you come in here assuming shit. He's talking about your theory is a big planet. And I'm like, you didn't pay attention to shit in this fucking video here. If he thinks that it's a planet coming in that's bigger than Jupiter, that isn't what I fucking said at all, is it? Is it? That's not what I fucking said at all. So why should I even entertain somebody like that? I told him about himself. Fuck, man, right there. I'm a full cuss. I got to tell you right now, you want to see some sexual fucking bias in society? Find yourself a full custody struggling fucking mother that's doing the same thing. See if anybody's calling her fucking anything other than a hardworking, great fucking mom, this and that and everything. I see that with Lisa Kudrow and everything. Everybody fucking throwing money at these motherfucking women that are lying to them. It's fucking sickening. And they tell me I'm narcissistic because I'm over here fucking blowing glass and talking to you guys. It's nuts. It's like, I really want to know where this is coming from. because I'm requiring them to do something on their own, I don't get that part of it. What, call me narcissistic? I know, fuck them, but still. I mean, look, man, I got people saying I'm trying to fucking make a cult and shit. That's the furthest thing from my fucking mind. We need to get away from the cults. That we, fuck, man. I keep looking for somebody that knows more about these walls that we've been drawing than myself. I ain't ever trying to claim fucking expert. I'm baby at this. I just started looking at these fucking things. And I keep saying, it ain't my fault. It ain't my fucking fault. I'm the first one to read these things. It ain't my fault. I'm blaming the creator. He said this shit needs to be known. And this is what it looks like. I got in the way. Now you're in the way because you guys know how to read it too. That is the fucking beauty of this. Because it's not information that we shouldn't have. This is how to be a human. We've just been trained out of it. As simple as that is. And we were writing that to ourselves in physics in a manner that fucking once we broke that fucking code, it was on. It's still on. I just, like I said, we just started. I'm looking at a couple of fucking Viper documentary fucking pictures and blowing my mind. I'm like, could you imagine me in this fucking 32-foot fucking football field fucking temple looking around at these pillars? I'd probably melt. I want to see somebody that's done that so I can teach them what they were looking at and then watch them melt. You know what I mean? And then they can teach us what they were looking at. That's what I'm looking for. Because I don't have fucking 30 years to walk through fucking Giza right now. Simple as that. This is a learning process. You know, how many other people have you seen help put this whole puzzle together? I couldn't do it by myself. That's for fucking sure. John's had to help me half the fucking way through all this. He has to take half the credit for the fucking Nobel Prizes because they're stacking up. Them motherfucking Nobel Prizes is stacking up. I just don't know how to get one. We're stacking them the fuck up. Strong wind in the desert tonight, huh? Hopefully it's blowing in some of that warm. It's supposed to be 60 here to Wednesday, not tomorrow. It's starting to warm up a little bit tomorrow, though. I don't have very good energy. I have fucked up energy. Ask anybody I yell at, which is probably everybody in this chat has seen me pop a fucking cork. And I just go out of my way to not filter my speech. I've made provisions for that. I believe I've made 3 videos pertaining to why. One of them being, most importantly, that I don't want to put y'all to sleep because I have found that their spells does that a lot. So I like to fuck it up. Because we ain't supposed to be sleeping right now. That's just it, right? I have a lot of energy some days. Too much, cat. We all know that. I throw fits. I throw temper tantrums. But I also admit when I'm wrong, which is daily. Which is something I've read into narcissism. That just keeps coming up like 4 or 5 times a day, and I'm like, I've read narcissist, and I don't fit it. I fit arrogant sometimes. Asshole, asshole. I fucking fit asshole, and I don't give a fuck what your opinion is. See, and I've made videos that are actually titled this. I think people missed them. I'm not sure. On Firewatch, I'm on Firewatch all the time. Yeah, the sleep schedule is getting Look, guys and gals, if you have a digital clock, you know they're pretty fucking accurate, right? Plug the fucking thing in, but it's just an old digital, right? Not hooked up to the world clock. You got to set the fucking thing yourself. Watch it. Since when do digital clocks fucking gain and lose fucking time all the fucking time? And over time, it's accumulative. We're slowing down. It seems to be speeding up because other people that I mentioned that to are like, you know what? I do have to set my digital clock a lot to my phone. And I'm like, that's because they're changing the one on your phone. Your digital clock's right, dude. Yeah, well, it's 14 here now. It just clicked over. But on my stove, it's most likely not. It's only been, I believe, about 4 or 5 days since I reset it because power went off. I mentioned to John a few months ago, and he's been keeping track, and he's noticed the same thing. And my oxygen guy, everybody I talk to has noticed the same thing. So I'm letting you know again, do it. 114 in PA. It is 11:15 now, but we're all hooked up to that world clock. It resets. So they can tell us what time it is. Who's to dispute it unless you're fucking monitoring it? And I noticed, I was like, I'm noticing a fluctuation of sunrise and moonrise, which isn't answered in our usual rotation. NASA comes out in public, starts talking about how our rotation's slowing down mysteriously, might be the moon. And I'm like, maybe I should really start monitoring my clock a little more because I've noticed I've had to reset the thing even when the power didn't go off. And I thought to myself, maybe my son had reset it and the power went off. I didn't know. So I started really monitoring the shit. And I mentioned it to John, and he's been monitoring it too. And for sure, just like I did last summer when we was watching Orion rise right in the same fucking place and almost the same fucking time it is right now. Every night. Still hasn't moved. And I mention that every week or so, maybe 2 weeks. It's not probably as often as I should, but he's still there. Of course, we're in the dead winter, but he's right there in the same fucking spot, rising about the same fucking time every night. And he's about to set every morning. And it's like, we haven't fluctuated much in our orbit since last fucking fall. Yeah, it's supposed to warm up nice and warm today and be 60 tomorrow. And then we're going back into the 40s and starting to look like winter again after a couple of days of hot. It's going to be a pogo stick all year, up and down, up and down. The mainstream just came out with the big picture of the fucking polar vortex. That motherfucker is huge and rolling the opposite direction. Big as fucking day, right there on mainstream news. You wondering why your storms are coming in from the wrong direction? Well, have you seen the polar vortex this year? It's fucking like 4 times bigger than it ever was. I mean, it's just big. I'm like, it's big. It's big. And I'm like, that's normal. That's fucking normal. I can't. So I would make a shitty troll for lies because I just laugh at myself because that shit is fucking not normal. Oh god. I wouldn't be able to keep a straight face on camera. They'd have to just keep me typing. They'd be like, all right, this motherfucker can't talk. He's giving it away. I mean, like, it's normal and bust out in one of my laughs, and people be like, "It doesn't look normal, does it?" The fuck is going on there? I don't know. See, then I could act confused, and they'd want to throw money at me. I'd be like, "It's a mystery." Ooh, you wouldn't understand. I'll have to explain it to you one day with a whole team of people to help explain Tiamat and how Iswa the magnetic reads gravity wells. See how it works? Now you want to give me money. Because I just made you feel better. There's a whole team working on the gravity well of Tiamat behind us.
Now, so much limestone, a little attention was given to
I'm going to keep you updated on the stellar cores. Just look at the fucking moon. See, I'm liking Loki already. I really am. I'm liking you, Loki. First time here, huh, motherfucker? You've been practicing, haven't you? Getting smart and shit behind my back. God. That's what I keep saying. Give people what they can't fucking unsee in their sky. That moon. Because that's the only thing nobody else will give. I've begged them all. And don't send me a link to somebody because I have probably fucking gave the moon to them 300 or 400 times and they refused to or blocked me or turned their chat off. I can be persistent about the moon because you can't unsee it. It's doing 180-degree roll. And once I get in your ear like a bug, you're going to be like noticing it. Whether you're watching it or not, you'll go out to your car one day and you'll see Tycho on the top of the moon and you'll hear Dazzit in your head. Say it's impossible to see Tycho crater on top of the moon from your location, catfish. You fucktard. And they'll be like, well, I think Daza was wrong. Argument over. See? And then they come back and be like, you were right. And I'm like, yeah. I know. I always love that. I mean, you were right. Nah, really? I was? Wow. Dear God. Thank God I wasn't wrong about that. Because I would look like a great big old fool if that fucking moon wasn't cartwheeling, and or if it was supposed to. I know. It's like, you don't say it, really. It's pretty weird, isn't it? I think it's why I take all this abuse, because you know what? I don't give a fuck what you say. It ain't right, and it's doing it. Because I've had both camps. It's normal, or it's not doing it. And I'm like, well, you need to watch it a little closer. Because it is. Or if they say it's normal, I love to give them Daza, my Five Eyes troll that followed me around for 7 years talking about motherfucking field rotation and how normal it is. He killed it himself. He stabbed field rotation in the eye, hung himself, and shot himself in the foot. It's over. He gave me Tycho crater at the top of my moon, freaked out, yelled at me, told me it's impossible. Now the world knows. And the trolls, unemployment line is fucking phenomenal. And we have a new motto over here. We need better trolls. We done ate them motherfuckers they sent us. Yeah, that's what the truth does. That's what self-evident empirical truth does. It's a tennis ball and a fucking flashlight. Make it flip. That's some straight preschool shit, right? That ain't too much.
I can understand how they could be made.
I can understand,
but the purpose for doing so has long escaped me.
They were really
It seems like a tremendous amount of work to go to just to create a domestic vessel. Perhaps these stone artifacts, of which there were over 1,000 found at Saqqara, were used in some way to convert vibration into airborne sound.
You think?
Are these vessels the Helmholtz resonators we are looking for? The enigmatic antechamber has been the subject of much consternation and discussion. Ludwig Borchardt, director of the German Institute in Cairo, forwarded one proposal for its use in 1925. Borchardt's theory proposed that a series of stone slabs were slid into place after Khufu had been entombed. He theorized that the half-round grooves in the granite wainscoting supported wooden beams that served as windlasses to lower the blocks. Borchardt may not have been far off with his analysis of the mechanism that was contained within the antechamber. After building the resonators and installing them inside the grand gallery, we would want to focus into the king's chamber sound of a specific frequency, i.e. a pure tone or harmonic chord. We would be assured of doing so if we installed an acoustic filter between the grand gallery and the king's chamber. By installing baffles inside the antechamber, sound waves traveling from the grand gallery through the passageway into the king's chamber will be filtered as they pass through, allowing only a single frequency or harmonic of that frequency that enter the resonant king's chamber. Sound wavelengths not coinciding with the dimensions between the baffles are filtered out, thereby ensuring that only no interference sound waves enter the resonant king's chamber, a condition that would reduce the output of the system. To explain the half-round grooves on one side of the chamber and the flat surface on the other, we could speculate that when the installation of these baffles took place, they received a final tuning or tweaking. This may have been accomplished by using cams. By rotating these cams, the off-centered shaft would raise or lower the baffles until the throughput of sound was maximized. A slight movement may have been all that was necessary. Yeah, it's like flying speaker cabinets.
Yep.
You made the analogy of a concert hall earlier. Same thing they do in concert halls.
Noise canceling headphones.
Concerts and everything else. They
all that shit.
Use these baffles to hang the main speakers in the air,
reverse frequency,
and then by turning them in different directions, they can then cause an entire arena or concert hall to fill up with sound, no matter where you're standing. It's the same exact usage. Maximum throughput is accomplished when the ceiling of the first part of the passageway from the grand gallery, the ceiling of the passageway leading from the acoustic filter to the resonant king's chamber, and the bottom surface of each baffle are in alignment. The shaft suspending the baffles would have been locked into place in a pillar block located on the flat surface of the wainscoting on the opposite wall. Knowing that a vibrating system can eventually destroy itself, Dunn says that if there is no means to draw off or dampen the energy, there would have to be some kind of way to control the level of energy at which the system operates. As the output of the resonant cavity would only draw off the energy up to a certain level, that being the maximum amount the granite complex could process. There would have to be some means of controlling the energy as it built up inside the grand gallery. Dunn says that normally there would be 3 ways to prevent a vibrating system from running out of control. Number 1, shut off the source of vibrations. Can't do that. Number 2, reverse the process that was used to couple the vibration of the pyramid with the earth. Or 3, contrive a means to keep the vibration at a safe level. Dunn says, with the source of vibration being the earth, obviously numbers 2 and 3 are our best options. There are 2 ways to eliminate constant vibration. One is to dampen it, and the other is to counteract the vibration with an interference wave that cancels it out. Physically dampening the vibration would be impractical considering the function of the machine. The dampening wouldn't always be necessary, unlike the dampening needs of a bridge, and indeed would have an adverse effect on the efficiency of the machine. Consequently, it would involve moving parts like those in a piano.
Yeah.
Faced with this consideration, I immediately started to look closer at the ascending passage. It is the only feature inside the Great Pyramid that contains devices that are directly accessible from the outside. I call the granite plugs inside this passage devices in the same context I call the granite beams above the king's chamber devices, because it wasn't necessary to use granite to block this passage, and limestone would have been sufficient. It's obvious that their effectiveness at securing the inner chambers from robbers had the adverse effect. They drew attention to the existence of the ascending passage and subsequently the entire internal arrangement of passages and chambers. The granite plugs had to have another reason for being there. Possibly they were built into the structure to allow or facilitate interference sound waves being introduced into the grand gallery and prevent the buildup of vibration from within reaching destructive levels. It may have been the reason that the builders selected granite instead of limestone to plug the ascending passage. Concludes Dunn, the 3 plugs in their spacing within the passage may have, in fact, provided feedback to signal when the energy was reaching a dangerous level. By directing in or out of phase sound waves up the ascending passage, they may have been able to control the energy level of the system by directing a signal of the correct frequency. They have also been able to prime the system in this manner also. In other words, the entire system would be forced to vibrate, and once in motion, it would draw energy from the Earth with no further input. Sir William Flinders Petrie examined these blocks and described them in pyramids in temples of Giza.
Like a great big
The
array.
adjoining faces of the block were not flat, but had a wavy finish plus or minus 3 inches. I was unable to confirm this when I was in Egypt because the block exposed by Al Munning's tunnel had slipped to Petries Day and are now resting against each other. However, it does make for interesting speculation. When the faces of the block cut specifically to modify sound waves, it could be a thin passage circuit directly interference out of space sound waves into the grand gallery, thereby controlling the level of energy in the system. There are mysteries still yet to be answered that we are not seeing yet. Oh, I guess into that chapter, let's move on to the next chapter, the Bristol. That's good cases. In a similar manner, the done stories on the Great Pyramid is decisive information from
That
Edgar
would be
Casey
that.
and the Association for Research and
Rig
Enlightenment
number
in
2,
Virginia Beach,
internal.
Virginia. Known as
Fancier.
the Sleeping Clairvoyant,
Fancier.
Edgar Casey was born on March 18, 1877, on a farm near Hopkinsville, Kentucky. Even as a child, he displayed powers of perception which seemed to extend beyond the normal range. In 1898, at the age of 21, he became a salesman for a wholesale stationery company that developed a gradual paralysis of the throat muscles, which threatened the loss of his voice. When doctors were unable to find the cause for the strange paralysis, he began to see a hypnotist. During a trance, the first of many for Casey, he recommended medication and manipulative therapy, which successfully restored his voice and cured his throat trouble. He began doing readings for people, mostly a medical nature, and on October 9, 1910, the New York Times carried 2 pages of headlines and pictures on the Casey phenomenon. By the time Edgar Casey died on January 3, 1945 in Virginia Beach, Virginia, he left well over 14,000 documented stenographic records
I've
of the
been there, by the
telepathic
way.
clairvoyant statements he had given for more than
Casey Museum.
8,000 different
I'll be right
people
back.
over a period of 43 years. These typewritten documents are referred to as readings. Important to our discussion in this book is that many of these readings concern Atlantis, persons' former lives in Atlantis, and the airship's emotive power used in Atlantis. In reading 2437, January 1st, 23,000, January 23rd, 1941, Casey told his subject, quote, "In Atlantean land, during those periods of greater expansion as to ways, means, and manners of applying greater conveniences for the people of the land, things of transportation, the aeroplane as called today, but then as ships of the air, for they sail not only in the air, but in other elements also. A number of persons who came to Casey for individual life readings were, according to Casey's readings, once navigators or engineers on these aircraft. In the Atlantean land, when there were the developments of those things as made for motivated forces as carried the peoples into the various portions of the land and to other lands, Atlantean land, when peoples understood the law of universal forces, entity able to carry messages through space to other lands, guided crafts of that period."
Fuck, it's cold
These are
out.
descriptions of people he gave readings to. Casey called the motive power used in these vessels the night side of life. In Atlantia, or Poseidia, entity ruled in pomp and power and in understanding of the mysteries of the application of that oft termed the night side of life, or in applying the universal forces as understood in that period. In Atlantean period of those peoples that gained much in understanding of mechanical laws and application of night side of life or destruction. Casey speaks of the use of crystals or firestones for energy and related applications. He also speaks of the misuse of power and warnings of destruction to come. In Atlantean land, during the periods of Exodus due to foretelling and foreordination of activities which were bringing about destructive forces. Among those who were not only in Yucatan, but in the Pyrenees and Egyptian land, were the manners of transportation and communications through airships of that period, were such as Ezekiel described at a much later date. In Atlantis, when there were activities that brought about the second upheaval in the land, entity was what would be in the present the electrical engineer. Applied those forces or influences for airplanes, ships, and what you would call today radio for constructive or destructive purposes. Like radio waves, frequencies. In Atlantean land, before the second destruction, when there was the dividing of islands, when the temptations were begun in activities of sons of Belial and children of law of one, entity among those that interpreted the message received through the crystals and the fires that were to be the eternal fires of nature. New developments in air and water travel are no surprise to this entity, as these were beginning development at the
temperature, La Junta.
It's 16 degrees in La Junta right now.
Told you it's cold. Fucking 16 out there. You see the patches. Still says it's going to get up to 48 tomorrow. I've been infiltrated. She got in. It still says it's going to be 60 Wednesday. I can deal with that. Yeah, it's fucking cold right now. I just came in from out there. Oh yeah, it's Miss Patches. She is a Catalua hound dog. She ain't supposed to be in the house, according to the vet. She's broken. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Go. Not there. Good girl. So I got 2 live wires running my kiln right there. She got real close. That could be bad. That's Fahrenheit. That's Fahrenheit. Well below 0 Celsius. It's about -7, I'd say. Maybe. You think? About that. Something like that. I'm about 20 degrees below freezing. Ish. Yeah, it should be some pretty significant winds if it's going to be 60 in less than 48 hours, in about 30 hours. Yeah, I'm about, well, 32. 32 is freezing. And I'm at 14. So, yeah, I'm close to, 20 degrees below, about 18 below freezing. Not below 0 for me. Boy, it gets down to 0 at 14 more degrees. For me, that's some fucking cold shit. That's 32 degrees below freezing. 0 for you. Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. It's getting cold outside. I'm in Colorado. Go. upstairs. I will be up there in a moment. I'm not going to have you whining at me and fucking up and down and up and down. Go. She's going to try and dig in here and shit. She's all mad because I'm down here talking to you. Fucking crazy, neurotic little dog. The vet did. He says, "You know, you broke that dog, right?" She's broken. Gave her way too much love. She, because you have her in the house, huh? She's a house pet, right? That's what you're telling me. This is what I swear to God, this is a professional opinion. He's like, you know, that dog's not supposed to be a pet, right? Like, yes, sir. Like he's scolding me. She's actually one of those North Carolina bear dogs. She is one of the ones they use for bear hunting and mountain lion hunting out there. Her mother was almost cut in half. And her mother, when we rescued her, this is a good one. Fucking criminy sakes, man. I rescued this dog from the pound guy. He didn't take her to the pound yet. I rescued her from him, the pound guy, and he gave her to me. It's like, all right, man. I took that fucking dog home. She's friendly and wagging her tail and shit and everything. And then I put her in the house. And she wanted to fight me over my green beans. Because she was standing on my counter eating my green beans while they was cooking. And I was tripping on that a little bit. So I took the dog out and chained it to the tree while I recooked dinner. And the next day, there was a flyer in my mail, picture of that fucking dog, somebody's phone number. I was like, you come get your dog. I'm ready to release her to the fucking wild at this point. Because she wanted to fight me over my green beans. I ain't having that shit. So he comes over and he's looking around the yard. He's like, well, where is she? I said, she's in the house. He almost fell on his ass. He said, you what? You let her in the fucking house? That bitch ain't never been in the house before. She thinks she's highfalutin now. Whoa. I was like, oh God. So, well, that explains a lot. Fucking bear hunting, mountain lion killing dog on my fucking counter fighting me over green beans, dude. That's her mom. All right. She came to me about that big because he comes in with her and says, you know, this is one of her pups, and I can't just, you know, let it go by without a good deed going, you know, without a thank you. And he gave Seamus patches, and I say, yeah, good deed unpunished. Holy fuck, have you heard her bark? I've put up with that shit for fucking at least 10 years in my face all the time. It's like, what the fuck are you yelling at me for? Fucking dog. So that's the story of how we got Patches and her mother. It was fucking amazing. They are some strange animals. I did. She is a monster cat. You know this. She is a monster for my time and attention mainly. It's hilarious. Seamus will come up and give her hugs, and you've seen that result. That doesn't work. But I can. She just stands there and wags and says, "Yeah, you're giving me attention." Nice. That's how we got Chico too. Some lady walking by in Galveston asked if we could take care of her dog. And I took one look at him, and I don't know if you noticed, but Chico's tail does that at the very end of it. And I assumed that she had just fucking slammed the dog's tail in the fucking door or some shit. And so he just standing there looking all pathetic for me. And I was like, if Patches don't eat it, I suppose we could keep it. So I put a fucking muzzle on Patches and let Chico go in the house just to see what would happen. She come running up on him, slammed both of her feet down like this, and did a backflip, and laid down on her back and tried to fucking play with Chico. And I said, well, eating him is kind of out of the picture, I think. She just wanted to play with him. And I said, that dog ain't never going to hunt if she didn't chase Chico and try to eat him. Because he was doing circles and she was doing circles. It was funny as fuck. And they've been best friends since. And he just follows her around, humping her leg. Fucking kneecap, tearing it back. Nice. Only a couple more weeks and be coming home. Yeah, puppies are awesome. But yeah, the vet did. He said you broke that fucking dog. I know. Look at it, her best friend. Oh shit. Her best friend's a rat. He ain't a dog. Oh my goodness. Yeah, schnauzers are overgrown little hairy rats. But I like little hairy overgrown rats. I'm not saying anything about it. They ain't real dogs though. Ask Graham Hancock. He will tell you the difference. Damn it. Watching his Aztec, one of his documentaries about Chico. Yeah, I know you know. I know you've heard this. Fucking Graham's all like, when the Spaniards came over, they had these big German wolf dogs clad in armor, and the Aztecs had no idea what the fuck to do about that shit. He said, like, oh, fucking kidding me, right? But he says, no, not that they didn't have dogs. They had dogs, mostly Chihuahuas and mostly for food stock. I was like, oh, fuck, Chico. Poor Chico. Oh, shit. Can't help it. That's what Graham said. It's true. Especially when you think about it. It's like, oh God. Chico, he wouldn't make it in the wild by himself. Have you seen that little fucker? He chokes on air. He is cool, but he would choke on air. I've saved Chico's life twice now. Once he had a meatball that was meant for Patches in his neck. That was the worst one. And the other time he had a little piece of hot dog stuck in his fucking neck. And I didn't know it. I thought he was just trying to keep it from Patches. And then all of a sudden Chico comes at me all wobbling and falls on his side. And I'm all like, Fucking Chico. You're supposed to chill it, you stupid fucker. He inhaled that shit literally. That's why they're so tough, huh? Oh, they did. Chico, absolutely. He is a love sponge. It's so funny. He makes little pig noises. So I call him, I call him all kinds of things. I call him lunch. I call him a little piggy dog. It's he's, he's into love. And Patches gets jealous. She got to have it too. She's like, wait a minute. Chico's getting some love over there. I ain't getting no love over here. She got to smell the hand that you touched Chico with. She's like, no, don't touch me with that one. It's very particular. Border collie. No, see, that's borderline fucking dog right there. That's chasing sheep around. That's just a little weedy dog. You're probably food too for somebody. In their heritage, I'm talking. Just why they're around. Just saying, they look like they're perfect for a little spit. I love little dogs. I'd never eat one unless I was really, really hungry. But I'm just saying, they got to come from somewhere. We'll have to consult Graham about that. Be like a boy? Nice. Patches does that occasionally too. It's weird. You should hike your leg. I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? Imitating Chico or something. Oh. I guess they don't want to get their little butts cold. That might be it. Yeah, lap dogs. If I sit down in front of Chico, or if you lay down, he's right there on your ass, the opposite side of your lap. Either way, man, he's on it. He's like, oh, lap. He's finally sat down. Look, there's that lap again. I haven't. That's funny. Patches wants to too. That one's not so funny. She's a little big. She takes it personal. So I've got her on a diet now. See, now tonight, normally I'd probably already be done walking my kiln down, but tonight it had to go down a little bit slower because that last piece I did was thicker, way thicker. So the formula changed a little bit. Patches can keep up. Boy, she's the weak link in the hike in the desert. I'll tell you that. We've that's, let me stress again. Professional opinion. I broke the dog. The patches probably have to be carried too. she likes her breaks on a hike. She's not exactly the coonhound you might imagine. With a dog like that. Oh dear. You have a good night, Sunday. I am fixing to sign off myself. It's almost midnight. He's about a 2-pounder, I think. Yeah, he is tiny. He's full-blooded. I was telling you about the kink in his tail. Apparently, come to find out, he didn't have his tail slammed in no door. He was born like that, and that is one of the genetic traits of a purebred actual Chihuahua from Mexico. So he is worth an awful lot of money as a stud. I understand. How much per pound asking for an Aztec? That's fucking awesome. Amore. When you measure it in that, it's priceless. My kid wouldn't know how to breathe without Chico. And that's a true hero. Boy, howdy, he's like fucking attached to that little dog. I fear for the little baby dog. Just for my kid. Jeez. I mean, like, wow, attached to that little dog. Carries him everywhere. He's like his little purse dog. He's worse than a lady with Chico. I'm telling you right now. They are best of buddies. Hi, Cosmic. How are you? Just in time to catch me going off air. I was just telling people about 3 minutes to midnight. It's midnight. I am fixing to go to bed myself after a short shower. Anyway, it's been a good long 8 hours. I'm sure y'all have had enough. You missed me again. It was very uneventful. Okay, we had a good time. It was all right. We made some internal bubblers. Of course, I worked most of the time. I am not sure what these dirty folks over here were talking about the whole time I was playing in my flame. You never know. Jelly was here for a time. I made internal glass on glass bubblers like the one I used again tonight. That was fun. And we got to do some cooking with catfish. Made some handmade chicken strips and or homemade. Yeah. So we actually made the chicken strips. And oh, we talked about Cat's elephant, and she wants a red one now. And then Chico got in the mix. We talk about little Ito, how he's food. Seeing if anybody had seen any Aztec cookbooks around. I've got one of their main ingredients, so I was just curious. How's your evening been? Oh, and I took a swig off of my rum. Fixing to take another. This is I've taken 2 total swigs tonight, actually. This is Calypso. It's the evil sea goddess. Ooh. Moving. That's actually hardly ever fun. For me. Unless you're in an RV and just moving all the time, then it's pretty cool. I did that for like 4.5 years, traveling around with my little cart, blowing glass everywhere. You don't like moving? Yeah, I don't either. I don't either. I did like my RV though. I aspire to have another one day. You can travel around blowing glass again. That was so much fun. But I'm not going to plan on it. Post-apocalypse, so maybe. We'll see. I can blow some glass vessels for people to hold stuff in, I guess. Like, I don't know, you can put your weed in it. They had glass blowers in ancient Egypt. The oldest glass that I'm aware of is about 12,000 years old. And, or no, they say it's like 7,000. But it's from ancient Egypt. It's from Giza. And it's a fucking blue Sherlock with black raking across it. And it's fine raking. It looks like something I'd make. Pretty crazy. They was look, they got the motherfucking marijuana leaves all over Egypt. The motherfuckers was puffing. They was making the rope. They was eating the seed. They don't like beans, but they like them beans. Oh yeah, yeah. A lot of earthquakes. A lot of those sixers going on. Almost a sevener, 7 point today. We're working our way up. 6-1, 6-2, 6-3, 6-4, 6-7. I see a pattern developing. Well, yesterday too. Well, it was mid sixes yesterday, low sixes all for the last few weeks. Every day, almost every day. Well, every 24 hours we are having at least one, if not 2 sixers now. Yes, I have, Cosmo. I have. And we're seeing it now. How many times you seen people call me crazy for saying that too? They'll probably call me crazy still. I don't care. Fuck 'em. Wait until the sevens start hitting every day. We're close. We're getting there. And we're going to get there quicker than what we got in the sixes or the fives. But yeah, that's actually it's pretty indisputable. I actually went on record on Shepard's production and said we're going to have sixes every day. And it came out after we had had sixes every day for what, a couple of weeks at that point. And it's funny the timing is that. I was like, I had even forgot, and I didn't realize, of course, he had cut that in to the video. A crazy prediction that actually came true. It wasn't so crazy though. I mean, it's fuck. We understand what's going on. We can see what's going on. It's not just me now. It's you guys too. You've seen it. I made you look. So now you're in it just like me. How you like me now? Hmm? Yeah. I like it. How the fuck you think I felt like walking around with my little dingly cobra being a unicorn and shit, reading the only one reading these hieroglyphs? Some of y'all saw me fucking lose my mind over trying to figure out how I was doing it because I didn't want to be the only one. I ain't that special. I knew it wasn't magic. I had to be able to explain it. I'm still working on that. I mean, I know how I read them now. I'm just no, like I said, I can explain all the prophecies in the Bible. The great sign, the fucking Revelation 6:6, the fucking Isaiah 24:23 were corresponding verses and or predictions of what's coming to happen and correlating and other things. These fucking native ones coming out of Giza though, out of the sons of Cain. That's different. That's hitting personal fucking stupid close. Well, uh, see, no, not really. What I'm reading into it is uh that's just fucking creators been bugging them and yeah, this is just a creator. I don't know about phew. I'm just I can't write myself out of it. Um but just being an assistant is cool because that is basically what the Hopi say uh, about me. I'm just an assistant. There is some great white brother or some shit out there somewhere. But the one thing that I do see that uh, is consistent from the original Hopi when they misspelled their name to the current Hopi is that fucking guy that woke up and read that shit with the mark on his arm. That's all the way through fucking consistently. I can't say as how I've ever seen the true white brother one until it comes to the modern Hopi legend. And I've met 3 of them so far. You're snoozing. Isn't that your morning? Oh, it's too early in the morning. You woke up too early, didn't you? Go to sleep. You know what you need to do? This cat. Shh. Relax. Talk to mom. Actually, push it to her. Because I think she might need it. Let me check. Feeling that. I'm feeling some energy. I'm talking, wait a minute. Oh, yeah. There's a little energy going on. So, yeah, help mama. Push out your energy. Just relax it and push it right through your feet, right through your ass as you're laying on your bed. Send it to her because she could use some right now. Mama's hot. It's hot. Hot to trot out there, pushing and pulling. Do you? I'll bet you do. I've never tried that. Sun, S-U-N, yeah. It's also our first sun, Loki. Because we come from the blue sun. I've been down to Window Rock. I've talked to these cats. Negotiated 6 tribes to move there. The Hopi rejected them, sent us to the Navajo. They were like, oh, the Navajo took our land. We can't have anybody out here, blah, blah, blah. They acted like little bitches. And the first billionaire chief out there on Navajo land was happy to have his family reunited in this time because that's all he wanted. So then everybody went into lockdown and I've lost track of everything. Even though I contacted 350 some fucking tribes and they were all like, oh my God, we've been waiting for you to call, et cetera, et cetera. Now nobody's calling me because I'm calling for a fucking peace meeting between their evil fucking commanders and mother's minions so we can get some peace shit going on and they can go heal their planet. And everybody's locked up and shut up and locked down and scared of the common cold. So I started knocking on the mason doors and haven't got very much further. We're blowing a couple masons away, which is confirming to me that we know more than the fucking masons here now. That's about all that's accomplished. You have native ties? Well, point out their moon. And we need to have a peace meeting between the planet they did this to and themselves that did this so they can go back and heal their planet heaven because that's mother's aunt and she's concerned because there's only one fucking shield around that planet and we're fixing to have a really bad event that could wipe her out of existence. Mom's got her shields covered. That's what we're here for. She would like to see the Anunnaki learn from their mistakes, grow their light, release us, and fix their planet. That's the goal here, and that's kind of like where we're at. Michael Seeley, to get to sleep. I know I could be anti-sleep medicine sometimes. So. It's hard to sleep with goosebumps. I'm trying. So, my friends, we have come to the end of my cast today. Now, tomorrow, I will probably again get started without y'all because I only have a couple 100 pounds. And I want to, then again, I might not. I don't know. We'll see what happens. I want to eat up some shit and get a new tank and pop it all out as fast as possible. Oh yeah, edibles. See, yeah, I just had a potato with some brown butter on it, and what I have to do, I had to chug a whole pot of fucking coffee, and I'm still tired now. I'm ready. Ready. 12:20. I get myself a nice hot bath with some bubbles in that shit. By the time I get out of it, I'll be like, because that water heater right there is a fucking monster, and I love it. And then I'm gonna wrestle with a pillow so we can do this again tomorrow. Hopefully, without as many phone calls as I had this morning. I was on the phone for like 6 hours today. I was like, what the fuck? I need to get off this phone. So, you guys and gals have yourselves a good evening. Keep that magnet relaxed and listen for the call. As I hear, the death will hear is coming in, not through your ears, but through your brain pan. Good night, Lucky.